Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, our audience online and our TV audience. It's a great honor for me to welcome you at the 8th Ukrainian Women's Congress. The topic today is women's potential, new roles, new quality. Thousands of Ukrainian women are now defending our country in the armed forces of Ukraine. Ukrainian women are opening for themselves new and close professions before they become underwater sappers, they drive lorries. We didn't choose to face these challenges, we didn't choose this war, but we are choosing how to respond to all these challenges. And engaging women into the future recovery and reconstruction looks as the only possibility, because we need to come out stronger. But how should we do it? What should the strategy be? That's what we are going to discuss today. And we are going to come up with strategic solutions. So to open our event, I'm giving the floor to Olena Kondratyuk, the co-founder of Women's Congress. Good morning, dear friends, Your Excellencies, First Lady, dear colleagues, sisters. Welcome to this wonderful atmosphere. You can see that the number of us is growing and it inspires. This is the 8th time when I come up to open the Women's Congress, and the 8th time I see full room of eyes, inspired and energetic, even although it's clear that we are tired, exhausted, but we work and do everything possible for our country to be alive. And going back to the video, that yes, we want to make decisions, and yes, we want to be visible, and it's about justice. There are many military women here in the room, those who are fighting at the front line alongside with men, those who are getting military education. We have women from business, big businesses, which used to be only for men, and small business, which grew up and is going on due to efforts women. There are politicians who paved the way for women, and those women who came after them, and those women who will come after us. We have leaders of local communities, in those communities which are under shelling all the time, which see death all the time, and they have the right to participate in the reconstruction and recovery of the country and make decisions. I don't think that there's anyone who can stop them, and women have rights for equality, the recognition, and decision-making. This Congress, as the two previous, is conducted during the full-scale invasion. It's logical that the previous years we discussed the new roles of women during the war. And we took up those new roles, leadership role in our families while our spouses or family members are fighting. We learned to adjust and to adjust in foreign countries. We are still concerned, worried about our family members. We manage finances, drones. We came to traditionally male professions. But we started to have deeper understanding. We became more sincere in our empathy. And for that reason, we use new roles. These new roles develop new qualities in us. We are more responsible, we are more empathetic, we are more adaptive, we can make our own decision, and we have more adaptability in planning our life. These roles made us braver, And for that reason, we have a new logo of our Congress. And in comparison with the previous one, you can see this a bit leaning to show the perspective for the future. Now the logo is bigger because we have big-scale goals and we expand the space where women can use their potential. This new logo is connected to our old logo because without the foundation, we cannot build the future. Strategy has always been the strengths of the Congress. As we publicly discussed, we will raise the topics of gender equality. We all together achieved these wonderful results. And on the 8th Women's Congress, we set a wider goal. Try to look into the future. Try to picture Ukraine in 5, 10, or 15 years, to systemize the challenges we are facing, and try to find the ways to face these challenges. We are dreaming about future which is perfect, which is not perfect, but real. We want to be truthful, constructive about the future, and we want to take into account all angles. We need to build up the action plan to fight demographic crisis, financial literacy, security, bringing our women and children back to Ukraine, veteran policy, and many other topics. We need to develop policies of the state and businesses on how to hire women, how to meet the needs of women, to adapt them to our new roles and new qualities. So we work in synergy with partners, business, state, civil society organizations, donors, and media. Yes, we want to achieve real, achievable goals. We want to show real role models to these young women who I see in this room. And the most important is to push us in the new direction of gender development in Ukraine, the direction towards the future. But before we start, of course, we need to commemorate and have the moment of silence to all those who gave us a chance to live and help us survive in these difficult conditions. 3 women received the honor of the Hero of Ukraine, all posthumously.
Thank you, and please take your seats. Recently, me and the First Lady attended a very outstanding ceremony of awarding Global Teacher Prize, and you know, I liked one of the nominations. They are preschool, and there Oksana Mosovets, the educator from Kamenets-Podilsky, got the prize, got the award. And she came up with this case which describes our society in general now, how under these incredible conditions to learn to hold each other's hand. And she said that it is very important for the teacher, especially teacher for preschool and junior, younger kids, to timely give them a hand when somebody crosses the threshold of the kindergarten and count backwards, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. With my sisters, Maria Ionova, Svetlana Wojciechowska, sometimes hand by hand, shoulder by shoulder, we would like to count in the same way. 3, 2, 1, and let's go. So let's consider that the first step has been made, and I announce the 8th Ukrainian Women's Congress open. And of course, speaking about assisting hand, I pass the floor to the First Lady, Olena Zelenska, who on a regular basis permanently provides support for our Congress. Thank you, Olena. Good morning, dear participants, dear founders. It is so nice to be with you again and to observe how you are developing and how you become ever better, how the event becomes ever interesting, and most importantly, ever more helpful for all women in Ukraine. Thank you for this opportunity to be with you again and to discuss with you the most important thing, that's our future, vision of the future. And of course, we'd like to influence it together. A year has passed since our previous meeting, and I believe, and I hope many people would agree with me, I believe now time is flowing in unevenly. The war slows us down and makes us step back with implementing our dreams, because the goal of the enemy is not only destroying lives but also to stop the development process. But despite all of that, war also intensifies some processes and speeds them up, and we need to use that as our strengths. We need to make sure that we work for the benefit of our state. Last time we discussed women's leadership and how it changed in the situation of fighting back the aggression, and then I hardly had enough time to list all the areas where women have become leaders, and now the list has become bigger. However, figures speak best, so I get some statistics from the Minister of Economy in particular. These are nice figures. Let me share. Ever more new enterprises have been established by women. That's 59%. Let me remind you that establishing a business, that's a conscious choice. So we can only welcome the brave women who are supporting our economy. Participation in Vlasna Sprava support program is increasing. Last year it was 43% of applications, now 48%, and thus there more women get this support. 22% of our diplomatic missions are women, and this is the highest figure ever. State Employment Service states that more than 6,000 women are now mastering technical professions which previously were considered to be not appropriate for women. And according to the Ministry of Defense, almost 20% of all volunteers are women. That's 1/5. And let me emphasize that and express gratitude to the brave women for the choices that they make. So, women's potential, what we are discussing here, and that's the theme of our Congress, is growing, and we see it on the daily basis, despite the war, despite the aggressor. And let me emphasize that this potential and the steps and that we undertake, we pay a very high price for that. During the year, we had the honor of meeting a lot of women who, despite all the problems that are caused by the war, they continue or start new causes, new businesses. Among them, there are quite a lot of teachers, by the way, and I wonder maybe that's their professional feature. I was thinking about Larisa Fesenka, who for 45 days was in the Russian prison, and after occupation came back to work at her school in Kharkiv region. She just continued doing what she had done previously, but under with what kind of conditions. Alina Blisko, I know her personally. I met her at one of the events. She continues remote teaching from the cellar of the house of a house in Mirapilla under shellings, and it's interesting to. It's important to mention that a year ago she was supposed to retire, so she continues doing what she's doing. And I see stories about these women all around in the media. A lot of women now participate in so-called accelerators launched by the Ministry of Economy to start their businesses, to implement their dreams despite the war. I was inspired by the story by Yulia Nishra-Moda. I hope I pronounced the surname right, because I read that story, and she won the first season of Vidvazhna program for entrepreneurs. She has 5 children. She got a grant in the framework of the accelerator, and now she is starting her third coffee house in Bucha, this town that will long be associated with the bloodshed and Russian terror. Due to this kind of women, the town is developing and coming back to life. I believe that many of you know these women. Many of them are here, that no matter what, you're implementing this potential. We are going to discuss social, economic, mental barriers on women's path. And I keep emphasizing, but let me mention something else. There is this phenomenon of post-traumatic growth, and not everything that's happening now is going to slow us down. Sometimes, even due to traumas, we face new opportunities, and all of us, men and women, we need to stick to that, to focus on that if we want to develop a new society. Women may start everything from scratch in a new place of residence, opening a coffee house or being employed at a new enterprise, and that's the start of new growth. According to according to global report on gender gap of the World Economic Forum, and the current pace after 34 years only, we can expect full fledged gender equality. This is about pay gap mostly. Well, I believe that due to what we are undergoing now, defending our country where changes are happening very fast, I believe that here it's happening, and it's going to happen much faster. And I have facts to prove that. That was the fact after both world wars. And of course, we can hardly speak about positive consequences of a war. It's hard to even see how that's possible. But one of positive results was faster pace of emancipation of women. What women had promoted before, right to work, to independence, to participate in politics, that's what they got after the wars. In the US, after the Second World War, women started transforming from house mistresses to effective participants of the economy. And of course, that's because there was shortage of men, but that was an opportunity that could be used or not. And they did use the opportunities. They started working at managerial positions, the economy started growing, and employers were willing to admit candidates of both genders. And also the pay gap reduced. You know that in Ukraine it is still quite high, 17.6% the pay gap, but it reduced in the recent years. Previously it was 25%. I believe that's quite an achievement. But I'm sure that we need to consider the war-related trials not only as obstacles but as also motivation to overcome the gaps. And I'm sure that you may say that now a lot of women, they follow not their wishes, their vision, but they have to do something. That's their mission, that's their cause, that's what they have to do. I agree with you, but we can decide whether we see these new circumstances as slowing down factors or as opportunities. As soon as we see opportunity for our growth, definitely, and the enemy will not be able to deprive us of our lives, and that will enhance our country. And we should see this potential, these opportunities. That's key, and it's important to help each other to see these opportunities. Let that be our plan till we meet again. And again, we will share both our impressive results there. So, a round of applause to the First Lady. Thank you for systematically supporting Women's Congress. And now I'm happy to pass the floor to the Ambassador Plenipotentiary of the US to Ukraine, Ms. Bridget Brink.
Good morning, everyone. It is really great to be here and to see all of you. I want to say thank you to the Ukrainian Women's Congress and especially to my friends, Olena, Masha, and Svitlana, along with Marcin and our partners, the National Democratic Institute, for bringing us together today. And a special acknowledgement to Ukraine's First Lady. I remember saying it last year, and I say it again. You have taken on some of the most difficult challenges: mental health, abducted children, healing your veterans, and your leadership is nothing less than remarkable. Thank you. And to a Congress in its 8th year devoted to the power and possibility of women, I applaud all that you do. Thank you for being here, and thank you to the men who are the allies who are here as well. Thank you. And for me, it is a distinct honor to stand among so many remarkable Ukrainian women, united in a mission to shape the future of Ukraine and to shape the future of the world. The United States stands proudly behind the vision you have for your country, a sovereign, prosperous, and democratic nation fully integrated into the EU and NATO. Achieving this future requires the full political, economic, and civic engagement of your citizens, including, of course, Ukrainian women. And Ukrainian women are strong. Yes, fearless and strong. What I've seen in 2.5 years here underscores this point. Women serving on the front line, thousands of them. I think, as the First Lady said, 1/5 of the volunteers are women. It's remarkable. Women supporting their husbands, fathers, sons, and daughters, and doing so many things at once, as we women are used to do, that are so often unnoticed, but necessary to keep this country going, even in the face of Russia's brutal war. Raising money for frontline defenders, making the case of support to foreign partners, starting new businesses. Yes, 50% of all new businesses started since the start of Russia's full-scale invasion have been started by women, and so much more, so much more. Many of you are political representatives at the national or the local level. On this special day for the United States, you might have noticed we have an election today. Your leadership in this area underscores the importance of political participation. I want to acknowledge those of you who put yourselves and your reputations on the line to serve your country and your communities. As my fellow Americans head to the polls to exercise their democratic right, I want to reaffirm our shared values, including supporting freedom and democracy in Ukraine and around the world. And to those in government, working to create a better future for your country, as well as those outside of government, keeping us in government accountable, I thank you. We need each other to ensure governments work for the people and not for special interests. And this year, This month, in fact, marks a significant milestone on Ukraine's path toward your vision. 10 years since the Revolution of Dignity. Since then, significant legislative and political advances to make sure women have equal opportunity. And with this progress, I want to highlight the U.S. commitment to support the inclusion of women in all aspects of political, economic, and civic life. First, I'm proud we are helping women unlock their potential and that of your own economy. We understand that there are so many challenges that women-led businesses face, and initiatives like the Department of State's Ukraine Business Facilitation Program work to address the growing and shifting roles of women in the Ukrainian economy, technical barriers encountered by women-led businesses, including access to capital and financial resources, supply chain and exporting obstacles, and much more. And I'm proud to say that since February 22, we, through USAID and working with the Ministry of Economy, have supported over 350 women-owned small and medium-sized enterprises, as well as helped to create 1,800 jobs for women and assisted 93 women-owned small and medium-sized enterprises with access to new markets, enabling them to grow their thriving businesses. At the same time, as different markets are left empty by men fighting on the front lines, we are supporting women in transitioning to new careers. Thousands of women are acquiring new skills and certifications. As of August, over 5,000 individuals, 75% of whom are women, have enrolled in Coursera training courses through our Reskill UA program. This targeted training is providing online courses and certificates in priority sectors like rebuilding and recovery, business and technology, and connecting them with potential employers in these same sectors, sectors that are quickly developing despite Russia's war. We are also investing in Ukraine's human capital, and to date we have educated or provided exchanges to over 17,000 Ukrainian women. What does this mean? It means over 400 Ukrainian women master teachers returning to Ukrainian schools to teach. It means over 250 Ukrainian women entrepreneurs and executives returning from internships with Fortune 500 firms. It means Ukrainian women, Fulbright scholars who have studied traumatic brain injuries and now work tirelessly to broaden the spectrum of treatments available to Ukrainians impacted by the war. In partnership with the Ministry of Digital Transformation and Visa She's Next initiative, we also launched the second iteration of Dia Business Brave program this spring, reaching over 4,000 women entrepreneurs. From this, 40 women, over 1/3 from frontline regions, received mentorship, training, and a small grant to build their business ideas. At the conclusion of their 4-month program, 12 participants pitched their ideas to a live jury, and 4 women won large $10,000 grants. Through NDI, we are supporting the Equal Opportunities Caucus in Parliament to pass several key laws aimed at combating gender-based violence. It's critical that the Rada moves forward on this legislation, not just women MPs, but your male allies as well. Ukraine is powered by one key strength, its people. And Ukrainian women are a critical component of this strength and, of course, your future. I want to just refer to something the First Lady said because it reminded me about my own childhood. So both my grandfathers fought in World War II. And my mother's mother, my grandmother, stayed at home with her toddler baby, my mother, for 3 years while her husband was off serving. And that grandfather happened to be in India. And so for that time to support herself, she rented out a room in their house. And she became, for the first time, financially independent. And she said it was 3+ long years without her husband, writing coded letters to try to communicate and have ways where they could think about the future and talk about their small toddler. And my grandmother had never gone to college. And she determined at that moment, she told me that she would make sure my mother, an only child, would have every opportunity to support herself. And she did. And my mother went to college, and she became a teacher. And then she had me and my sister. So I say this only because I think this war is something no one could ever comprehend, except those of you and everyone here understands how awful it is. But I do think there are opportunities to take advantage of this horrific situation and propel your country into the future. And I am deeply committed to helping you do that. So I know your collective efforts and our collective efforts are far from finished. This Congress, now in its 8th year, and thank you to the Ukrainian Women's Congress and the Equal Opportunities Caucus for organizing this really important gathering. The full democratic and economic potential of Ukraine will only be felt if 50% of the amazing, innovative, and brave population of Ukraine is a part of this effort. You are all contributing to the future of your country, and the United States is proud to stand alongside of you. Thanks so much for having me here today. Slava Ukraini!
Героям слава! Дякуємо, пані Брінк, ваші оплески для
Glory
надзвичайної
to
повноважної
heroes.
посолки
Thank you
Сполучених
so
Штатів в
much
Україні,
to
яка у цей
Madam
непростий
Brink,
напружений
your
день змогла до нас
Excellency,
долучитися.
Ambassador of the Years to
І на
Ukraine,
сьомому
for
попередньому
finding this
жіночому
time
конгресі
in this difficult date to
співзасновниці
join
заснували
us.
та вперше вручили
And actually,
відзнаку за
last
визначні
year,
досягнення у сфері жіночого
there was
лідерства
the
імені
award
Мері
for
Хейген.
outstanding
Ця
achievement in
традиція
development
живе,
of gender
і
equality and
до
women's
цьогорічної
leadership, the award of the
церемонії
Mary
я
Hagen.
запрошую на сцену
This tradition keeps
співзасновницю
going,
Українського
and
жіночого
for
конгресу
maintaining
пані
this
Олену
tradition,
Кондратюк,
I
пані
invite
Марію
Olena
Іонову та
Kondratyuk,
пані
Maria
Світлану
Ionova, and
Войцеховську.
Svetlana Wojciechowska for this year award.
Шановні колежанки,
Dear
шановна
colleagues,
перша леді,
dear First Lady,
дуже рада всіх вас вітати.
dear ladies, I am so happy to see all of you here. I see so many familiar, close faces in this room who have been here with us for all these years, inspiring us. The award of the Ukrainian Women's Congress has been launched in 2023, and it's named after a woman who we definitely think as one of the mothers of our Ukrainian platforms, of the co-founders of Ukrainian. Mary Hagen worked in Ukraine as the director of the National Democratic Institute for the period from 2014 to 2019. Her strong belief into the Ukrainian women, into sisterhood, into women's leadership, these were key components of her belief. She inspired us, she helped us to believe in our strengths and make these changes possible. And thanks to these strengths, when gender policy was not so freely talked about some years ago, it was so difficult for us, but we managed to adopt the new electoral code where women became more visible in the politics sector, and one of the tasks of the Ukrainian Women's Congress is to make women visible, to show their strengths, their resilience, the bravery. There's hundreds, thousands of women who are not on the news pages, but at those difficult times, they took the responsibility for their families, for their communities, and all those who needed help. For years of activities of the Ukrainian Women's Congress, the new generation of women leadership has been formed, and I have this hope that specifically this generation will rebuild new and free Ukraine.
Бажаю здоров'я, вельмишановна
Greetings,
перша леді, пані
dear
Олена, Your
First
Excellency,
Lady,
дорогі друзі.
dear Olena, Your Excellencies, dear friends. As Svetlana has mentioned, indeed, for us, the Mary Hagen Award is one of the very personal pages of Ukrainian Women's Congress for all our team. So whom should we choose for the nominees? Because now Ukrainian women, there are so many of them who achieve their success in so different dimensions and spheres, but this year our team was absolutely on the same page, benching and saying one name. This girl, this woman is so incredible. She is one unified character, one personality. When we saw her for the first time, you know, you can't ignore this patriotism, the strength of your spirit, education, beauty. When you observe her, you feel the strength, you of God's inspiration. She gives you the strength to move forward and indeed to fight for those rightful values for which our country has been fighting for already thousands of years. And our nominee is indeed a real, perfect Ukrainian woman. She's patriotic, she's smart, she's strong, she's the same as our country of Ukraine. This is a person with whom you are ready to go into any fight, the hardest fight. She's full of beauty, full of all the senses values. Having her 25 years, she should have lived the full life of travels and trips and dreams. But she chose unbelievably difficult but so valuable path, the path of hospitaller, the path of rescuing Ukrainian defenders, the path of real personality. And now you will find out her name. Please look at the photo.
І єдине, що я собі просто обіцяла і заспокоювала чим себе, це те, що нічого страшного, то те, що
You know, I understand it's not terrible. You can get, you can understand what to do.
Тобі не доведеться сумувати за ними, приймати їхню смерть, вірити в те, що це сталося.
You can't believe what will happen. And that car in the Donetsk region,
Нікому там не подобається.
you know, it was, the situation was so terrible.
Що по-справжньому складного на війні. Коли мама дзвонить...
When mom calls from basement,
Мене так злить те, що Росія так далеко дістає.
you know, I'm so angry that Russia could reach us in the so far locations. I'm so angry that I can't help it, whatever I do. With our bodies, all of us, we just make jokes that we will die in this or that assault attack. We do it not for ourselves, but for our next generations.
Шановні друзі, так сталося, що
Dear friends, it happens that in the beginning of this year, we have agreed with Irina that she would become a member, participant of this Congress. Yes, and it happens that she is participant of this Congress. I invite to the floor Natalia Leluch, the person who got this award last year. I'm sure all of you know her. She's a medical expert, a volunteer, but also I would like to invite Oksana Tsibuch, mom of Irina Tsibuch, because yes, indeed, there are so many persons as Oksana as now. I know that's so difficult for you to be here, but we kindly ask you to speak a few words, because it's so important, because such people as Ira, they go in another dimension, but the memory about them and the most important, what they give their life for, should be valued by us who are alive right now.
Доброго дня, шановне товариство.
Good afternoon, dear community.
Я дякую за можливість
I'm thankful for this opportunity to be here. Thankful to Olena for this invitation. For me, it's so important, for our family it's so important, and I think that it's also so crucial for so hundreds, thousands of moms, the same as I am. Irinka should have been here together with you. Irina Tsibuchchika. But now I'm going to speak about her as my daughter, Irinka, my daughter. She should have been here. and speak about the development of Ukraine because she was so competent in so many different dimensions of the life. She's a journalist, having media literacy, of course. She had knowledge on crisis management, information policy, medicine, but her life was taken by Russia. Russia killed her. The same as has killed many of others. Those who could have created something good for our state, but they would never do it, unfortunately. As Irina said, and that's her quotation, that our sadness for people gives us some responsibility. This responsibility should be an evidence of what has happened and what the evil we have faced. That's why maybe the so difficult, extra difficult task for us is to work not only on our own, but also to work for them. It's so difficult to speak about the development of the state, about the perspectives, about the Congress as we are having today, if we have no security. And the security is not only about enough weaponry and well-trained army, but also it's about decent life for veterans, for families of the killed, and for so many other things. Irinka always said that in order to be heard, you need to be vocal. That's why today I allow myself to be her voice. I will cite her, I will quote her. So speaking about education, Irinka said that the most important thing for the Ukrainian society is knowledge. I think, she said, that in order to have some changes because of huge breakdowns, and she meant the war, so we need to have education. Education and knowledge is the source for growing, for extending your perspectives and horizons. She underlined that it's so important that such subject as the defense of Ukraine should be one of the compulsory in the school curriculum. She also trained people and outreached people on media literacy. It was one of her key priorities. Speaking about memory, Irinka said that the memory, if it's a joint, common memory, it impacts directly on our national security. The topic of memory includes so many different aspects, and I would like to mention the minute of silence or the minute of commemoration. Irinka mentioned that we can see that there is need of memorizing, of having this memory, but there is a risk to have this, this dead memory. That right now we try to do the memory as a trend, but now we need to do the memory not to die. She started to study the topic of memory in a deep way. She established her own project together with other like-minded people. She had a range of veteran hub sessions on memorizing and memory topics. She invited businesses there. It was a very powerful lecture. After that, so many different businesses and other people have introduced the minute of silence, the minute of commemoration to the operations. And they understood why they need it, what is the sense of it. And it was the goal of that lecture. Unfortunately, it was only one lecture, which was carried out by Irinka, but her team keeps working on it. And I think, and I have heard similar thoughts of other professionals with whom Irinka worked on that topic, that she became an impetus for this topic. This topic came after her words on the table regarding this need for messages and memory for our society. So speaking about this minute of silence, one of the important rituals is the daily minute of silence. It allows us to start our day with the gratitude to those who gave their lives for us, and for that day when they gave our lives for our sake. And this minute of silence, it's about respect, about this all national unity. Actually, in this minute of silence, there is so much of voice, of sometimes of screaming, of emotions, of feelings. This minute of silence, yeah, maybe this time is a little bit more of the Soviet times. Maybe it's better to call it the minute of the memorizing, of respect, because it should bear some sense. It should bear some meanings for us. Now I will share with you what this minute of silence means for me, because now it has been already different for me for the last 5 months. Each morning it's different for me. From the very beginning, it was so painful, so, so terrible, so unbearable, so sad. In other moments, I've been thinking about those moments of my daughter, of my child, that she has spent on trips, having coffee or tea, but on the thing which I'm thinking about the dream which I'm having, and it will never come true. That she would send me a very standard message. She will send me each morning. All good with me. I love you. I kiss you. The other moment, which is so inherited to the minute of silence, is the sense of unity of all Ukrainians during this minute. If each of us at 9:00 sharp is one of those millions of Ukrainians who stop going at that specific minute, thinking about those people whom they don't know and whom they know, about their friends and relatives. They thankful to them, they say thank you. Then we are all people of one big society and community. We feel this unity. We feel this proudness that we are all those people who live in such dire times, and those people, their dreams already would never come true, but we can speak about them. We can speak about some personalized minutes of silence. I wish all of us to spend those minutes as I have mentioned. Now I call to each of you. Now I'm asking each of you, dear participants of this Congress, dear participants, let's do everything possible. Let's do our best for what Irina Tsibukchika wanted so much, for all Ukraine to stop in silence at 9:00 sharp. As in some settlements it's already done, but not in all. And I think that the audience which is here now indeed could impact on this fact, for this minute of silence to be all national in its full-fledged sense. I can't say that it's only on paper, because indeed people do it, but to have it in all settlements, to have this unity, to have this proudness. And then we shall all understand that Ukraine is not only about losses, about crying, about pain, but also it's about proudness. It's about standing up straight. Closing up my speech, I would like to say a very concise, very short, but so meaningful phrase, which was so loved by Irenka. Let's be an impetus for all of us, for call for actions. Let's be decent for all the actions carried out by our heroes. Glory to Ukraine.
Ms. Oksana, thank you so much. The most terrible thing is that heroes do die, but we can remember them. Those who are still living, we need to preserve their memory of those who sacrificed their lives. Here we believe that we can have impact. We can achieve what Ms. Oksana mentioned. And let's take a family photo. You can all stay together. I invite the photographer who will organize this group picture for all of us.
Дякуємо вам.
Thank you. My last conversation with Irina was about memory. We agreed that she would come back from the Kharkiv region and we will have a program on TV about memorials and memory because she believed that memory builds the future. And we are talking about the future, what we are preparing for and how we can model this future, taking into account our values, our plans, our goals. And now I would like to invite the head of Frontier Institute to present the research of about the future of Ukraine. Mr. Yevhen, over to you. Good morning. I feel a special level of trust and honor to be the first man to be on this stage. I believe that the movement for women's rights is not just women's tasks. And I believe that we can become the fully developed country when we don't have these gaps that the world needs 134 years to overcome. Ukraine can do it better and faster. I wanted to share a presentation with you. And I listened to this introduction, and I will not do that. I will do something different. Because there are few events where where we have this welcoming speech, which are full of content and so informal. And I will try to be on the same level with the previous speakers. I know it won't be easy. My professional mentor, Олександр Кривенко, was the person who all the time used irony. And one of the things that he always said very seriously when he talked, remember that Ukraine has female gender. And I see some recognition that some people knew Alexander personally, and you remember that he said that. And I think that this is something that we need to understand better and have deeper understanding. We have 3 words from this Congress: Ukraine, Women's Congress. And I believe that we perceive this adjective Ukrainian just as a formality, but it is not. The issue that what we need to do for Ukrainian women to be visible, this is very much Ukrainian context. And this Ukrainian context a context of gaining your position, gaining your impact. This is the same what Ukraine is doing. If we can look at this graph, this cardiogram, this is the history of Ukrainian catastrophes. This is about the age of the average age of Ukrainians in comparison to other European countries. And every time when Ukrainians try to protect themselves and declare our independence, they received the strong resistance of the enemy who couldn't allow that. And we tried it for the first time after the World War I, when we gained, but we couldn't protect our independence. And after we gained but couldn't protect, we even got some renaissance, which then it was shot. We had the chance to breathe in, but then we paid full price. Famine destroyed not only those people who actually died. Famine poisoned with trauma those people who survived, or people who were born after famine, people who live all their life with pain. Then the World War II had the same goals: to destroy the state, to destroy the capacity to live on your own territory, to self-govern, to organize your own life on your own territory, and again millions of lives lost. The pressure of Soviet repressions maybe changed after the World War II, after Stalin. It just changed the type. Remember that we talked about new qualities that we have. And these new qualities we develop not only ourselves, but our enemies too. And we had some development of healthcare and infrastructure, but we can see that this is we talk about here about security, we have food, sport. It's all about what we have to live longer. And when this age, this number goes down in peaceful time, it means that we lose hope. And it definitely shows that it influences our society. Look what's going on in Europe. People live longer in Europe. And it goes up in Europe, but it's plateau in Ukraine. Now, during the war, we are going down because we lose these fantastic heroes who defend us. And it goes down because there are people who live on territories which are free, but they're under shelling, air raids, certain things that people don't need to face if they live in peaceful and protected environment. We are saying that this is the cardiogram which shows the level of concern and how difficult our life is. This is a different dimension. This is our demographic pyramid. And we can teach Ukrainian history looking at that. Because the moment we have some decrease of number of people, then the question is what happened? Here are the losses of people that we lost during famine. We don't see that among men, but we see it because men in general live less than women. These are the losses of people during the World War II. But people who die, they don't die alone. They die with their possible offsprings. And then we see the curse of this pyramid, that those who died in the previous generation, they die together with the next generation and the generation after them. Then we have Chernobyl catastrophe, then we have the beginning of the war in Donbass, and every time this depth of the catastrophe is going deeper and deeper. Between 19th and 20th century, we had about 1 million children born every year. Then, between Soviet Union and independence, it was about 500,000. 2 years ago, there were a bit more than 220,000. Last year, it was 187,000. This year, we will have 160,000. These are the losses that we will not be able to compensate. And the decrease the number of parents in the future means that we will have fewer children in the future. That the conclusion of these 150 years is horrifying. Every time when we lose independence, every time when we lose our state, every time when we lose control over our territory, every time when we have occupied territories where we cannot protect human rights, we die physically. If we want Ukrainians to live on, it's important to have our independent state. Without our own independent state, Ukrainians cannot survive. And we cannot protect our indigenous people who are protected by Ukrainian state. The Ukrainian state is the only way to defend ourselves in the future. And when we talk about this in the future, in 2018-2019, I was an expert who collected a text of Ukrainian strategy of youth policy for 2030, and it was signed by President Zelensky. And I want to show you this slide for you to understand the challenges that we are facing. This is the slide from the presentation which I prepared then. In Ukraine in 2019, there were a bit over 3.1 million people from 25-29 age group. This is very important age group, which is the engine and the drive of economy. And they spend their money, they spend money of their parents, so they are very important. We have a bit over 1.5 million of 15-19 in 2019. After 10 years, due to demographic changes, this number will decrease by 1.3 million. But this does not include demographic situation. It doesn't include the mothers who took their children out of the country at the beginning of full-scale invasion. This graph doesn't take into consideration how how demographic changes due to migration from Ukraine, also the changes that young people die defending their country. And we risk from 3 million people to get to the number which will be close to 1 million. And this is something that concerns and should concern everyone. And we talk about overall population of Ukraine. We as society, we need to do something really fast. We have lower number of children, then we have lower number of young people, then we have a lower number of people of middle age, and only senior people, we have more of them. And now if we add the numbers which are influenced by the war, and then we will see a situation where we have no right for mistake. If we look at the proportions of the population, because at the beginning of the independence, for one working person, it was one non-working person. Now we are one working person for more than two who are not working, which means that whether we are helping our relatives through a pension system or supporting directly our relatives, it would be hard. We will need to make tough decisions about taxation and social support, and we need to find new solutions for these new conditions. And where are women in all of this? And why is this a topic about women? Because the challenges, the biggest strategic challenges that Ukrainian women face, they are the same that Ukraine faces. Ukraine, as a society and as a state, got used to be seen through us, not at us. And I think that many women understand when you are trying to talk about something important, but people see through you. And but some people see you still as a beautiful decoration in the room rather than a professional. This is the same, it shows the challenge how we need to reorganize ourselves. If you talk about resilience, and we need to talk about this, because we understand that if tomorrow something amazing happens and Russia stops the war, it doesn't mean that it will never come back. And we need to be resilient all the time, because at any moment they can decide to attack again. And now it's very symbolically that Ukrainian female defendant got this award. We need to understand that resilience goes outside masculinity. It's about women, it's about girls, it's about everyone. The same that dignity is for everyone or about everyone. We have no right to narrow dignity to male leadership, to those who traditionally have privileges or traditional roles. Dignity and recognition of female input into volunteering, business, social area, we need to recognize this. We need to do this. The same as empathy. It's stereotypical female role, but it has to be universal. Today, in this room, many men cried. This is our capacity to be humans rather than to be genderally separated groups.
Same about education. How often have we heard about that? Oh, she doesn't need maths. Where is she going to apply that? I mean, in traditional post-Soviet sort of new schools. Whether the school offers the space that develops capacity, and is this capacity versatile? Women are becoming engineers, that's true, but how many obstacles are they supposed to overcome and how many fail notwithstanding this pressure? And that's not just pressure from certain circumstances, that's also about objective pressure. Where there is some rationale that seems kind of acceptable to the society. Motherhood, the period that is important for a woman to have her health protected during pregnancy. This very period will be the factor that will work against the woman's interests in the labor market. We need to understand how this capacity is going to be supported. We could see how those who try to support businesses during COVID, how they invested efforts to make sure that these businesses had sufficient external scaffolding of support. Is that accessible to Ukrainian women? That's about responsibility and about leadership. That also arises at that point where we are not sure about whether this is a woman's role from the point of view of the education system. Same about communities. That's about our integration, about solidarity, about being committed to a cause, whether us men have enough solidarity with women, whether we create coalitions in the society to support those who are weaker, whose voice is not heard. Are we integrated enough to feel the needs and pain of others? I feel like Grinch stealing Christmas, but well, I see your presence, I'm aware of that. Okay. So the last thing is about governance. If we can have this long-term perspective, if we understand that the mistakes that we make now, they will multiply and develop in the future. Are we accountable? Are we human-centric? Each of these items has both male and female dimensions. And when we speak about these items, it is very important to keep in mind that that is not something that women need to learn to become better women. Everyone needs to learn their lessons, including men. Thank you, Yevhen Glebovitsky, the Frontier Institute manager. Leaders, thank you for sticking with the timing, and we are so grateful to our partners due to whom this has become possible. 8th Women's Congress, new potential, new roles. The Congress is held at the support of UN Women in Ukraine with the funding of the governments of Norway, Sweden and Denmark, and with support of NDI, USAID, EGAP, implemented by the Eastern Europe Foundation and Heinrich Böll Stiftung. We also have support from Women's Fund of Peace, Foundation of Peace, and UN Action Against Sexual Violence, UNDP in Ukraine with the support of the government of Sweden, and the security sector in Ukraine implemented by the parliamentary sector and the Agency for Legislative Initiatives with the support of the Program for Development of Peace and Stabilization, UNICEF in Ukraine, and the International Foundation of Election Systems with the funding of USAID and the UK government. The Congress is also held with the support of Ощадбанк, Kyivstar, МХП Громада, Metinvest, Приватбанк, and Tokarev Foundation. Media partners are Starlet Media, Espresso, Прямий, and 5th Channel, online media, Ukrainska Pravda and Telegraph UA, and also PTM Ukraine, having more than 20 years of experience in the market. And now we take 10-minute break. We have very busy agenda, and during the break, my colleague Katerina Trushik is going to work, journalist and TV anchor, promoter of evidence-based medicine. And thank you, Yana, and welcome to everyone waiting for.
Forum Danilo Lubkivsky. So give us a sign that you are already engaged. Please give us a sign that you are ready to work. So commander of platoon of uncrewed aerial vehicle systems in the armed forces of Ukraine, Oksana Rybanyuk. Please be super active here. Member of the supervisory board of Ощадбанк, Rosa Tapanova. Let's applause to Rosa. Leader of the Ukrainian Center for Civil Liberties, Alexandra Matvichuk. And on line, we will have a leader of the Ukrainian community in Lithuania, representative of the Ucreate Hub platform, Svetlana Zalushna. And a moderator of this panel will be my colleague, head of the ICTV host of the ICTV channel, and the Yedine Noviny telethon, Vadim Karpyak. Thank you so much. Thank you, Yana. Thank you to all present here. I'm not so used to see so many people here. So this year Congress is focused on the future. And you know, it's so symbolic that there are US elections which are taking place today, and there is a first chance in the whole history that women could be a leader of the USA, and that's the whole perspective of the whole attention across the globe. But I have been thinking how we shall start this talk today, and I recalled in my memory a book of a Bulgarian author, and I call him a Bulgarian Andrukhovich, and his name is Georgy Gospodinov. He's very famous, he's well known, and his book is Timekeeping, just got Booker Award last year. This book is about time. That's how European countries don't want to look ahead in the future, but want to go back in the past, having some referendums and deciding what decade is better for life. Just recently, I had a talk with him on the reform, and I asked him, and what about Ukraine? Ukraine will not take part in this referendum because, you know, there is a general myth which is the baseline, the platform for many so many things. That it was good, and sometime in the past, the general myth about heaven, and then bad people come, and we would like to go back to this good past. That's how general policy works. Make America great again. It was something good in the past, now it's bad, we need to make something to have good. But in Ukraine, in our historical times, there was no such moment we want to return. All the time, we needed to stand for something of ours. That's why our good is in the future. That's why the Women's Congress is also focused on this future. And our topic of our panel, that women's dimension of leadership, priority, new policies. In Ukrainian language, this word policies, that we have this general double meaning, because the policy in Ukrainian language means both the process and the type of, legislative base. So now we have a question to Alexei. Alexei, look, the issue of restoration is the responsibility and the decision upon the communities. And it was glad to know that 37% of communities in Ukraine are led by women. But when we speak about communities near the front line, of course, the figure even is higher there. I don't know the concise, huge statistics, but, based on personal experience, interviews, and, as a broadcasting, it looks like this. And would it be a situation when, there are some areas in the state policies that will be dedicated to women's leadership on the level of the communities globally? Or do we just document this fact that, okay, we have it, it's good, but nothing else? Or are we going to develop it, to develop this approach? Thank you so much for your question, dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, dear participants. I'm so happy to see all of you here on this great event. I say to you greetings from Alexei Kuleba, Vice Prime Minister for Restoration of Ukraine. Unfortunately, because of the official state events, his participation of state officials, he was not able to make it here, but I say greetings from his side. Yes, indeed, this topic of today's panel is so interesting, and because the war, the exhausting war, keeps going, keeps lasting in Ukraine. This war takes lives for people on a daily basis, and the women's leadership in such so extremely difficult times is so obvious. And without any exaggeration, I could say that yes, women are those that platform which Ukraine stands on, and women also will lead Ukraine into the future. Thank you to all of you. Yes, indeed. In 2022, I had this chance to work in the Kyiv regional administration, and I spent so much time talking to so many different people, specifically in that north part of the region which was under occupation at that time. And it's also history, and it's also the story about leadership, because even without having any status, those women helped people who stayed under occupation of the enemy. These women made it possible for those people to keep withstanding, to withstand those terrible times, and yes, indeed, overcome them. One of the representatives of the village in the Kyiv region told me her story, how she was a priest burying people, and at the same time she played the role of a cooker. She made bread and distributed it among people, and a negotiator. She helped Ukrainian forces and provided them with coordinates of the enemy. And actually, the modern Ukraine is being built on such people, on such things. We have so many women who are community leaders. We have representatives who are women who are leaders of the civil military administrations in some settlements. We have mayors of villages, towns, and townships. We have women, all of them, who are leaders. That's about leadership, first of all. For me personally, I do not differentiate in any manner on that matter, because all of us, we have been doing the same thing. All of us, we are doing the same thing in order to support people, to preserve Ukraine, and to let people plan the future. Indeed, we live in our communities. We rebuild ourselves in those communities, and we build the future of our communities. Tamila Tasheva, I'm also so happy to see you here, actually. She's so important representative of the president in Crimea. She's so powerful leader who deals with so serious issues and challenges which stand in front of Ukraine, the issues of reintegration of the occupied territories, the issue of what shall be done in order to liberate our minds from that imperialistic agenda which we have inside, of the trauma that we have. Dear colleagues, all of us, men and women, we do the same thing. We are dedicated to one cause. We are involved into doing the same tasks. All of us, we shall stand. In front of us, we will have a very challenging year, independent on who will win on the US elections. For us, it's a significant challenge. All of us, we clearly know that unfortunately material resources are in lack for Ukraine. And we keep standing by our own spirit, but with support of our partners. Yeah, definitely. But what about policies? You gave a huge example of the Militasheva, of a person, of a woman who fulfilled all functions. Is there any signs in the state of policies that will indeed make such presence of women in leadership more obvious? First of all of us, we know that the law defined a quota for presence of women in some electoral authorities. So look, speaking about specifically our area, the area of regional development, development of territorial communities, and this sphere, here we can say that on the legislative level, the discussion should be started in order to strengthen the role of women and participation of women in regional and local elections, and therefore strengthening their role in executive and state authorities. And I already can confirm that, yes, indeed, it was already envisaged in the legislative framework. And here I invite everyone for the dialogue, because we are quite a new team, which has started working in the ministry. But here, within the implementation of different policies, we are ready to hear and listen to different proposals, to engage into those discussions, all those who wish to participate. And indeed, the policy of equal participation will be implemented definitely in all areas of responsibility of the ministry.
And could you answer briefly about why the representation of women? Can this be something that will unite the country, not provoke some controversial discussion, but can it have consensus in society that, yes, from south to the north, from east to west, it's something that we support? In our country, we definitely have the power of women, and women leads and rules in every family. And this is something that where we can meet the consensus. Unfortunately, First Lady left the room. I'm sure she will hear it from you. Данило Лубківський, Director of the Kyiv Security Forum. So what is security now? This is the main question to those who are not at the front line. But of course, security at the front line is the whole other discussion. So all opinion polls show that security is something that is dominating the whole country. And you, Mr. Danilo, I would like to ask, as security is your profession, how do you see the role of women in security processes in Ukraine? Because we heard the number of 68,000 of women who serve in armed forces of Ukraine, and this is only armed forces of Ukraine. Do we know the overall number? Because armed forces of Ukraine, this is only a part of defense forces. We still have the borderline security and National Guard, and there are women there. So what is the role of women in providing security in the country? Do we maybe underestimate this role? Thank you for asking me exactly that. You ask very interesting questions, and I will try to answer them briefly. But before that, I want to congratulate all of us on the victory of Maju Sandu, who was re-elected as the president of Moldova. I also want to congratulate you on congratulating Kamala Harris on becoming President of the United States. Oh, maybe it is a bit premature. Even if we don't know what's going to happen on this election day, but we definitely know that one day it will happen that the woman will lead Ukraine. And I want to thank the co-founders of Ukrainian Women's Congress for inviting me, your friend, to participate in this conversation. I want to thank Ms. Olena, Svetlana, and Maria. Thank you for creating this community and uniting people here who are united by values and ideas. To answer your questions, I will continue with the words of Yevhen Libovetsky, because Yevhen painted a very powerful picture of where we are. That it was definitely a good introduction to the future. We have the line tradition going back to the golden times, and we talk about golden age for different eras, for different generations. Even now, it's a golden era, so we live through the times of Ukrainian independence and 30 years of being independence, because this is the highest point for independence of Ukraine, even though we are usually dissatisfied with any achievements we have. Yevhen painted a difficult picture, because the future is not going to be easy. And that's what we discussed at Kyiv Security Forum for Youth, where young female participants said about the most important trend of our era is militarization of democracy. We can't recognize the future. We are now in the fog of the war. But certain things we can either calculate or see, because they are something that we can reach. We understand that Ukraine has changed. Not only the territory has changed with newly occupied territories, but we have changes in military, political, economic, social sense. We have tremendous changes. We have learned to be a nation. This is our big achievement. And we are learning to be a nation every day. And empathy is an important value. Understanding the pain of others is something that unites us. But also other things have changed. Political landscape has changed. We have the center of influence. They have changed. Civil society and activists, they became the part of the front line as volunteers, male and female, men and women who are fighting and protecting the country with weapons. We have a smaller role of oligarchs now. We have a smaller role of traditional political parties. On the other hand, the role of churches has changed. And we have a new important actor. This is the Armed Forces of Ukraine. And all military and war environment around our army. This huge gravitational force will change the future of Ukraine. Of course, other factors will influence. I see that I'm almost out of time. I think somebody accelerated this clock. In any case, for us to understand that we are moving to the future where Ukrainian democracy will have to be a militarized democracy, because we will live in the future with constant possible threat. Also, we are traumatized society, and we have all kinds of traumas which will influence our decisions. And only ethics can balance militarization and democracy. These are the principles that were presented by Yevhen Hlibovitsky. Only following moral standards and ethics will preserve that balance, which will transform Ukraine into a free but still a fortress. And it's a metaphor that Ukraine has implemented the Plan 1325 about women, and we managed to achieve this plan. The base of our moral principles is that no one's left behind. And this way of thinking, because ethics doesn't see gender, but if we don't provide equal rights, including rights of men and women, it means that we are not following the rules of ethics, which means that these sustainable development goals, this what will define our development. And through creating this alliance of gender-inclusive reconstruction and recovery, I think that this is the way forward. And this way, we can create a fortress called Ukraine. And Ukraine has female gender, and fortress has also female gender, and we are the fortress. Not expected speech. Now I would like to talk to Ms. Oksana Rubanya, commander of a platoon of uncrewed aerial vehicle. We never met before, and of course I would love to talk about your poetry now, but unfortunately we have to talk about weapons, army and women. And I think that many of you saw how Maria Berlinska again raised this issue of women in the army and mobilization. And there are many discussions about equality, why only men are mobilized. And in Facebook comments, and not only there, we have a portal to hell. And all kinds of feminism and all the hellish discussion around that. So the person who is fighting and the person who was injured, so you know what fighting is. What do you think about mobilization for both men and women? Thank you, Dmitro. Hello, everyone. Women in the army. This is a headline that is used by journalists, and before there were like mixed emotions around this headline. But now, women in the army. This is stability. This is standard. In the platoon where I serve, there are many women, and they fight alongside men, and they do everything that they are supposed to do. Whether a woman can fight alongside men, yes, they can. Can women be effective in armed forces of Ukraine? Yes, they can. Women can do everything if they are willing. But we still need to fight with this word impossible. You can't be a combatant. You can't fight at the positions. You cannot be a commander. These three statements, that's what I faced on my way when I started as a regular soldier in the battalion, and now I am the commander of UAV. And I hear these phrases from men. For a woman to be effective and useful in her unit, first who needs to accept that? Not even the brothers in arms, but the commander on the higher level that the woman reports to. Because the commander needs to provide equal opportunities and equal rights to follow the orders. If this doesn't happen, I know many examples, unfortunately not my own, because I have good commanders, and I know examples where women were prohibited to evacuate injured. So think about this. A woman is prohibited to work in medical evacuation just because she is a woman. And the lives of the unit were lost because women were not sent to do this task. So we need to listen to both men and women. It's important. And to answer your question about do we need to have mobilization of women, I cannot say that I'm competent enough to answer because there are many factors that can influence that. Age, family status, whether the woman has children, because family and children, they require support. We grew up with mothers and hopefully fathers, and we know how important it is to have parents. But I can definitely say that women can give this breath of fresh air in the army, and they can operate drones, heavy machine guns, they can be snipers, they can organize logistics of the armed forces of Ukraine, they can work with documents or any other type of activity, they can be military journalists. So there are many positions where women can be effective. Yes, we can talk about this. Nobody doubts whether women can be effective in the area of defense. But when we talk about trainings and about the readiness of the army, whether they are ready to accept women, yeah, we use this number of 68,000 women, but when we look closely, it turns out that there is no uniform. The bulletproof vests are not adjusted to female body, and the trainings are not provided for women or not adjusted to women. And so when we say that women are ready, if necessary, to take on this responsibility and this role, so are armed forces ready to accept women, and are they prepared? Women are ready, and many women already lost their lives for our existence. Yalta, Cheka, Valkyria, Yara, and many hundreds of names that we don't know or we never heard, or I know them, but I haven't mentioned them right now. They let us live now. About preparedness of armed forces of Ukraine, over my 3 years in the army, I never received female uniform, but I received this uniform from funds, Arm Women Now Fund with Irene Barak. So hygiene products, ammunition, and all the necessary equipment. And there are many funds, for example, Zemlyachki Fund from Kharkiv. Unfortunately, there is a big gap that still Armed Forces of Ukraine, they haven't filled. And I believe we had enough time to prepare better. Thank you. This is an important aspect. What about trainings? So the training centers, they train on equal level, but what about next? I haven't spent a lot of time training, only when I moved to infantry to UAV. I was trained for that, and then I went through officer courses to get the training. So the level of sexism in training centers, that is the highest level of sexism that I never experienced in the army. And the reason is that the old-fashioned military who served there before the full-scale invasion and before the war, and it's very difficult to change their outlook. It's not just about how they treat women, but how they train as well. I believe that these trainings should be adjusted, and the training centers need to engage people who were injured, who cannot fight, but they can train next people who are mobilized or who want to retrain and to work in different part of the army to be useful, and who can be effective at the front line after effective training with new trainers. And my last question, Ms. Oksana, do you have any recommendations how can we eradicate the sexism in training centers? Is it all about the employees of these centers, so to fire people who are sexist and to appoint the new people, or is it not that simple? There is a good phrase, it all starts with you. And each of us needs to accept that women can serve in the army. But unfortunately, sometimes you need to fight. And yes, we need to replace some people, to send them back to the front line, for them to remember the real fighting, and for them to update their knowledge, which unfortunately they don't have in training centers, and to invite to training centers people who have real combat experience. So unfortunately, these training centers, they don't have lectures or conversations, but we need to be tough. It's no time for lectures or soft conversations. We need to fight for our values, and we need to remember that there is war in the country. We don't have time for soft methods. Unfortunately, I see in civilian world where the war is forgotten, and I can speak on behalf of military women. It hurts and it offends us because we are still there, we are still fighting, and you shouldn't forget about us and all fundraisers that we organize now. It's important to support them. And I received a phone call on my way here. The guy said that we need night vision drones. We use Mavics for that. We are out of drones, and I asked to support our fundraiser to buy drones, and I said I will come up with something. I'm here, but right now I'm with my unit, and I ask each and every one of you to join my fundraiser. It is on my page. Please help us, because we cannot fight without you. We cannot fight without you.
That's on Facebook or Instagram, both, and today I will reshare that. Well, while we are communicating, anyway, you peep in your cell phones. Oksana Robanyak, Facebook, Instagram, and there is QR code. Yeah, and I will reshare it. So maybe before the panel discussion ends, we will close that, we will complete that fundraising. Okay, that would be the most efficient then. So now Rosa Tapanova, the member of Supervisory Board of Oshadbank. So now, while our participants today, they are checking their cell phones, and I hope that will generate some positive results. So I remember that this year, the National Strategy for Financial Literacy of Population before 2030 was approved. That's about savings, and in Ukrainian context, you also need to allocate money for this kind of fundraisers. But the figure is shocking that before the full-scale invasion, the distribution of salaries, wages, was not for the benefit of women, and the gap was 18.5%, even though statistically they say that the situation is changing. And now, since there are fewer men and because of drafting aspects, women more often come to managerial positions, and more often than ever, women are launching their businesses. So the First Lady mentioned now it is 55% of all businesses that are women-led. So do we have any statistics about what happens next? Because we understand that launching a business, it's just the beginning, because then you have the responsibility. So how does it develop further? And you are one of the largest banking institutions in Ukraine. You allocate loans. So what's your vision of the level of financial literacy among women? Do you see any trends there? If it's getting better or worse? And before 2030, it's expected that all of us will be a bit more literate, right? Well, these challenges that we are observing in the war make it possible for us not to follow that very long way as Europe followed. For example, if you consider Poland, where we say that we are ready for the EU and we want to join the EU, but that's about a lot of requirements and regulations, especially for financial literacy and the transparency of doing business. So especially in territorial communities, we are not ready to change what we have always had. And the state, the banks, they are interested. They wonder, well, where I get the funds, how I pay my contributions, how I should develop my reporting and my business activities. Poland has been on this journey for many years. Now we don't have that time. We need to act quickly. And the state programs and grants that are allocated by UNICEF, by other partners, they are mostly aimed at teaching people financial literacy so that they were not afraid to start their enterprises. Because mostly territorial communities support micro and small and medium businesses, and Europe developed a lot of programs to help them start operating. And at the beginning of the full-scale invasion, when on the 1st of July we launched this initiative where we did our best to make sure that e-Robota is efficient, so we followed the Polish path, basically. We allocated the grant funds so that those enterprises that are not working officially, so that they learned to start their businesses. And we see the best results now for these programs. We see support from international partners who also can see how, even in the situation of the full-scale war, how SMEs are developing. And that's about hope, about trust, about reputation. We got grants from other countries, especially for frontline territories. Then we implemented some joint products where we said to some military administrations, like, you have the money, and we know how it would be possible to implement some joint projects so that certain amount of money that is allocated from the budget help people to survive and to start new enterprises. For Mykolaiv, for example, that was the idea of a manager, a lady who was head of a regional department, and as a result, when Kherson was occupied, they had to leave Mykolaiv, but then they came back because local authorities implemented this program where they could use some of these funds as first contribution so that people could come back, because if there is economic life, this is not humanitarian catastrophe, as we can see in Kherson what's going on. And these humanitarian products, they appear now more often. We know that Ashad Bank launched 450. This is our program for veterans, where we estimated the risks and we teach people to work with businesses to prepare certain documents. Regarding our indicators, during full-scale invasion, out of 66 enterprises led by women, now it turned into 80,000. So it was interesting for us to follow these figures. How many enterprises are launched that are non-typical, unusual, as women-led, for example, in energy, telecommunications, processing. So up to 30% of those enterprises are in those sectors. 20% are in the defense and agrarian sector. So we see these changes and we are helping them. The best example was when I was in Pokrovsk and I saw a woman who got a grant there to produce metal constructions. And she looked so great. She had high heels and she already had contracts with large vendors. And she knows that if Pokrovsk is occupied, she will be able to relocate and stay in the business. Further on, women who inspire us, we know about these women. These are heads of the regional departments in Kharkiv, the Donetsk, Sumy, Mykolaiv regions, Zaporizhia region along the front line. The heads of regional offices are women. So maybe you know, considering the situation in Pokrovsk, what about that metal construction business now? Have they relocated? I know that they relocated part of their production, and those people who live there, they know that at any point it may happen that they will have to leave, that mostly they referred their contracts. They already had this idea about where they are going to relocate. Another question, to what extent the banking sector is gender sensitive? Currently it's not. And I can see that based on our employees and representatives of management even, we see that, well, the most important thing is if someone is professional. So we have gender equality policy that was adopted many years ago. Okay, thank you. And I believe that it wouldn't be complete without inviting Svetlana Zaluzhna, one of leaders of the Ukrainian community in Lithuania, representative of the Ukrainian Hub platform, which is probably the largest professional hub in Europe. We see Svetlana now. Yes, I can hear and see you. Great. Then, Svetlana, thank you for that you have joined us, even if virtually. The Ukrainian hub has already become legendary, and this is in the best sense of the word. So my question would be this: what should be done in order that Ukrainians with children, who are the biggest category of people who left in 2022 and later, I tried to look for that figure, so all in all it is 6 to 8 million number of those who left the country. Mostly these are women and children. So what should the state do to make sure that these citizens wish to come back? What can the state do for that purpose now? Welcome, dear participants of the panel discussion, dear guests, dear organizers. I would also like to start with words of gratitude for this opportunity to be, I don't know if you hear me now. Yes, we can hear you well. Great, because at a certain point I lost you. So thank you for this opportunity to be the voice of Ukrainian women who are abroad. And these are not just words. I'm actually very worried because during these 2.5 years I've been talking in various communities at different levels, and this is the first time that I actually address women and men who are in Ukraine. And to some extent, I believe that this is historical moment, and I'm grateful for this opportunity to start this dialogue to discuss these aspects. And I believe that Well, I'd like to present a bit more context why I'm speaking about the policies for to support the return, state policies. Why I'm speaking about that now. I went to Lithuania in March 2022. I have 3 kids and I've been in Lithuania with them together with my, well, I didn't want to say mother-in-law, let's say my husband's mother. So I have 2 large important causes, and one that you have introduced. And so Ukraine Hub, this is the largest hub in Europe, and the goal of it is preserving intellectual and social capital of Ukrainian women who will serve interests and benefits of Ukraine. So going back to the name of the panel, Women's Leadership and New Roles. So my role there is about advocacy for Ukraine, preserving the Ukrainian capital, developing relationships with international communities, with Europeans, where we can bring the Ukrainian agenda on the agenda. Now the hub has 370 active members. This is representatives of active Ukrainian community in Lithuania. Mostly these are women. They come together in clusters of culture, education, science, media, mental health, entrepreneurship. These women, they are well educated. They have their own projects. They have not always, not only adapted to adjusted to living in the other country, they are doing important things. And this is about significant funds, about millions of euros for their work. The second cause that I'm following with my heart, this is the experience that I brought from Ukraine to Lithuania. This has been recognized at the international platform to work with Ukrainian refugees, and that's work with Ukrainian families. For 2.5 years now, we've been conducting camps for families. These are family programs where we engage Ukrainian women, children, adolescents, young people. So each month we hold 3 days together, and we work to make sure that these women, these families have this capacity and resilience so that they could preserve and they sustain their family relationship at the distance, to not only deal with war trauma, but also to ensure post-traumatic development, to help to raise their children. And thousands of Ukrainian families are joining our programs. I hear stories from thousands of women, and I hear about different contacts. And here it's important to mention that Lithuania has this very specific geography of refugees. Most of them come from the territories that are now under occupation or used to be occupied and then de-occupied. So these are hard stories. These are stories of losses of children, of everything important they had in life. So when we speak about Ukrainian women abroad or Ukrainian refugees, and why I'm explaining what we work with. That's because Ukrainian refugees, this is not just one image, one profile. These are different categories of families with different needs, different expectations and intentions, and different motivation for coming back. So answering your question about whether we've lost these people, I say no, definitely no. If Ukrainians will come back from abroad, yes. If all of them will come back from abroad, no. And here we see the figure that about 40 to 50% of families, they intend to stay and they are doing something for that sake. But we understand that there will be different contacts and we don't yet know how this will be implemented. I just wanted to clarify, how do you see the role of the state, of the government, so that part of these families came back? What should the state do in order to support those who decide not to come back so that they remain Ukrainians abroad, to support them as our agents of influence. So what should be done as soon as possible by the government? Yeah, thank you. That was the second part of my intervention, basically. So it is obvious that we need public policies, strategies, communication strategy programs to motivate people to come back to Ukraine. And definitely this active communities, community leaders, they need to be engaged already now to working groups, to committees, because they know the contacts, they hear stories from people, they see how they change their minds and their what's happening in their hearts. So to put it briefly, because we have limited time, already we see people who would be ready to come back. These are people who basically are already in the state of survival, and for them the question where to live, where to educate children, that's key. They go to Caritas and Red Cross services, and they so if there was this communication, they would be ready to come back because they have nowhere to come back. I believe that is the first wave that could come back. For many women who have still the ongoing relationships, who have parents back there and their spouses, they will come back, but for them security is key because they still are worried about security for their children. And to wrap up, regarding that we need those who plan to stay, because they will be the voice and the eyes of Ukraine, and they will be... So in order to bring back people, we need people. That's my idea. Apart from state policy, apart from communication from the state, and we need that, of course, because there are separating narratives. We need people who work with that, and we need to make sure that the state works with the communities, with young communities, with active hubs, as, for example, our hub is. And we look forward to the invitation to work together. These women are active and they are ready to work, because now we work following the intuition without the state contract, and we need that, and people are ready for that. Thank you, Svetlana. Alexandra Matvichuk, head of the Center for Civic Liberties. So your role now is to summarize what we have heard, and let me ask you this question. Do women in Ukraine, based on your feelings and observations, have enough opportunities to influence decision-making as we've discussed today?
Thank you so much for this opportunity to be panelist on this panel session. Indeed, I have some things to say, and indeed the war fast-tracked some processes, including the transformation and rethinking about the role of women in our society. You can see it from our audience, because we have here so many military, including our women military. Thank you. I would like to use the opportunity to say thank you. Thank you for defending our state, our people, and our freedom. Thank you for your defense. Actually, gender equality is about the freedom, because it's like a barometer of freedom in society. In authoritarian states, women play only those roles which are assigned to them, and this is the luxury of democracy for a woman to choose a role she would like to play. There's always a baseline for authoritarian societies, this perspective of women, because how people treat each other and have attitude regarding each other, it's also gives understanding what authorities could do with people in this society. That's why fighting for the gender equality is also a fight for freedom. And I would like to mention that those achievements that, on gender equality which we have reached, it's not just something taken as it is. Last year, I participated in similar panel, and near to me was a former female minister of Iran on gender equality issues. Knowing what is happening right now with women's rights in Iran, can you imagine just some time ago there was a woman holding the position of a minister, and she stood for the gender equality. That's why nothing is given to us as it is, and now we make decisions for the future. And I would like to look a little bit into the future right now. Of course, it's extremely difficult because now we are living already in such times when even the fact of drafting the strategies is already the fact of resistance. And that we need to think about the strategy, how to ensure equal role of women on the decision-making process in all dimensions of our societal life. Again, nothing is given as it is, even going back to our history, and we know about it. Now we try to go away from our past history. We play a huge role, and we know perfect from our past the role of women in fighting Nazism during the World War II is hidden, is concealed. Only single women are outlined as those who indeed who fought against the Nazism during the World War II. And to wrap up, I would like to say the following. Looking at the modern times, looking at the future, I kindly ask you on one thing. Women shall support other women. All of us, we live, we work, we fight in our own bubbles. We need to support each other. We need to support other women from other bubbles, even if we do not know each other. It's so crucial because it's so crucial because at the end of the day, whatever we do, we fight for our daughters because we want our daughters to never be in the situation when they need to prove to someone that they are also people. Thank you. And the next panel actually is going to continue this topic. It will be dedicated to politics without women, a threat to democracy. So, Oksana, what about this donation process? Actually, I've posted it on Facebook. We have already collected 20,000. Thanks to this, I know that we can do even more. Thank you to all panelists. Yes, Yana. Yana, yes, please come here. Yes, I'm here. I'm here to say goodbye to our panelists. It was Vadim Karpyak, Alexei Rybikin, Deputy Minister for Restoration of Ukraine, and Lotkivsky, Director of the Kyiv Security Forum, Oksana Rubanyak. Here we need to applaud definitely for her commander of La Platoon UAV systems in the AFU, Rosa Tapanov, member of the Supervisory Board of Oshad Bank, Slavna Zolozhna, leader of the Ukrainian community in Lithuania, representative of the Ukraine Hub platform, and was in line with us, and Alexandra Matvichuk, head of the Center for Civil Liberties. So thank you so much for having such a congress, and to all people. And so I would like to say a separate thank you to the UN Women in Ukraine, and also to the governments of Norway, Sweden, and Denmark, and also to the NDI, luckily to the USAID and UGEP program, which is implemented by the Eastern Europe Fund and with the Switzerland government, and Hungary Bureau Foundation into Ukraine. All of them, thank you so much for the support. Now we'll have a short technical change, and the war and that's what we are having right now. Those issues happen to us every day because of the Russian aggression. Those issues which we are discussing right now, they are having Верховна Рада of Ukraine. Let's applause to Alexander.
З нами Юлія Тимошенко,
Also,
голова
Yulia
політичної
Tymoshenko,
партії
leader of the political party Batkivshina.
Петро
Petro Poroshenko, leader of the political party European Solidarity. Yulia Klemenko, member of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, faction of the political party Voice.
Староста Покровської
Head of the Pokrovsky Settlement Council, Olga Krymova. Olga, you have a great support group. Victoria Hlushenko, member of the Central Election Commission. Please applause to her also. Serhiy Pritula, founder of the Serhiy Pritula Charity Foundation. So you are so active in your applauses. Be the same active during our today Congress, and online we will have chair of the board of Civil Network Opora, Olga Aivazovska. And for moderation, I kindly invite Senior Program Director NDI Ukraine, Olena Yena.
Пані Олено,
Olena, before you start this panel discussion and the discussion itself, I would like to give a floor to a special speech for Natalka Tsmo, the ambassador of Canada to Ukraine.
Добрий день.
Hello.
Це справді велика честь.
Indeed, it's a great honor to be here on the stage with such very respectful people here. It's a great honor for me here. Thank you so much. I would like also to address defenders, male and female. Thank you so much for doing here for the country itself and for the whole world.
З вашим дозволом
If I may, I will speak in English. Yeah? It's not a problem. So those who need interpretation, you can take headsets and use interpretation.
дорогі, шановні друзі.
So, dear friends,
Так, я буду по-англійськи.
Yeah,
Колежанки,
I'm going to speak in English. Yeah, friends, sisters.
I will speak about Canada. And as the representative of Canada here, a lot of what I'll be saying is our partnership together. So there's a reason why Canada puts a huge emphasis on sort of the war, peace, and security, women, peace, and security agenda in the world, because all evidence shows that women are truly disadvantaged in wars, and we're seeing that in this war as well. Thousands of women are kept hostage, are still kept hostage. Civilian women and girls are being killed at an unreasonable rate. 56% of approximately 4 million internally displaced people are women. This is just in 2023. Women and girls account for 56%, with 8 million women and girls who need humanitarian assistance just this year in Ukraine. 72% of people registered as unemployed are women. Women also have difficulties, more difficulties than men, in accessing justice, social services, mental, sexual, and reproductive health services, employment, and other essential services continue to be challenging for them. This war has also heightened violence, including conflict-related sexual violence, human trafficking, and intimate partner violence. All, unfortunately, it seems that with this war, the voices of women in decision-making spaces have been shrinking in the political space, and I hope and I imagine this will be addressed at the next panel. In context of governance during the war, many women counselors in Ukraine were forced to choose between staying in office or taking care of their families. For this and other related reasons led to 300 women of local counselors resigned. The struggle to keep the gender equality gains is now sliding with this war. But despite these challenges, I continue to be amazed by the women who stay, who fight, who lead, who take on roles that they never dreamed of taking. I am here to describe the inspiring examples of women leaders that I have met, and there are so many examples, so many in this room. I have often, like many people, described you as brave and resilient, and I was surprised by the reaction of so many women, too many women, who have said they are not brave and resilient. They had no choice, and they're scared. But I respectfully disagree. We often make the mistake of equating bravery with fearlessness. Bravery is meeting the challenge despite your fear. And I see that here. And I see that in many examples throughout your country. And I have discovered the weapons that you have, the women of your country, and they're strong. And I have spoken of these weapons before. The weapons are faith, hope, and love. As the co-chair of Working Group Number 4 on the human dimension of the peace formula, I have met with returning prisoners of war. I have met with detained civilians who had been tortured, sexually abused, who've described to me their stories. And I have met with children who have returned. And what strikes me is that many of them have described their return to faith, to God, but also, I have heard this on several occasions, one man has described that the bravest thing he has ever done when he was in captivity, about to face another interrogation, they started singing a Ukrainian song. And I found this very powerful, that singing a Ukrainian song to him and to the others was their resiliency and their act of bravery like no other. And that will stay with me. It was defiance, singing a Ukrainian song as an act of defiance. It reveals what this war is really after. It is really a war of existential war, where you're fighting for your identity and existence. Hope. I see hope in every single project and new idea that is presented to Canada and to other countries. I see hope in all the people who have returned. For example, I was struck by the deputy mayor of Bucha. When I met her and I asked why would she come back, she was doing her education degree in Europe, and she said to build her community. I see it in the acting mayor of Poltava, Katarina Yamschenkova, who was on the front line with her husband and is now taking the role of mayor and is doing remarkably well. Love is the third one. I saw Dnipropetrovsk visiting Yevhenia Molchanova, who established Zeleny High and has rescued over 1,000 abandoned animals. I even see it in my manicurist, who, as she's doing me her nails, we chat, and she described that she travels between Kyiv and Latvia, working on several projects, and she donates everything to her community in Kherson that she visits every month. I see it in every face in this room. Let me, just a little bit more time, I just want to emphasize two more stories. One is Natalia Ponomarenko, who I believe is here, is a woman from Western Ukraine who started in her hometown of Truskovets. She started a refugee center and a small project provided to essentials of displaced pregnant women. If you are here, thank you, Natalia. And the second woman I'd like to emphasize is Christina Kyiv, who I also hope is here. Good. Christina is a lawyer and the head of the Ukrainian Women Lawyers Association, Jurfem, and she's also doing just remarkable things, dedicated her career to fighting for justice and protecting women's rights. Thank you to both of you. And so I just want to finish off by 3 principles for you to keep and think of as you're thinking through your own strategy. These are principles that we in Canada keep in mind as part of our gender equality. And basically, 1, economic empowerment is a group effort, especially for women. Pooling your resources will help support others. Think about pooling your resources to support and invest in smaller women's businesses, in micro businesses. It means a difference, and as was said previously very well, supporting others is your success as well. 2, raise every girl as a potential leader. Education is important to everyone, especially girls. Do not limit their career aspirations, but in fact, take it upon yourself to broaden it. Nothing should be impossible to any girl. Let them speak out in class. Let them be leaders and encourage.
Дозвольте дівчатам говорити.
And the third one was also mentioned today. It's the principle of no one should be left behind. Your success should be measured by the most vulnerable people in your community. And if they have access to services, and if they have the same access as everyone else, then that is the measure of your entire society's success. And with that, I would like to wish you a productive discussion. And I do hope that you do stay with a colleague of mine from Canada, Colonel Bocart, who joined us from Canada, will be on a later panel. So thank you everyone for your time. Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава. Дякую вам, пані Цмоць, за вашу людяну.
Thank you so much for your humane and inspiring speech. It was the ambassador candidate to Ukraine. Olena, over to you. Thank you so much. Thank you, the ambassador. Yana. Success without democracy is doubtful. Democracy without women is impossible. This is a famous quote of Madeleine Albright, but I suggest that our panelists should think about another question to continue this thought. Is it a threat if women are less active in politics? Because equal representation of men and women in government is an important factor of resilience and quality of democracy. And the absence of this equality can weaken the critical infrastructure of democracy and can make it more vulnerable for internal and external threats. And another question, if democracy is weaker, how harder it is going to be for us to win. 89% of Ukrainians want better balance in political life of Ukraine, and the opportunities for women will go down because of militarization, masculinization of society. So what safeguards can be used on the level of legislation, on the level of party structure? So we have big panel and very limited time, so could you please stick to the time limit of 5 minutes? So, Mr. Alexander, so the first question is to you. So, of course, we will see how the war influenced on political participation in Ukraine. And after the first election. So what can you tell us about legislation around the first post-war elections, and will it regulate the equal participation of men and women? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I will try to be brief. Yeah, we are working on this legislation, and mechanisms of equality are included. Okay, we are noting down. Yeah, I will let my colleagues talk more about this. And on the way here, I don't know whether you check the internet because all the panels are very interesting, but I saw a headline. There was some research published by Razumkov Center, and the survey shows that many people, either 30 or 40%, or 30 or 40 experts, they say that those people who went abroad, they should not participate in first post-war elections in active or passive role. And it was terrifying numbers that some people are against participation in elections if they went abroad. And it's a new reality for us. This is the first time that we'll experience a situation. And I disagree that society is becoming more masculine. We see that we have a lot of women in the army. They're not as visible as men. But maybe you have some research that shows that society is becoming more masculine. But we will have another access, and again, it will be another threat to women political participation, because people are against that any people who went abroad, that they should not participate in the elections, and this mostly women. And we need to take on leadership roles, and I talk to my colleagues who are leaders in politics in parliament and outside of parliament, and we need to say that about men who left, maybe there is a discussion, maybe we need to find some right answer, but women who were rescuing their families, we definitely need to give them the opportunity at least to vote, but to run as well on all levels of elections. Now there is a norm in the electoral code which provides the gender quote 40%. On national and local level, but we don't have the mechanism of how to replace a person from the list. So if the person for one reason or another, if the woman leaves her position as a deputy on local level, then the next person on the list takes their place, and quite often it's like woman leaves and then the man comes. And I believe that this is an important detail that we need to resolve. So we need to have this balance on the list, and also we need to resolve this technical issue about replacing this person with a person of the same gender. We also need to talk not about the law, maybe my colleague from Central Election Commission will support me, but when we talk about organization of the first post-war elections, we need to be very careful with creating opportunities for the military to be able to vote, because many of them will vote and will run, and we need to preserve this possibility. If women serve, they should have all the possibilities to run, and they should not be prevented by their position or any other barriers. Also, access to public service. We cannot quote this. We need to just create attractive conditions and to develop success stories, because we definitely don't have balance in the government. It's not that bad. We have quite a few women on the positions of ministers and vice prime ministers, but But we have fewer women in parliament and in different executive bodies. And I believe that we will discuss that as well on the next panel about wage gap. So that's because it's partly also a very important direction when about some economic opportunities, but also we need to work on and prepare the society that women should be encouraged to take up all possible positions in the state. And my daughter wants to be a police officer. And so when I ask her, like, what do you want to do? I was like, I want to catch criminals. She's 4 years old. So that's how she sees the... So do you want to be the head of the national police? Do you want to be a leader of national police? And she says yes. And I, as a politician, I have 10 years by the time she grows up, so that I need to change the system so that the female general in national police should be possible. And also like some important positions in the army as well. And that's what we can do by changing political system, election system. And it's very important that all the guarantees which are already in the electoral code, that we need to protect all these conditions and to do more. I hope that we will not need 134 years to achieve equality, so that your daughter doesn't face these ingrained stereotypes and the attitude to women in these professions. Thank you very much, Mr. Alexander, for describing our legislative framework. And we hope that all these methods are going to work. Now I would like to ask Ms. Yulia Tymoshenko, who is the leader of the oldest political parties in Ukraine. And in the current conditions, what are the barriers for women in politics, and what objective and effective methods of overcoming them are, from the point of view of party strategies? First of all, I would like to congratulate all women in this room. We see the energy and strength and beauty in this room, and I want to wish all of you great successes. Women are worth that. I also want to congratulate all the women and girls who are defending our country or planning to defend our country. I want to say that we rely on you to defend our country, our families, our children. Thank you so much. All my admiration to all the military in this room. I also want to thank and to support to Irina Sybuch, who received the award for her daughter, and I want to say a few words. Her daughter, Irina, and I want Ms. Oksana, and for your daughter Irina, thank you so much. And I want to support all the families that are in this situation now. And about the question that you asked me, there are no barriers now for strong women to, if they want to walk on this road. A strong woman will definitely pave this road, the way how you pave this road to this forum, because there are many strong women here who believe in themselves, they know what they need, they have achieved a lot, and they definitely plan to achieve more. And sometimes I'm asked why women are necessary in politics. So there are men and women. Why are you fighting for women? It's pragmatic, an empirical thing. Because if you look at Europe, do you know which country in Europe is leader in all economic indicators? Iceland. Do you know what's happening in Iceland? If I'm not mistaken, since 1980, it's been led by women. And 87% in all public institutions, these are women. So I ask you, don't limit us by 50%. We might want more than that. And after Iceland, second, third, fourth, and fifth positions in Europe, this more Northern Europe, they have the best economic indicators, and all these countries have many women as leaders. And so it's proven by life that women, this is the strength and harmony, professionalism, competence in everything, which gives a chance to every country. And I want our country to have this chance. I am sure that Ukraine will win, and I'm sure that we are sure. But then we need to think how we can organize our country better. And after the war, we will have all elections, presidential, parliamentary, local. And I understand that your daughter is going to join the police. Yes, your middle daughter is going to join the police. Maybe she immediately needs to work in government and catch all the criminals there. I want to say how the next elections will look. And it's very important. The country is going to use a completely new system for the next elections, a system that we never used before. What does it mean? So everything will depend on whether the woman is strong, and the woman will need to get quota. They will not need to fight against someone. So you need to have people around you who will support you on every level. And it's on every level, on local, on national. The party will not define, the leader of the party will not define who is better, who is worse, who will be on the top of the list or bottom of the list. It will be equal, strong, and I believe that it will be advantageous for women fight. And as we are here, and I definitely see the strength of Ukraine here, I say that, but Yushina is completely open, 100% open. If you want to join us, you are welcome. We want to give you all the opportunities to work there. I want to thank Olena Kondratyuk, who is a leader and organizer of this wonderful forum. Thank you so much. And I would like to say that Batyushina is proud of having you as our member, and I encourage all women, through Olena, through myself, through any person who you know from our team, please join our party. I guarantee that you can achieve anything you want to achieve. You can reach the position in the parliament, local council. Because if you join us, we will be unbeatable, because you are unbeatable. I believe that everything's going to be good in Ukraine. Yeah. So the way how we fight now, no other nation has ever fought before. Everything's going to be Ukraine and our wonderful women. Glory to the heroes, glory to Ukraine. At least one political party states that they are open to women, but whether women are going to be motivated to join politics in these difficult conditions. So my next question to Mr. Petro. While you were the president of Ukraine, there were some major changes in terms of gender equality, and through advocacy efforts of many female politicians, civil society organizations, many of you joined this fight as well. Alongside with Ukrainian Women's Congress, gender quotas were adopted in the electoral code. The situation has changed when the invasion started. Since the invasion started, you have very strong women's movement in your party. There are many women in the room, and we are watched online. What strategies does your party have to support women? And my second part of the question, as a legislator and a member of parliament, do you believe that these mechanisms which were achieved when you were the president, will they be preserved? Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, dear wonderful colleagues, men who dared to join Women's Forum. You need to be brave to some extent to share and to protect these ideas. Before the Congress, I talked to Marcin, and we agreed that I will start by thanking Masha, who is from our party. Also, I ask you to thank Ms. Elena and everyone who is responsible, and Svetlana.
These three women here have made it possible for us to, if not to celebrate, but to efficiently hold these discussions. And seriously speaking, you can ask this question to me. Look what's going on at the front line. Look at deep state resource where on the daily basis, not weekly basis, we are losing Ukrainian villages in the Donbas region. Look at the front line, how it's moving in Kursk region. Just 2 days ago, I came back from the border from Sumy region. We lack FPVs and the munition, manpower, and armored vehicles, the permit to use far-reaching weapons. Is it now high time to speak about democracy? And my answer is yes. Now this is high time. So on the one hand, each of us is supposed to do everything possible in order to support the armed forces. We must support the people in the military, including those represented here, and volunteers. We need to act as volunteers. And this is most important because we must protect, preserve Ukraine, because this is really about preservation. But protecting democracy, that's also about preservation of Ukraine. We cannot preserve Ukraine without preserving democracy. What's democracy then? Today we heard several versions, starting with Madeleine Albright and to Winston Churchill. But democracy, it is definitely the system where everyone is represented in public authorities. And thus, if women are not represented, that's not democracy. And I'm proud and I'm grateful for the question that this figure was 30%, and that was back in 2015. I'm very proud and glad that the Verkhovna Rada of the 8th Convocation, when adopting the perfect election code, because I feel quite a lot of tension around the plan of the authorities to revolutionize the electoral legislation, because that could be a step back. And I believe that Ms. Ivazovska and other professionals can comment on that. But I'm proud that the election code included the provisions on open lists, and now it's not the will of the party leader, but support of people that determine the composition of representative authorities. So I'm proud with that 40% quota. It's not that I try to appropriate all the achievements, because frankly speaking, I was under pressure from Olena, Masha, other colleagues, those ladies, Svetlana, of course. Well, though we speak about pressure, is that democratic? Well, of course, we are very attentive to their statements. And so they insisted on 40% quota. And also, to make it even more efficient, I am proud that European Solidarity has one of the highest representations of women in the parliament, and also in the government that was formed during my term in the office. Look at the stars. Ivana Klimpushets, Sadze, Uliana Suprun as the minister, Oksana Makarova, Natalia Yareska as ministers, and a lot of others, Lilia Grinevich. Each of them is a star, no names. And now look at Valeria Gontareva, who was my candidate and who started fighting those oligarchs, bankers, and she won. She prevailed despite the huge resistance. And you have 30 seconds now. I've just started, guys. Okay, yeah, we have to regulate that. Okay, the first general in the army with the decree of the president, that title was given to a woman during my term in the office. First head of national police, a woman, she was also appointed in that period of time. And now it is so important for us to prevent backslide of the reform, not to lose the reform. And that's about decentralization, that's about corporate governance or public service or public procurement or representation of women. So what do we need now? We need unity. And the national unity government of national unity, a coalition of national unity. Alexander, if you measure the decibel rate, I believe that the government of national unity, that was the most popular suggestion, right? Now the second warning, they reached 40% quota by always giving me warnings, and that resulted in something positive. But yes, let me summarize. It's so cool that you are here. I really respect women in uniform, women who are volunteers. Let me emphasize that presidential elections in the situation of martial law is prohibited by law, and parliamentary elections are prohibited by the constitution. Let me attract your attention to that, but local elections are not prohibited. So we do need now to make sure that in local elections the military are represented, because that is the new elite, the women who stayed in occupation and rescued the situation, and now they are making incredible efforts, and that they are the symbol of the invincible Ukraine. Thank you for invitation. Sorry for those warnings, and you are so great. Thank you. But pay attention you were not invited to join the party, but Kivshina did. I wanted to provoke you a little bit. Well, they come to us without invitation, Yulia Volodymyrovna. At least two parties today have declared that they are open to women in elections of all levels, and thank you so much. My next question would be about the future, because today's Congress is about the future. Ukraine, to a great extent, has demonstrated that it's unique. And then my question goes to Yulia Klimenko. Do you believe that Ukraine will be a unique country in the sense that after the war, we will have more women in power than before the war? Because a lot of countries that went through the experience of war in modern history found themselves in the situation where women were not allowed into power, even though they were leaders during the war. So your political party provided for parity of men and women in party lists, and that was one of important achievements of Ukraine in the field of gender equality. So do you believe that there is this risk of slide back, or are we going to be that unique country where in the government of maybe national unity we will have the same number of men and women? Well, let me welcome everyone, and thanks to the organizers. This is so timely because we can speak openly here and we can raise the issues that we have on our agenda and the issues that we are going to have during the war and after the war, unfortunately. Let me start by saying that we celebrate our army and women in the army, but let us also commemorate those who are fallen soldiers and civilians. Thank you. And now going back to gender balance. Our party, our faction, well, we have 50% of women in the faction, that's true, and women are very influential there. Not always maybe constructive, not always that influential, but let me start by saying in a very straightforward way that I believe that the window of opportunities for developing democracy and for women's participation in democratic processes is narrowing. And this is about the election process, the involvement in the government, and that's obvious, not only because in the recent years we see fewer women in politics. We basically speak about quotas, but women cannot travel abroad to see their children there. And you know, you may have 40% quota, but then just start 7 criminal cases against one of heads of Kyiv region communities because she traveled abroad to see her children. I mean, that's about attitude to women. Sexism, unfortunately, exists not only in the army. This is what we see in politics as well. And these are small steps like prohibition to travel, no uniform for women. All of that reduces the opportunity of women to participate in the political process, because where you choose between saving your children or becoming a local councillor without pay and with facing a lot of problems, because communities always have problems they need to be addressed. So definitely women sometimes opt for their families. They have to rescue their children, especially if their husbands are in the army. So one thing is what we write in the laws, and implementation is very different thing. And there, for example, unfortunately, we see very limited opportunities of women's participation at different levels. And frankly speaking, I am not optimistic about the next political cycle regarding participation of women in parliamentary, even local elections, or in regarding their involvement in the public service, because we see degradation process there. Institutional capacity, salary, social status, that's the really, we see degradation there. Nobody wants to go there. There are 50% of vacant seats. And of course, if you have 15,000 hryvnias, if you have 2 kids, if you work 24/7, well, of course, and if you have PAP status, automatically nobody wants that. So for us not to promise something impossible to people, we first need to implement the legislation that has been adopted already, so that women could travel and take care of their kids, so that it were not all and that it didn't just serve as an opportunity to start criminal investigations against women. That's what we see now. Unfortunately, sexism and limitation of participation of women in politics, that's what we see recently. I understand the aspect of militarization and the war, etc., but there are these bureaucratic procedures that make it hard for women. Then participation of women in the next elections at the national, local levels, participation in local authorities. We understand that out of 6 million people who left abroad, most of them are women with children. And they will not have the opportunity, unless they come back to Ukraine, they will not have the opportunity to vote, because there are very few election officers in abroad. And that's a hazard, because that's a huge risk and the risk of manipulations by Russians. They will do that. We could see that when we followed the situation in Moldova. We could see how they do that. For them, that's about vast opportunities, and they will jump on those in order to undermine the situation in the next political cycle. So I see that if we have the opportunity to come together to address this question to our international partners, so that we had more opportunities to vote abroad, well, I understand it costs money, but that would make it possible for women who went abroad to at least vote, to say nothing about participation as candidates, but at least to go there and to vote. Because a woman from a smaller town in Germany, she will not travel to Berlin, and she will not leave children behind to vote. So 6 million women, well, let's say 5 million women will be excluded from the election process. Then we have this prohibition for them to be candidates, because in the recent 3 years they have not been living in Ukraine, those people. That's another issue. And another relevant issue is also the election campaign, because the candidates here who are inviting women to join parties, they will not be able to promote their parties abroad, because that's prohibited. And well, that seems to be all the relevant issues that will impact the results of the elections. We see how in the country people are tired of the war, of the economic crisis, of having no money, with all those difficult processes, including domestic issues like corruption. So inside, in the country, people are more pessimistic than abroad. And we understand that in Moldova, basically, the victory of Sandu was due to voters abroad who live in Europe and who want to live in Europe. While for us, Moldova and Georgia, these are many role models. That's what we are going to see at the next elections. And yes, I'm going to stop now. So women's participation in the election process, providing for practical mechanisms for the women in politics, that's very important. It's also important to ensure women's participation in the labor market, because unfortunately a lot of male professions are now understaffed because men are in the army or they fell in the war. So involvement of women there is so important. That will contribute to our economic recovery, as it happened in the UK, where more than 25% of women came to the labor market without any prior experience of working. So this is about economic development because money matters as well. Thank you. Thank you, Yulia, for this very brief but clear description of the obstacles for women's political participation at the national level. And you have already commented on the next question. This goes to Ms. Krymova. For 15 years, she's been working at the local government level. So what are the obstacles at the local level that women are overcoming? Because we understand that before the full-scale invasion, women already had a lot of burden. How is the situation different now, and what's needed for rural women in particular? What kind of motivation, what kind of support so that they stayed active, remained active in politics, or went to politics?
Thank you. I would like to say hello to all our participants in today's event. I'm so glad that I am, as the head of settlement, is invited to represent interests of the bottom-up grassroots political system, not bottom, but the baseline political system. Yeah, so I represent the Pokrovsky settlement, Pokrovsky community of Dnipropetrovsk region, and I would like to mention that in the leadership of this community we have all women, and I have been working as a head of the settlement for so many years, and I would like to tell you how a village lives, because all of us actually we originate from villages, and usually people in villages are involved in farming and agricultural enterprises. One of the first things that we have done, we have established the cooperative enterprise. We have in such a way we have united all farmers, farmings, which we have had here there, and I would like to say thank you to the government of Canada because they supported us, and thanks to their funds of technical aid, we have invited and tracked 3 projects: Danone, Sukhadeli, and Pfeiffer. So lives of people became easier. We've got, we've got cows, and then we gave cows to people free of charge, and in order to develop agricultural enterprise. So also there is a crisis in villages. There are no nurseries. We have initiated nurseries for children to be at least somehow prepared to their school timing. I need to say that it's so difficult for small villages to survive without funds of international technical aid. It was almost impossible to do anything with using only local funds. That's why we did our best to attract as much funds as possible. In 2016, when we were established territorial community and industrialization process started, and we have launched the program for support of agricultural producers. Then we have established the honey cooperative enterprise because we have so many bee farmers who have from 2 up to 350 bee houses, and the capacity of our enterprise is actually 19 tons of honey, and it also increases the efficiency of our agricultural activities. Now our settlement, our community works on overcoming challenges that we faced because our community is on the borderline with Donetsk and Zaporizhia regions. In Zaporizhia, that's Gulay-Pole district, and situation there is so challenging right now. We have started accommodating IDPs in huge numbers, and for 24/7 we have worked in shifts. At that time, there were no air raid alerts at all. We just restarted those alerts. Our people worked in shifts. We ensured people with everything because those families in such dire circumstances, they actually They traveled without anything at all. So they came to us in what they dressed on, and that's all. As of now, we have more than 3,000 of IDPs living in our community. It's not an easy load for our community. Also, we have so many military on our territory. From the first days of the war, our women have arranged their efforts in order to ensure that our military have hot meals, warm clothes. Because, when the full invasion started, we were some kind of, we were shocked. We didn't know what shall be done. That's how we helped. Thank you so much to the armed forces of Ukraine who have created for us this opportunity to have this event in such conditions. I also thank you to organizers. On the village level, there is no big policy and big politics, so to say, and it's so difficult right now. We keep working in order to ensure social needs of our population. We have established a small center for rehabilitation, also with the engagement of international technical assistance funds. We do our best in order somehow to overcome those challenges which are faced by our state and specifically by local self-governance authorities. During the war times, education reform has struck us so much. We have schools which will be closed in future. Our people, our children will need to relocate to the central settlement. It will also leave unemployed our teachers, because our teachers mainly are women, and the medical reform. Our youth doesn't want to work on the village level to provide medical services, and the family doctor who have received some education, for him or her, it's better to work at the city level, somewhere in the pharmacy, rather than to go and work in the village. That's why 30 seconds. 30 seconds, that's all. Yeah, I want to say thank you to all of you. Thank you. Yeah, we are so thankful to you, and you say that there is no big politics on the village level, but on the village level, the key policy is being created, because it's about lives in a country. So we have discussed legislative tools, we have discussed internal party tools, we have discussed the challenges and barriers of women in the field and how they could be overcome. I would like to ask Victoria Glushchenko, and I would like to ask you how Central Election Commission is preparing for the first post-war elections. Tell me, please, do members of the CEC consider voting online, because it's a very hot, discussable question in society? What are the opportunities for voting and participation in elections for Ukrainians who, I hope, temporarily live abroad? And to your opinion, what could be guarantees for active participation of women in the first post-war elections? Thank you so much for your question. So I will start with the following, that the year 2024, this is the year of elections across the globe, because in more than 70 countries across the globe, there have been elections, starting with UK to Bolivia, from Indonesia to India. And I hope that the next year will be a winning year, victory year for Ukraine, and it will be a year of elections in Ukraine, because all of us, we miss elections so much, but in order to arrange them in an appropriate manner, we need to be prepared in advance. And already starting from the year 2022, Central Election Commission has started preparing to the elections. We have created 3 working groups which work on drafting comprehensive amendments to electoral legislation. in order for the next elections to take place, indeed, to be democratic ones. Ukraine has also always demonstrated a high level of standards of elections. And after all those losses of Ukrainian people, we have no right, moral right, to decrease this level of standards. What actually is done by the Central Election Commission? So first of all, that's the issue of the state register of voters. We, all of us, we understand that so many Ukrainians have been forced to leave their homes, and the issue of accounting and of registering voters is of crucial importance. CEC has renewed updating of the voting databases, including the voters themselves and the election voting stations. Now we have a very sad situation because 7,000 premises out of 30,000 premises of CEC voting and election premises have been damaged or destroyed. So the state register says that so many voters have changed their place of residence, but it's so important actually, and it's a precondition for ensuring, for guaranteeing the universal voting right to have right and correct voting registers and voting lists. So when CEC says that we do everything possible for the state register to be functionable, we are speaking about the work that should be done in advance. It doesn't mean that already tomorrow we are going to have with you any elections or arrange any votings. The next part, that's legislative amendments, that's the work of CEC, and it's related to voting for people abroad. It's extremely sensitive and crucial issue because, as we can see, no one should be left behind, and so the network of electorate poll stations which we have right now will not be doesn't have enough capacity to deal with that number of people who we have abroad. This is why here we need joint work of CEC, Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and of course the Parliament to enable us to open additional polling stations to let our voters the right to ensure the right of voting. Of course, it was said absolutely correctly that no one is going to leave their children alone in order to travel hundreds of kilometers and vote here. That's why we need to guarantee and ensure this right for voters to vote for. Because as the practice in Moldova shows, sometimes voters abroad help to preserve and secure the European direction for the state development. The next challenge for people abroad, that's actually the place of residence, the period of place of residence, and the possibility for running for the position. So if a person doesn't live in Ukraine for the last 5 years, this person has no right to run for the position, in positions, the local authorities or the presidential office. And yes, those women who were forced to leave the territory and have been living for 2 years abroad, according to the law on citizenship of Ukraine, are not considered as those who permanently live on the territory of Ukraine. In 2022, CEC has already reached out to the Parliament with relevant suggestions to make amendments to electoral legislation where we raise this problem, and we mentioned that the period of being abroad during the martial law, especially for women, should not be taken into account as non-permanent stay on the territory of Ukraine. Of course, it would foster, it would help women to realize and implement their passive right, and also it will help to ensure this gender quota envisaged by the electoral code as of now. One more group that has been working group that has been established under the umbrella of the Central Election Commission and which works on amendments to legislation that's works on those negative consequences of the war in Ukraine. As I mentioned before, destroyed and damaged electoral precincts and polling stations means that we need to create some new premises and ensure new premises where people could come and vote. Also, there was an alternative option for alternative voting, including mail voting or electronic voting. And I would express my personal opinion, underline my personal opinion. Any proposals that are expressed in these dimensions should be tested and piloted very carefully, because, to my opinion, the post-war elections should not serve as a tool for extra radical tools, for extra radical means. First of all, we need to ensure trust to these elections, because if such elections have no trust, they will not be recognized either by internal voters nor by our external partners. And that means that any novelties to be ensured and implemented in terms of the means of voting should be discussed widely between MPs and with the public, with the definite consideration of the grassroots voters, those who are going to vote on the next elections. Dear Victoria, sorry, 30 seconds. About the guarantees for women. I will mention a very interesting fact. Indeed, on the local elections, we have a higher level of women on the local elections, and now this is a share of 28% of women, and also almost in the regional councils we have the number is higher by 1%. On the district and local levels, the level is the same. It means that indeed we have elaborated some amendments to legislation, including substitution and replacement of female MPs in different councils, banning to have any sexism and so on, but at the same time it should be also implemented on the global, national level. It's not enough just to have some quotas in legislation. Women should understand where they return to from abroad, that indeed there are nursery schools and they have some place for their children to stay while they are working. Thank you. Thank you so much for Victoria. Actually, the volume of work that should be done both by the Central Election Commission and us as a society, yes, indeed, is colossal, is huge, in order to be ready for the first post-war elections. And yes, thank you, a separate thank you that you have mentioned this problem of, attacks against politically active women. We have this, and it will be only more acute as soon as the electoral process starts. Today, we have discussed so much the diverse roles played by women during the full-scale invasion, and it would be wrong not to mention the contribution and role of women in the volunteering movement. For now, the volunteering movement has maybe one the highest level of support from society, and at the same time it allows to have light on new volunteers. I would like to ask a question to Sergei. Sergei, we have so many different women among volunteers. To your opinion, are they ready to be engaged into the political life, to manage the state on the national and local level? And what support do they need in order to make the decision to authorize themselves to go into the politics? Thank you so much. Thank you for this invitation, question, for this patience, for all those who have been here for already for the second panel in a row. I'm afraid that I have only 5 minutes, 19 seconds left, and then the floor goes to Ivasovska. So those who remember past times, in USSR times, there were, Vitverezniki, that's the place for very drunk, happy people to come there and be somehow, and return them to conscious in the morning. So thank you so much to Yulia that she used this word during her speech, because we can dream about some so beautiful things about the future. But I would like to pay your attention to this speech of Yulia, because if you missed it, just listen to it in the recording, if you have this opportunity, of course. So you mentioned that at the war, men now are more visible than women. I'm sure that time flies and situation will change, because for the last 3 years of the full-scale invasion, our girls, our women in Pixel now have got much more opportunities in army, because before the war, it was there were much less opportunities for them. There was a phrase of the women should support women. I can call to men that men should also support women. And K2 battalion led by Kirilo Veres, there was gay women. So I'm a fan of and the elite of your fan club, because it's about art, how to go into the middle of the Russian soldiers into the tank. Maybe I chose a story for her, maybe because she could be example for everything, for everyone. Maybe Petro Alexeyevich could also close completely with funds for donations for Oksana Rubaniak, because it could be a great example. I'm sure that Alexander Kornienko will help for his daughter to become the head of the chief police directorate of the city of Kyiv. We can support women as much as we can, and in all our roles. The most important for us, not to be, to take care of them, so not to be different, and take in consideration that there are so many men right now with weaponry on the front line. For women, it's also a great opportunity to take this leadership, this role, and to show, because there is now a narrative, a trend that the men will return from the front line with weaponry and they will handle all the things and will make the order. No, we shall not wait till this time comes. We need to take the leadership, the initiative, to show the initiatives, and we are lucky that Ukrainian women do it, because despite this public service is so unpopular, women come and take the positions there. They understand that they should become a reliable shelter for the state. We also see how women are active in the volunteering movement, and it should be also taken into consideration, because it's so ungrateful cause, because you will always buy something which is not needed or too expensive or not the same that price for the society. And also thank you so much for our women defenders who put the pixel on them and they defend our country. Thank you for this, and I'm so happy that the state started to pay attention to women from the volunteering community, because they have this experience of managing funds, budgets, they have this trust, and they're quick in making decisions. In order, to give examples, the director of the Pritula Fund, with whom we have started this foundation, and for now she has been working for more than a year as a deputy minister in the Prom, Natalia Kolmakova, who is also from the volunteering environment. Just before she was a deputy minister of defense, now she is the lead of the Minvet. So as the classic mentioned, what else reforms or examples you need, please use them as inspiration. If you are inspired by local examples here, together with us, near to us, we have Moldova, and Maya Sandu example gives them bright examples. You can lead for second time the country, breaking all those Russian deadlocks and move forward into the Europe.
Today, the event is going on in the United States, which can be a historic event, and being completely objective about electoral process in the United States. Hopefully that Ukraine will have good relationship with the capital, regardless who is elected. But I think that if the team of Kamala Harris wins, it will push the women movement all over the planet. But women have a chance to take on a leadership role and to demonstrate responsibility. But do they have the foundation for that? Are there enough levers and resources? Probably yes, more than no. And what can help? First, motivation, and I already mentioned about the examples. Secondly, this is a responsibility of the leaders of political parties who promise inclusion for everyone, including representation of women on their lists. But when I hear from the head of parties that we are not going to influence the lists, let people decide, no, it will still depend who is going to be on the list. Is it going to be the daughter of your friend or the volunteer? Some person who offered you a business deal or the person who led some important movement. So it's... If you You can publicly explain why volunteers and activists, if they want to run with the party, and then you are not taken, then speak publicly about that. And I would like to thank NDI, IRI for promoting women, giving them skills, creating platforms for trainings and different educational work for free. And it truly helps Ukrainian society. And my last call for action is to Ukrainian media. You have responsibility on how the country is going to look and political landscape of the country, if you talk about politics. Because if you go outside of this bubble and ask a random woman, do you want to be in politics? This woman will say no. But if you ask, do you want to be useful for your state? Yes. Unfortunately, over the past 30 years, politics was turned into a horror story. Women want to be heard, seen, useful, and media need to show success stories. Don't wait for NGO from Sweden come to your editorial office and pay you for writing a success story. No, you need to do it. You need to be inspired to do it. Thank you very much, Mr. Serhiy. I have to emphasize that this issue about women disappearing from media environment as women as experts who comment different topics. This is a huge barrier based on the research of media research. There is so many of the media resources, they are sexist and discriminatory, and they are. But these are not the media that support Ukrainian Women's Congress. Hopefully, we will check. I want to thank Ms. Olga Ivazovska, who all this time has been with us online. She is across the ocean. She woke up really early because her mission is very important. She is observing this important event that Mrs. Serhiy mentioned, which influences the future of the whole planet. Ms. Olga, you heard our discussion. How should we preserve democracy in the conditions of the first post-war elections? Is there going to be temptation on diminishing this mechanism of gender equality, and how to guarantee the rights for everyone in and outside the country, whether they want to vote or run? Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I was listening to you very attentively. Even the sun has risen now, and obviously the election day is about to start. And going back to the question of the moderator, I will try to be as brief as possible. I understand that you are ready to have your break. Many statements have been presented about the challenges on post-war elections, but the main challenge is to define where we are and where we want to be as a state, as society. Are we congruent enough in our positions? Because it's harmony between who I am and who I want to seem, and it's about political leaders, about society, and about the state. Because Mr. Alexander Korniyenko made some statements from the research which was published. Mr. Alexander, we need to fight against that because to ask questions whether we can limit constitutional or voting rights of citizens, I believe it's wrong to ask these questions. Article 22 of the Constitution does not allow to limit the rights of the citizens. And if we talk about post-war period, it's going to be very difficult for all of us, for Ukraine and for society, because the country is going to be poor, society will be exhausted, there will be huge demand for populists who will offer simple solutions for very difficult issues, and obviously there will be a big problem that we might go back to old practices, practice of voter buying, of charity, turning the blind eye to real possibility of like certain actions so when society wants to go back to normal life through simple solutions, but we need to understand and to state that it's impossible to have simple solutions. And it's important to realize that if Ukraine is fighting for democratic agenda, for being a part of democratic Western world, we cannot afford not to protect, not to create the forms of implementation of and exercise of political rights of citizens. Yes, I listened yesterday to a wonderful speech of Applebaum, and she wrote a book about how dictators are trying to conquer the world. And she stated that autocratic regime, they don't have common ideology, and it's true because China, North Korea, Russia, Belarus, Iran, they have very few similar points, but they have one common thing. They want to have power and fight the other part of the world, which prevents them promote their influence. And if we say that we are democracy, and that's what we are fighting for. And for that reason, we are supported by the Western world. We definitely cannot make a step back from the rights and liberties of Ukrainians who in Ukrainian environment, they've had these rights for decades. And those people who developed this research, they believe that we should not have elections at all for people who are abroad. So any numbers, yes, they can prove this position. But if we are the country that believes that we need to join the EU, where not even citizens of the country can vote at local elections, can we create barriers for participation, whether running or voting, for our citizens in post-war elections? Because we believe that this would be right. If we state very clearly and if we take responsibility, democracy is not ideology. Human rights, this element of democracy, because the Declaration of Human Rights is about political rights and the right to life. If we make any state decision about reconstruction and recovery of Ukraine, about post-war elections and new electoral cycles, and we say, here we just limit the rights a bit, because we believe that these people do not deserve to participate in elections, or these women do not deserve to participate in elections, even as voters, but does this provoke the split in the society that we need to fight against? Opora has made a big research about polarization. 30 seconds. I have very good news that Ukrainian society right now is not polarized, but it will become so in the future if each person is not engaged in developing state policy or around their interest about global Ukrainian issues, economic recovery and reconstruction, defense and security, and if we cannot be engaged in the process of electing legitimate representatives who in post-war period are going to implement this reform and take the political responsibility for this implementation. Thank you so much. We are almost done with this panel, but we have two very short questions from the room. I would like to give the floor to Natalia Moiseyenko, who is the head of Vilnyansk town and the mother of the hero who sacrificed his life to defend us. Thank you. Thank you for your support. I, as a mother, I work in my community. It's my fourth term when I lead this community, and they want me to lead to victory, our community to victory. I believe that in Poltava we raised the issue of Resolution 69, I mean, and we said that, oh, that's a bad document, and why women cannot go abroad even now to visit their children or their grandchildren. And could you tell me, you as leaders of political parties, have you made any conclusions of how many deputies left their positions on local councils who are not paid for this work, but they made very important decision, and they make important decision for their community every day. And if they leave this position, then no decision can be made. Have you calculated how many deputies left, and do you believe this is a just situation? First of all, thank you for this question, and I will accept my words of support to the community and to you as a mother. Thank you for your son. We actually went to court to work against this non-constitutional limitation to the MPs. Like, why do we need to ask permission from the office of the president if people elected us? Why, when we say how we need to fight for our victory, how we can talk to our partners, why do so we need to use our parliamentary democracy, but only one political faction has the right to go abroad, and MPs are limited. And about local councils, and why members of local councils are limited in the right of going abroad. Who gave the right? The law does not give the right. This is a crime. So we demand to eliminate this document. Unfortunately, Mr. Kornienko left. Please give the round of applause, and he will know that that's what we need to do. Please, short answer. Our team also went to court around the local deputies because it oversteps any boundaries, and Mr. Kornienko cannot resolve this because this is the personal decision of the president to prohibit the deputies to go abroad. And if Congress can sign the petition to the president, most probably that's what's going to happen. I can give you statistics. It's 1,500,000 of women who left their position as deputies because they cannot visit their children or grandchildren. This is unacceptable, and we have to do everything possible for everyone to be able to go abroad and to come back. 30 seconds. So we have many women who haven't left their posts yet, but they are not going to run again. And I talked to Mr. Speaker, and he said that the statistic doesn't prove that many women leave their posts, and for that reason it's not a relevant or big subject. I think that we need all together to collect the statistics so that we can present this, and maybe CEC can help us with that. Thank you so much to everyone. I want to apologize that if you didn't have a chance to ask your question, we need to give a lot more time for our political platform next time. Thank you so much. Thank you all the participants. Mr. Kornienko had left before the speech of Yulia Vazovska, so I want to thank all the panelists. Now we have lunch, but it will be shorter than planned, so please don't run away too far. And also during the break, please look at your badges. On the opposite side, you have a QR code which you can follow, and you will get not only access to the agenda, but to the photos. You can post these photos, you can tag Ukrainian Women Congress. You can have a bit of a break and then go back to work.
І ми продовжуємо роботу 8-го
Now we continue our 8th Ukrainian Women's Congress, and I'm giving the floor to first Vice Prime Minister of Ukraine, Minister of Economic Development and Trade of Ukraine, Yulia Sviridenko.
Всіх вітаю. Я хочу сказати величезне дякую.
I want to thank you, Ms. Elena, for the invitation. I came to you because I knew that it would be the gathering that can inspire me. When we showed our program last time, it inspired me a lot. And I'm here to emphasize once again that the role of a woman during the war changes. And if we don't empower them, we will not progress. We see how women participation changes in economic life. 56% of businesses are opened by women. And we all read the news that we have the first metro train driver in Kyiv. It's a woman. And Yulia Excavator, this is Yulia, a woman who teaches women to drive excavators. And she said that demand is high. We also launch trainings for drivers and other traditionally male professions, and we see really huge demand for all these jobs. More than 60,000 of women are now in the armed forces of Ukraine. It's also an inspiration. And if I see a woman in Pixel, it's very inspiring. And of course, we want to keep helping women to implement their potential and exercise their ambitions. And big part of the work of our ministry, that's what we do. So what we invest the most now, and as Ms. Elena and other MPs are here, I will ask you to support us with changes in legislation. Yaroslav Zhelezniak, you can join this work. We will need this help because we, as state, we live based on Soviet labor code, which includes a lot of discriminatory norms when women cannot be sent on a business trip if they have a child under 2. We want to change the labor code. We offer the new version of the labor code, which will introduce the norms of different labor contracts. Then we also have grant programs. I presented them last year. And if you look at statistics, the majority of winners are women. And I always emphasize this, that alongside with grant programs, we started communication programs, because if women cannot participate in some grants, and they sometimes ask for smaller amounts, but they are very active. And a big component is training and retraining. If we talk about important project as a labor code, together with scientists over the past year, we've been working on it quietly, because we remember the attempts of the previous year to adopt it. But we understand that it's a necessity now. We offer 8 types of labor contracts. Also, on legislation level, it should be legal pay. Also, that the parents of both sexes can have parental leave for a child under 3. And I hope that MPs will support us, business will support us, because the new labor code will need a big informational campaign. But it is something that is due and even overdue, and it's something that will allow us to be more flexible on the labor market. The possibilities for businesses, you can scan the QR code. We have many programs for the business. grants for youth under 150,000 hryvnias.
This is the program where it is not demanded to create jobs, but to offer opportunity to use to employment opportunities. You can submit your application via DIA. It's a very straightforward interface. So you do that, and that will help you to implement your most ambitious initiatives. And it is from 150 to 8,000 to 8 million hryvnias. This is for processing and production. And this is very inspiring because we see that, unfortunately, with our budget, we can only meet part of demands from businesses. So we always invite the audience to engage in those programs that are efficient tax-wise. And if we speak about micro grants, now there are 20,000 of them that have been provided already. And out of this 20,000, 70% were extended to women. And a very important component there is grants for veterans and family members, where one can receive up to 1 million to start a business, training, retraining. We are now reforming vocational training centers subordinated under the Ministry of Economy. And if you don't know much about this form of training, this is basically vocational training, but for adults. In the system of the Ministry of Economy, there are 8 of them. And now we are opening opportunities for businesses to enter the supervisory boards of these institutions and revise the curricula, because 56% of businesses says that problem number 1 is a shortage of human resources, and or people who come to work are not qualified enough, or they are not in line with your demands or expectations. So our task would be not to retrain them, not to waste time, but let us revise this curricula to make sure that they are in line with your requirements, in line with requirements of the modern labor market, so that you received high qualification workers. And this is, again, another request from businesses. They say, we want the training to continue for 6 or 5 months, and these institutions, training institutions, make it possible. Then vouchers for training. You enter the website of the employment center, and in various qualifications, 70 to 80% are women. And interestingly, women often opt for, well, I don't like the term male professions, but let's say traditionally male professions. A lot of women choose to be guardians, deminers, because security guards or deminers, this is the new market. I can speak about demining long. Our partners know that now we are the most mined country globally, and now the number of operators is growing in this segment, and the demand for labor resources is growing as well. Together with partners, we pooled 700 million euros to retrain 70,000 Ukrainians. We have started this process, and I won't be able to cover all the programs in 7 minutes. But in social media, when we start recruitment for Stanford, for example, where business persons will be able to go for training in March, usually we publish all the information there so that you had the opportunity to have access to full range of information. So if you see the QR code, you need to go there and please answer the question. If you have encountered any bias related to that, you are a woman. Yaroslav, don't do that. Don't go there. After 2 slides, I guess we will see the response to this question and why we are asking this question, and why you see this figure 18.6%. This is the wage gap, pay gap, for men and women in our state. And that means that us, for 6 and 2.5 years, we work free of charge in this context, and that's impressive. And our objective would be to revise that, to reduce that, and to at least come in line with EU indicators, 13, 14, the lower the better, of course. The more we have equal rights and opportunities, and basically always when we discuss the strategy to reduce the pay gap between men and women, I always share the story when I worked at a position with a male colleague, and after half a year I discovered that his salary was times higher than mine. So that may happen. Along with revision of the labor legislation, we have launched the awareness-raising campaign with government of Sweden. Sure you can. Звісно, зможеш. So let's watch this inspirational movie videos, and we will continue.
Overcoming the gender pay gap will require an all-of-society approach.
Main evaluation criteria are not about men or women, that's about knowledge, skills. You don't need to doubt if it is for men or women. Be brave, because this is time where you can choose. If we build a new society, and if we pay such a high price for recovery of true independent Ukraine, authentic Ukraine, we definitely need to come up with detailed analysis of all the issues that prevent us so far from standing proudly.
Engagement, not only in politics, but in our societies in many ways. And why? Because women represent half of the population, so we should also have half of the power.
The women's role is changing, it is enhanced, and we need to provide all the tools so that women could implement themselves, their capacities in any sector.
Can I try to get involved in political life? Of course you can. Of course you can get engaged, either in the economy or in politics.
And now let's look at statistics. Have you ever encountered biased, partial biased treatment because you're a woman? It means that we will still have a lot of topics to discuss at the next Congress as well. But in order that this figure went down and we had something to be proud of, we need to stay together, and that's so important. So I'm grateful because this Congress is the role model for adequate sisterhood, where we are together, we know how we are going to move on. This is Natalia from Pokrovsk. She participates in our program Stvory, Create, and this is the we are preparing the second wave of the program soon, so please follow our news. And this is a program for those women who deal with entrepreneurship, production, processing. The grant is $15,000 for them to start their business or to extend their business. Natalia from Pokrovsk, by the way, we took a photo at her plant, and she was wearing these high-heeled shoes. She's a manager, she manages the plant, and she said, like, Pokrovsk, and now you apply for a grant. And you understand that there are requirements for jobs, creation of jobs and payment of taxes. That's serious. And she said, I want to be a role model for my kids. I want to show them that I am resilient, I can stand where other people break. So this is why we work. We will do our best to make sure that next year we will have the opportunity to support women who are ambitious, entrepreneurs, those who want to develop and support their own business. You are our inspiration, you are our resilience, and I believe that you are the core of our upcoming victory. Thank you for everything that you are doing. Julia, perfect timing, and thank you for being a role model of a woman who proves that we definitely can do things when we wish that. When we trust ourselves, when together with partners we move on, because definitely unity matters. And we are very grateful to partners of the Ukrainian Women's Congress, and it is supported by Women's Foundation of Peace of the UN, UN Action Against Conflict-Related Sexual Violence, Government of Sweden. So now we invite to panel discussion, business versus the state, expectations versus reality. I invite speakers, Olesa Olenitska, Director for Corporate Communication, Kyivstar, Tetiana Volochai, Head of Community Development Council of MHP Gromady, Zoya Gainse, the PR Manager for MedInvest, Olesa Zhelinska, Communications and PR Manager for Privatbank, Yulia Burmistenko, International Relations DTAC, and Maria Gavrilyuk, co-founder of Gunya Project. And the moderator of this panel discussion is Member of Parliament Yaroslav Zhelezniak. You're welcome. Good afternoon. And I promise that you will now hear stories that will give you shivers. Let me make a short introduction, 30 seconds, not to steal time from the participants, but I would like you to hear the stories as an example of the changes that are already happening. That's so interesting. They are so impressive when you see that not only on the slides, but when you hear that as real-life stories. Let's start with IT. Let's say in Kyivstar, Do I get it right that 40% of the staff of the company is women, and most importantly, 40% in the board, on the board are women? Yes. So how are your policies being implemented in practice? How come that you have this proportion? Thank you for this question. With Olena Kostyevna, before we were getting ready for this meeting, so we discussed that we would speak about ESG policies, sustainable development of businesses, Kyivstar and other role model businesses that show the adequate behaviors, patterns of behavior now in Ukraine, and we are doing that. But after we talked to Yaroslav, we decided that we would speak about some actual and real things. So IT, telecom, that's historically male sphere, which is associated with IT specialists who develop digital products, and these are mostly male. If we consider, well, they've prepared statistics for me, and we see that technologically in our tech department only 10% are women. But if we consider the overall number of women in Kyivstar, that is going to be 38%. The board of directors, out of 14, we already have 6 women there, and we keep growing because we understand that inclusion and this equality for all the opinions, that enriches the business. It makes it possible to generate adequate ideas, stimulates development. So in Kyivstar, as in the part of international WON group, we play an important role. We communicate, we develop joint policies, ESG policies, sustainable development policies, and we are the role model there because our group includes so-called emerging markets, where for religious reasons, for social and political reasons, unfortunately, there is some pressure or limitations on women. So now speaking about practice. A woman leads the cybersecurity department, for example, which is considered to be kind of historically male, and this department is very efficient now, and this helps us break this glass ceilings or these limitations that we have in our heads. We discussed it with Olesa that we are quite modest, so women need ongoing support. They need to hear you can do that, you are professional, and we understand that this is a man's world. We are living in the world where, unfortunately, that's life, that men, they have more power. And this is a dramatic situation, horrible situation, but we can change everything. We can influence that, and we can develop ourselves by using this opportunity, and we can do more for the state, for businesses. We can now support ourselves and the state and businesses. Well, it's obvious for IT, but there is also the part of businesses where you install towers, right? So that, as Vice Prime Minister said, that's traditionally male profession, which is rather associated with men's work. So what's the situation now? The situation is okay, even though from time to time we do have these blackout situations, and we understand that we need to be ready because we are leaders in telecom sector in Ukraine, but we have women working there, and installing towers. Yeah, we have an engineer in the eastern region, Irina Pokiduk, and she supports the work of base stations, and she provides for quality communication in frontline territory. She comes to towers, she goes up, and she helps us to keep in touch. Thank you. Involving women, engaging women in the communities. We know that that's about your corporate culture and you focus on development of women's leadership. So what's the situation now, especially in the context of the full-scale war? Above all, let me say hello, and I'm grateful to every woman who has started and who goes on fighting for women's rights. And this Congress is another proof of that, because on the annual basis we promote important changes in the society. I'm also grateful to women who are my mentors, leaders, who expand my gender perception and who brought the organization that I represent to the Congress. MHP Gramadi, this is a charitable foundation. We are supported by MHP. We work in 13 regions. We have representative offices in the central, eastern and western regions. And during 10 years, we have mostly focused on awareness raising and promoting proactive approach at the community level. We did that with our grant competitions, Time to Act Ukraine, development of social initiatives. And let me mention that the role of women in these social initiatives, it is huge and it is very important.
Before the full-scale invasion, it was around 50%, those which were produced and implemented by women. And after the full-scale invasion, now this share of women is equal to 70%. And thanks to these women, we implement projects in different spheres, such as sports, well-being, medicine, culture. So now it's a trend to establish sports adaptive clubs and veteran hubs. And of course, it's so valuable. At the same time, we develop businesses and micro-businesses in all communities. Almost each panel had a person who spoke about importance of development of economic component and importance of the development of women-led business development. Before the full-scale invasion, the share of women was around 30%. Those women who were entrepreneurs, now it's almost 60%. So the statistics which was provided to us in the previous presentation is confirmed. Yes, indeed. So yes, indeed, it's so incredible. But at the same time, during the full-scale invasion, the role of women in communities has been strengthened, and thanks to such programs as the program of MHP Poruch, that's a program dedicated to support of families of the deceased military. We have launched women's retreats, and after having such time in such rehabilitation, in such retreats, such women find strength in themselves to keep working on projects launched by their husbands or to start some new things. For example, Inna, representative from Bogoslavsky district, thanks to her husband, she started a platform, a project in her community, because actually her husband fought for these possibilities, for these opportunities for youth, for children at the front line. Another woman, in commemoration of her deceased father, who was a commander of one of the brigades of the special forces, she launched agricultural enterprise, agricultural farm, because her dream was to implement the goal of her father, which was not only the goal but also the dream. But also her dream was to have something for livelihood for her family and develop herself as a person, as a citizen of her community. That's why I could say that our women develop all the time, and there is a huge the huge demand for support, for development, for all those things. So our women are indestructible. I would like to say thank you to all our women who are here today. Also, I would like to say express my full inspiration for our military women. Thank you so much. And yes, you help us to maybe break the system regarding women women, who treats women so unfairly and undervalues women. Thank you so much. Now my next question to Zoya, who represents Metinvest. So I'm from Mariupol city by myself. I remember my childhood when guys usually were enrolled into the Priazov Technical University for some technical professions, and our girls were enrolled into, humanitarian sciences and linguistic sciences. And I know that now situation is different. We have had a talk with you before this panel, and indeed, figures impress. But let's look from the practical perspective how this shift takes place when we have so many people who have shown with their own example that women can do everything. Yeah, indeed. Now girls have started to enroll into Metinvest Polytechnical Institute. That's the first non-state institute, and we have an example how actually one of girls actually started to be enrolled into technical university because she wanted to become a miner. And speaking about Metinvest Polytechnica, the share of women there, women students there, is 20%, and we do really hope that this figure will only increase within the next years. Going back to what you have started saying, that the law which was suspended by the government, which banned women to work on some enterprises with harmful conditions or underground. We have, for example, another case in Pokrovsk. There we have a team of women who work underground. They manage different equipment, and the professional life of these people is so different. One of them had worked at school as a teacher in the Pokrovsk district before, but because of constant shellings, all her students were moved to online learning, and she lost her job. But she an advertisement in internet that there are some people needed for mines, and of course training is provided because she doesn't have any experience, so she's a teacher by profession, by occupation. It means that, she was not lost in that station. Of course, she wasn't happy because it was like, an exit from the deadlock. But this was a guarantee for her to be employed, to have a job, and it calmed her down. Tell me, please, we have right now a deficit of human resources in different companies. How you manage how to sell, so to say, this motivation to our women, how to change its profession from a teacher, so to say, to another profession, to another occupation, which is still considered as a man's occupation in many mindsets and many heads. First of all, we explained that there will be training and learning process, and this learning process could be quite extensive. So initially qualification requires several months, but the longer qualification requires up to 3 years, and we do really hope that till a woman has this, so for this period, while a woman has this training, the war also will be over. And yeah, you also mentioned by yourself that you are from Mariupol. We know how the war started back in 2014. For now, in the Metinvest enterprises, more than 70% are men, but around 30% are women. So we have a deficit of human resources in the total number of 4,000 persons, and turnover of employees and workers is around 20%. But what calms us down, the share of women whom we hire is 30%, and it proves that women believe in themselves, women believe that they can realize their potential in, so to say, men's sector or occupation. Yes, the statistics are so impressive. Thank you. Olesya, given that the bank sector is a little bit of my area, so my question to you, 70% at your sector is women, but in the supervisory board you have only one woman, and in the board generally, so these are only two women. Why? Why do we have? So what is the problem, or what is the challenge for us as stakeholders? You know, first of all, I think that we as women, we need to dare to go into this profession. Important is how we apply for such positions. And, you know, there was the Marsa director at another Ukrainian Women's Congress, and she told that a woman could be ready for 90% to go for this role, but she would not dare. And a man could be ready to apply for this position only at 10%. But anyway, he dares, he goes, he applies for this position, he's ready to learn during the process. So we need to support each other, we need to dare, and we need to understand that quotas are needed, whether we want it or not. Because very often we just need this psychological, mental help. Look at our bank. So financial sector is a man's sector, it's a very patriarchal. Money is always about men, risks about men, adventures about men. Women usually are there. Usually they deal with the aftermath left after it. But if we look at all these sectors, I remember when the war started, we were talked that let's change professions, let's change occupations. And we needed 2 years actually to change occupation for women, for making women to apply for banking agent positions, for collector positions. So, but it requires resources, it requires conditions, it requires also actions from other businesses. And very often it requires this dareness to dare. Very often, if they dare, they do this job perfectly, but they need to do it. And also, we need to look from another perspective. For example, cash desk. Usually, who works at the cash desk? Women. Now we change this perspective. We try to show that men could also work at this cash desk. You know, as a cashier, we have so many mobilized men. Not all, some of them return, but not all of them are ready to again start working at as a director or as another role. But yes, at the same time, look, near the front line, you have women there. Why? Yeah, because, you know, when a man is conscripted, all deputies are women. Look, if a director is conscripted, a man, all deputies of this director, are women. And so those deputies are not they do not dare to apply for the director's position. But when there is a crisis, who is the first one to react, to respond? A woman. Because we have no other options, we have no other choice. We need to promote it further, we need to be vocal about it more actively, and to dare more to take these positions. Thank you. Yulia, energy sector is, you know, it was perceived even before as a man's sphere, a man's sector, but even now, considering so many military risks, it creates some additional arguments for such perception. But as far as I understand, you have so many women employed and applying for positions in your sector, and not only in traditional green energy areas and spheres, but how do you manage to attract more and more women into this profession right now? Thank you for your question. Specifically, after such inspirational speech of Madam Sveredenko, I would like to touch 3 important things: how we can help the economy of Ukraine these days through involvement and engagement and improving of gender balance in the economy generally and in the energy sector in particular. I think that if we had better situation with the gender balance before the war, we would have had much easier situation with the economy, how to overcome this war and the outcomes of this war. And I'm going to dwell upon this topic a little bit later in more detail. So second thing which I would like to mention is that the green recovery, including the green recovery of the energy of Ukraine, gives huge possibilities for women, for employment, for career development, and that's the only path for Ukraine in terms of its recovery. So it's a great sphere. And the third thing I would like to mention, and it was already mentioned by the First Lady, that successful examples and support to each other, it inspires us, not only us, but it also inspires our next generation. And what's important? It's important that our children are not like we are. So when our parents told us something, we listened to them. These new generations, they do not listen adults, they do not listen to adults, they listen to some successful people. That's why it's important to be successful, to support each other, to be an example for other girls, for other women, because you asked how to start, where to start to enroll women and girls into these professions, only back to school. So we need to do it at school times. Okay, Yulia, what about examples? Examples of any occupations that you know that's the first time ever a woman starts having this role. You know, yeah, I will tell you. It's not a secret, but maybe I will highlight some aspects which are crucial. Last month, DTEC appointed the first woman as the general director of DTEC Networks. That's Alina Bondarenko. And indeed, it was a so crucial step. I have been working in this company for 13 years, so that's the first time ever. It's important because the DTEC is always a frontline asset. Our networks are near the front line. They are constantly under shelling. They constantly need some recovery. And now it's delegated to the women. When the war started in the Kyiv region, we have observed how our networks responded to that time, to that situation. So if now the networks are blackouted and we do not see any information on those networks located at some specific location, it means that tomorrow in news we will read that the enemy is already there on that territory. That's why appointment of women for such positions is so important. And what about repairing brigades, repairing teams? Do you have any examples that such teams are led by women or an increased share of women in such repairing teams? You know, I can't give you such examples, but what I want to mention to you, several months before the war had started, the anti-crisis hub, the anti-crisis office has been established, and 25% of members of that anti-crisis office were women. I also a member of that office, so we meet either twice per day or even twice per week, depending on the situation, and we make decisions. And specifically, women are those who bring this flexibility, who bring such non-standard solutions to this to this work of this office, because men usually are so strict, so unflexible. They are straight as trees, but we are flexible. We are all together. This is a huge synergy, thanks to which we survive. Thank you. Yeah, now I understood that we need some quotas in our oversight board, and green energy is also about that. Yeah, Maria, you have seen that now more and more businesses, specifically small businesses, are launched by women. As far as I understand, you have launched your business when proportion was more towards trees. Okay, we will have our own congress. Don't mind. But tell me, please, what do you think? What is the key obstacle right now for a woman to launch her business? First of all, thank you so much for inviting me for this panel. I understand that my scale is much smaller than other panels here, but I will try to bring you my perspective. You know, it's hard to speak about obstacles because it's always subjective. I can say only one thing, that anything never stopped me. And also, I think it's about how I was brought up. I would comment that, education is a fundamental. The vision is fundamental. The vision that women can do everything. And I feel so much how state right now is changing its support to women-led business. And we have received a grant, and I could tell you that it's an incredible experience. It's incredible how many opportunities right now, how many learning opportunities, how much support right now for men and women, for all those who have ideas. The only thing you need to try, and you need to start. The only thing that maybe it was harder for us to start in the past, but we had this idea, we had this vision, and for me, it's a key thing it's a key feature of a leader, not to be afraid and be ready to move forward. So I wish to everyone not to be afraid, to look around for opportunities, because there are so many opportunities around you. Yeah. So I think we have what we can learn in terms of good things from men. Yeah, indeed, that's right. So my question is to all of you. Of course, it's clear that we need to engage more and more women, but unfortunately, after almost 3 years of the full-scale invasion, one of the key tasks of the business and the state is to return them back home. What businesses can do in order to help the state to return more women back home to Ukraine?
I think to create realistic opportunity and to create opportunity for flexible schedule, the decent salary, the possibility for development, training. I can say that the business is changing because we as entrepreneurs, we need to give the chance to people not just to get salary, but we need to help people develop all the time. And I understand that I am at this panel with wonderful women who talked about all these things that business need to give to candidate. Social possibilities, development, support. And now it is changing in Ukraine in big and small businesses. And I believe that this is the approach that's the key to bring people back, that here you can achieve a lot as well. Two things that I can say. First of all, that we need to change a lot at the rear. We need to be more people-oriented, people-centric. We need to prepare for the person who left, for them to want to come back and to feel that they will feel good here. So, we need to have inclusion. So many women left Ukraine because their children have different types of diseases, for example, diabetes, or children have some mental issues. And these women need to understand that Ukraine is better than it used to be before the war. Also, we need to adjust faster. 10% of our women out of 18,000 now they are on maternity leave. They need to have the department where they work to be next to a safe kindergarten, or the ability to bring the child to work. One woman said that the woman has a child with disability and she wanted to take her child with her. And we prepared a special place where she could bring her child with her. So we are now in the war. We are all traumatized, and people who are traumatized, they will be coming back with their own trauma because they are afraid to be judged that they left Ukraine. I work in public service, so we were told that everybody had to come back. But in your company, I'm sure that there are situations that a woman who worked or is going to work, some of your employees, female employees, decided to leave Ukraine. How are you bringing back your female employees? And what should we all do so that they can come back? Now or after the victory, but to come back anyway. If I may, so what we are planning to do, so the green recovery, so creating completely new workplaces all around Ukraine, because what happens now, the enemy attacks our energy infrastructure, we recover, we restore that because we cannot rebuild before the winter. But now we are just stealing some time from the enemy. And the war will be over, but the enemy will not disappear. And the threat is always going to be there. We need to build completely new network, generational capacity, and these are the new workplaces. Because what we see now, the enemy knows exactly where our infrastructure is, and they strike there. And if we have one energy block, so 200 megawatt, but if you have the wind power station, then you need 30 missiles because they are not in one location, but they're in different locations, and you cannot destroy everything all at once. We need to build the generators which are fast, so green energy. This is the base for energy in Ukraine, and workplaces, because women are educated. Maybe women never worked in energy sector before, but they have good education and they can come and work. So we just need to create new workplaces and engage these women. Olesa, do you have women who left Ukraine and came back? For women, security is a very important point. Many women who left, they left to secure their children, and women who are not coming back because, as I told you the story, that I live in the hallway with my two sons at Bologna, and it makes me think whether I am a good mother that I kept my children here in Ukraine. For us to preserve the potential, because we have 25 people in my department. There are women who are abroad, 3 women. And as I said, we need security, and we need to support our armed forces of Ukraine as much as we can. We need to support our veterans. I want to thank men and women who are in this room now. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for defending us. And we need to understand that we as business, this is secondary reason. The people wearing uniform, this is the most important. And if we don't support them with donations, special programs, in Kyivstar we have a program 450, Finally at Home. I'm proud of this program. I understand that everybody is praising their projects, but this is the program that engages our employees from the moment of mobilization. When we keep in touch with them, even when they're in the front line, we keep in touch through their families, we provide them with necessary equipment. So this contact gives people faith that people will come back. The program envisions the engagement of families, because we know that it's very hard for families. People who come back from the front line, their families send themselves, they need support. Our HR, we are trying to support them and to train them, to explain how HR managers need to treat veterans. More than 200 people from Kyivstar are serving, and about 48 people, they are veterans. They came back to work, 2 women out of them. And I believe that this flexibility and constant contact and the possibility to develop and not to stand still, that's what will bring these 3 women who are abroad still, and the possibility for moms with their kids to come back to Ukraine when it's safer. I would like to add it's very important to separate the responsibility of those who implement these changes and those who are planning to come back, because yes, business is this organization, but these are people, us, women, and we're in this country, we work. we work at their maximum capacity, and we cannot do something for them without them. It's important to have partnership of the community, business, and women who are abroad, and we need to develop the projects together that will bring them home. My last question, can I add? I want to add about bringing families back. Families will come back if there is good infrastructure, if they have a place to go back to, because unfortunately the enemy destroys not only military infrastructure, they destroy kindergartens, schools, apartment blocks, and we as Meta Invest Group, we are already developing the standard projects, how we can restore and rebuild schools. If the woman knows that there is a school for the child and her husband can continue working and make steel, and the steel is going to be used to build the school, then the family will come back, or they will not leave their city. And this project, the Steel Dream, was developed by a woman, which is very important because women can not only make steel, but they can develop these projects, and women are actively engaged into that. Provocative question. Our panel is business versus state, which shows certain fight, but I think that we have more in common than what separates us. And I, as representative of the state, do you think that business now, Ukrainian business, international, local, big, middle, or small, does business understand that it is important to engage women into all business processes? Yes or no? Brief survey. Who believes that business understands that it's more yes than no? Definitely yes. Who disagrees that business still doesn't have this understanding? No. So we can say that business hasn't understood yet. And then my second question, every time when I meet with any business, my first question is about whether they have enough employees. And I think that's something that the problem that's the issue for everyone. And it's not sexist, but due to military activities, there are more men at the front line, and if business don't engage women, it will die because they will not have workforce. So why have certain businesses resist this? But because business need to change. But it's not just women. For example, senior citizens. So we have a habit that we don't hire people over 50. If you're over 50, you're too old, and it doesn't matter man or woman. So we have a hotline, and 1,000 people, and these people just call us, and they just want to talk. We created a separate hotline for older people. We also have a newspaper for older people, and this 50-plus people who are IDPs, they feel very old. We need to understand that it's not about just gender, but it's about age. It's expected that if a woman is 50, they are grandmothers, and they take care of their grandchildren rather than active working women. And I believe that we also, the state needs to support businesses that hire older people, not just women. And also, we need to support parental leave for men. When you mentioned that, like, what's necessary for a woman to go back, so You said that like man needs a job, a salary, and a woman needs a kindergarten, a school. Yes, it is an issue for both parents, but it's important for a father to be ready to take care of the child. It's a huge cluster of change. Yeah, we needed to fight for 2 years to introduce some new professions for women. We are changing much faster than Europe, but we need to change even faster. If we want to change something, we need to do it faster. And the state probably needs to communicate more and to say what we are doing and why we are doing this. My last question, what do you think? This change, this shift, when women start being engaged in certain jobs that were never designated for women. Is it going to be just before, until the victory, and then men will come back and will go back to old system? Or you think it is irreversible changes that are happening in people's minds, both society and business people, and we will just develop this trend after we win? I believe that it's our strength. We were forced to be the country of Amazon fighters. Not yet, but we are going there. But the women will have a taste. They will demonstrate their abilities. They will implement their potential. And we will not let this be taken away from us. I believe that it will be multiplied when our women come back. So we will build progressive young society. This is a nation that is made strong by blood, unfortunately, but it will make us stronger. Yulia? Economy relied on only half of the population, on men. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but when the war started, mobilization and men started to serve, or men are hiding from mobilization. And when 10% of your employees went to serve, you need to replace them with someone. And if you are looking only among the half of the population, half of the talent of the country, that's one thing. But when this pool expanded and included all women, and it created equal possibilities, I don't think we'll go back. Because people who can should work where in the jobs that they can do. It doesn't matter which gender that is. I want to thank you for the stories. I think that this panel showed that women can do everything. And I think we will come up with many stories after. My personal takeaway that in comparison to the state, business knows how not to lose those women who they still have and how to engage them. And but they understand why it's important. And hopefully we'll do everything possible for everyone to come back home during the war and especially after the victory. Thank you very much for this wonderful conversation. Thank you, Yaroslav. I will use these stories to support the laws that you ask us to adopt. Yaroslav Zhelezniak, MP, our moderator, Olesya Olenitska, Corporate Affairs Director, Kyivstar, Tatiana Volochai, Head of the Board of Community Development of Charitable Foundation, MHP Hromady, Olesya Zhelinska, Head of Communications, Public Affairs at Privatbank, Yulia Burmistrenko, Head of International Relations at the Tech, and Maria Havrelyuk, Project Co-founder, Hunya. Yeah, the stories were amazing, that women can do everything, not just... and now we are going to talk about... Thank you very much for joining this very important panel. We have only 30 minutes. Imagine we have only 30 minutes. And we will try to open the window as wide as possible for this topic. So thank you, Yana.
Thank you, Yana, for telling what we are going to speak about and what topics we are going to discuss. And before I give a floor to our first speaker, what actually we are going to speak about? When we discuss the issue, the topic of the future, of the recovery of Ukraine, when we are going to wake up that morning after our victory, how Ukraine will look like for us, and who can help us with it. That's why we are going to speak about the gender mainstreaming platform for ensuring inclusion, recovery, and the role of the civic society, consultations and panels with consultations that have been launched in the conference of London, and about the new initiative, the Alliance for Gender-Sensitive Recovery for Ukraine. Now I can see that our speakers are already ready to start. Interpretation works for them. And I would like to ask the first question to Madam Katerina Masarova, Ambassador. So please describe us the general big picture, the vision. What is the vision of the European Union regarding recovery in Ukraine? Please, over to you. Thank you for invitation. Hello, I'm so happy to see you here.
I will switch into English, just not to butcher your beautiful language that I understand but don't speak fully, and mindful of the time. You know, I think someone this morning, I think the gentleman who was presenting the really powerful graphs about the demographic challenges and the future challenges for Ukraine, said that he had prepared this speech and given the mood, he changed it all. And I very much feel the same way. You know, I could talk about the importance of gender mainstreaming and all of the directives and Istanbul conventions, etc. But I think what is much more important to give you a little bit of my personal feeling. I have now been living in Ukraine for 14 months. I'm in my second year of ambassadorship, but I have been dealing with Ukraine for close to 10 years, almost since the Maidan revolution. And I see an incredible change. I see an incredible change in the development of the country, in the attitudes of including to women, including to taboo topics such as sexual violence, violence against women, domestic violence, and as terrible as the war is. And I also had tears in my eyes as the mom of young Irina that died on the front. I'm not comparing my sorrow to hers. That's not what I meant to say, but just that it was a really emotional moment this morning. The war actually has had a bizarrely liberalizing impact on the society. You suddenly have discussions about the taboo topics that you couldn't have 3 or 4 years ago. Women very much are aware of the rightful place that they took in the society, in the economy, in the army as a result of the war. You suddenly can discuss issues and have measures of public opinion that was not really that clear or imaginable 3, 4, 5 years ago. So it's a terrible price to pay, obviously, but we see shifts in the in the attitudes. I saw Martin here this morning, NDI and many others do opinion polls, and there are things that you can see through them that were not obvious before. For example, in the attitude to corruption, before the full-scale invasion, corruption was 6, 7, 8 among people's worries, was not really a top issue. Now, systematically, it's number 2 in opinion polls. That means people are sensitive to it, and women think, you know, I'm not having my husbands and sons, or people don't have their fathers and mothers and sisters die on the front for the Ukraine of the past. And the same thing applies to attitudes to the righteous role of women in the society, in the economy, and that is very much is going to be seen through the recovery process. I think that I cannot imagine Ukraine recovery without the women really being in leading role in many communities, in many families, in many schools, in big parts of the economy. So I'm saying this with a little bit of envy. You know, you're coming to the European Union. We just had the enlargement report last week, and you know, the attitude to women in the European Union and the role of women is definitely mixed. We are a collective of 27, and I think that you are certainly not on the bottom rung of the scale, but rather to the front. So, congratulations for the role that you play, the understanding of yourselves that you have. I'm sorry the price has had to be so dreadful, but I am absolutely convinced that when the recovery comes, women will know what to do and how to do it.
Дуже дякую. Дуже дякую.
Thank you so much.
І насправді ця відповідь
And indeed, this answer is so great shift to Madam to Katerina Levchenko. And when Madam Ambassador answered my question, I also recalled in my memory your quotation when you mentioned that recovery is better than what we are having now. That's not only that we need to speak about our vision, our understanding, how the future should look like for Ukraine, but it's also about actions. That's why I would like to ask you about your responsibility, because indeed your mandate is so unique and so extended. So please tell us about your ordinary routine working day. Tell me and the audience how do you implement gender policies, both on the national and local levels? Thank you so much, Katerina. I have only 4 minutes. I need to be on time. So speaking about my ordinary working day, it's full of phone calls. Definitely, I familiarize myself with strategic documents. I follow news. I work with legislative documents. And when I mentioned phone calls, that's about communication with partners, both the state agencies, development partners, international organizations, and for sure with our regions. And my days are different, and topics for communication are different, but the issues raised in such communications are always the same: how to ensure gender equality and promotion of women. And from the government perspective here, it has a responsibility to develop those standards that shall be next implemented in practice, first of all on the local level, because recovery, it's not only about the country in general, but it's about each specific community. We are so thankful to our close cooperation with the European Commission on development of the development plan for Ukraine, which has been approved by the government on 18th of March this year. It's already publicly available on the website. But what's important? It's important that here we have a gender-sensitive section, which is called human capital. There, it's mentioned both problems that should be overcome and those tasks that should be achieved and implemented. It's not just some certain tasks what should be built. It's about general principles which shall be next reflected in the community and territory development strategies. And thanks to cooperation with international organizations, the regional development strategy has this very well-defined principle. So on strategic legislative level, we have already envisaged those principles. Our next task is to ensure implementation. And it's not that easy because the resistance is so high. First of all, not everyone reads those documents. Usually they just do it in the old manner, as they were used to. Here, the huge role is played also by different public civic organizations and the consultative panel, which was mentioned by you. And preparing ourselves to the conference at Berlin, we have developed 10 steps to gender-responsible recovery. And if you want, you can read more about them. But now I'm going to mention only the essence of them. So recovery-wise, usually people think more about the economy recovery. But without the human capital recovery, without the social sphere recovery, we can't achieve it. But of course, there is no doubt that it's more profitable to invest into economies. It's the position of investors. And it's so important for all issues, for all challenges of the societal sphere to be considered as a part of economic project. Then, because without it, we will have absolutely profitable economic situation and absolutely not profitable societal situation. Thanks to presentation of our sociological presentation, demographic presentation in the early morning, we have seen what are the problems, what are those holes and losses in demographic. And as an expert in this issue, I'm so afraid of not returning to patriarchal stereotypes. And I'm afraid of not returning to practices of exploitation of women, because for us it's so important to have preschool education, accessibility of nurseries, and possibility to have inclusive and barrierless spaces to ensure opportunities for our people with disabilities, and so much more. For this dialogue, that has been established between the government and our civic organizations, for it to keep going. Yes, we move forward. We want to move forward quicker. But yes, indeed, let's not forget that now we are not speaking about the backlashes and some regression in the gender ideology. Some people who were against ensuring of gender equality and rights of women are not so vocal right now, but they are still there. At the field, we all the time we face the problem of very silent, not so active, but anyway fights for these our rights, for this our empowerment. We need to go forward. We need to keep moving and doing those things and achieving what we need to achieve. So when you asked your question, what I'm thinking about, so what's one of the important preconditions? It's a precondition of cooperation between the government, the civic society, and international partners. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Dear Katerina, I can't but ask you one more question. And so you just mentioned the partnership. You mentioned this importance of cooperation between different groups, including international partners. What request would you draft for our international partners in order for gender-sensitive recovery to be just a trendy topic? A very practical request would be from my side. We are very conscious, we are very aware that recovery today depends so much on those investments which come to Ukraine. That's why it's so crucial that each project of international technical aid for sure corresponds to the to the gender-sensitive principles, to correspond to these indices, not for for all those money funded and tunneled for civic society and so on, but for all projects focused on ecology, on environment, on agriculture, on construction, for all those projects to have this component of gender-sensitive recovery, and some share of these funds should be allocated for implementation of this component, but also principles should be maintained. About principles, I mean the following. For example, the share, the quota of women in different supervisory boards, in stakeholder teams, in expert teams, in so many different teams and organizations. That's my huge request to all donors and international organizations. Yeah, you can see that everyone is noting down. You're absolutely right, saying that that's an ideal move to our next speaker, Markus Köhl. Markus represents the government of Germany. We have touched a little bit the issue, the topic of alliance, which has been launched by the initiative of the government of Germany. My question to you is so short, actually. Can you please explain to us why the government of Germany has initiated this alliance and what your expectations in the future from this side? Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for having me in this very esteemed group of speakers, and I hope I can be as brief as your question.
Thank you.
I could just say, isn't it obvious, right? That would be the answer, apparently. But no, just to give you a little bit more of background, the Ambassador Matanova just mentioned the liberalizing effect of the war with all the dire consequences and everything, but we are in a totally different place in Ukraine than we have been before the full-scale invasion. And I'm not sure if all of you remember, but the Alliance for Gender Responsive and Inclusive Recovery was an initiative at the URC in Berlin. But it has a history because the first URC, the first Ukraine Recovery Conference in Lugano, already had a principle on gender responsive and inclusive recovery. And then we had London, and London also raised the topic, and they created a platform which is actually working with the government, civil society, which is a great platform, which is a great coalition, which is also a strong partner of our alliance. And when we saw the landscape in Berlin, and having in mind to create in Berlin a momentum which is a whole of society approach, which is absolutely needed for sustainable and lasting recovery, then of course it was also very important for us to create the alliance from the donor perspective, from the donor side, of course, but working together with the Ukrainian government, working with civil society, working with international organizations like UN Women, and UN Women was one of the mothers of the alliance. Katarina was one of the mothers of the alliance, and my minister was there, so I was very happy to be there at the moment when this was all created, with the aim to not to basically promote what Katarina just mentioned, to promote the principles, to make sure that all donors who work on recovery in Ukraine implement or make sure that they do gender responsive budgeting, that they put women's rights and needs at the front of their engagement, and that women participation in all the decision-making processes is supported. And I think that's the key point. When in the further way forward, we have to make sure all this change which happened is lasting and sustainable. And the alliance should actually provide a platform for that. And of course, we hope that this year, and of course until the next URC, we will already reach a lot of added value with it, and then hopefully being able to inspire our Italian friends together with the Ukrainian government to continue this endeavor and make sure that this topic is really at the core of all the future recovery efforts of all the donors. And hopefully also the alliance is still open for membership, so everyone who is interested, even private companies, other donors, you are more than welcome to join us in this endeavor and make sure that we promote this topic. And I'm personally very happy to be part of this And I think we all should be very well aware and should promote it where we are able to do it. And just to make one last point, a very practical one, I listened into the last panel, when we talked about private sector and bringing women back to Ukraine, which of course is also very important, other topic Germany is also working on. How can you even imagine to create an environment in Ukraine which brings women back if you wouldn't include women in the recovery efforts, right? For me, that's the absolute striking argument, and therefore happy to work further on this, and thank you so much.
Дуже дякую. Я вам дуже дякую за ваш ентузіазм і за те.
Thank you very much for your enthusiasm and for your comment that you have already started working with Italian colleagues. And this is very important to continue with what Katerina said and Ms. Maternova. It's not enough to speak about recovery. We need to act to make sure that it becomes better than it is now. I now pass the floor to Barbara Rombusek, and she would participate online. Hello, we are happy to welcome you here. So, Barbara, can you tell us a little bit about EBRD project and about how you see what we refer to as a return of investments, how the projects of the bank EBRD can help Ukraine promote gender-sensitive recovery? You're welcome.
So thank you very much for inviting me to join this very, very illustrious panel. It's a real honor to be there. Unfortunately, sadly not in person, but hopefully next time. So I think we've heard a lot already from the various speakers before me about the importance of really building gender right into the heart of the recovery, because without women, the recovery of the society, the recovery of the economy, the recovery of the communities in this country won't be possible, because it is women that carry a lot now, but will be carrying a lot as part of the longer term recovery. So the question is really the how rather than the why, I think, at this point. So as EBRD, we are the largest institutional investor in Ukraine. We've invested over 4.5 billion euros since February 2022 into Ukraine, into the real economy. And we're doing this very much with a focus on human capital at the heart of our investments. So around 80% of our investments have specific elements that actually focus on building the capacity of our clients, to make sure that there's a focus on gender equality, on rebuilding and protecting livelihoods and jobs and access to vital services, entrepreneurship opportunities for everybody, but also with a very specific focus on women. So how do we actually do that? In a way, we work with employers in two ways, with clients in two ways. One is that we work with them as employers. So we work with some of the largest SOEs in the country, from Ukrenergo, Naftogaz, all the way to SMEs and very, very small companies, each facing massive challenges in this wartime economy, but all actually being united by a quest for talent, a quest for people, really looking how they can keep women within the workforce in the context of an overall shrinking workforce, bringing women specifically into the workforce and retaining them there. So this business case, I think, is very clear, is very strong. So the focus is really on how we do that. So this, in our case, we support, for example, our clients in terms of reskilling and upskilling, getting women into the types of jobs where they tended to be underrepresented before the war, making sure that they have the skills that they need in order to perform these jobs, but also that there are the physical conditions there that allow them to do that, and that goes to safe transport or just the physical environment on the ground. So that is a key element of one of the areas we do. We're also looking to work with our clients as employers in order to tackle gender-based violence and harassment, because we know that in war times this is going up, and we've seen that unfortunately also in Ukraine. So this goes from large construction, reconstruction, rebuilding projects all the way to SMEs and to the financial sector, where we are actually part of a human capital resilience charter, have set out certain standards that our clients should adhere to when it also comes to tackling gender-based violence and harassment. That is about capacity building. It's about putting in place reporting and monitoring frameworks, anything from hotlines to training that is provided, and capacity building both within the company but also to other key stakeholders. So it's that offer in a way to support our clients as employers. A third area in this context is about care economy, and we know we've heard the stats, but we've also heard the more personal stories. Women carry the brunt of the massively increasing care burden, both in terms of childcare, but also in terms of caring for people who have been injured or elderly. So when we want women to come into or stay within the labor force, it's also for employers to offer care solutions, and that can be through partnerships with care providers, it can be through investments in local care provision, on-site care facilities, etc. So we are actively engaging with our clients in this context as well. So that is in a way our clients as employers. The other side is clients as providers of goods and services, and very importantly, of course, is the provision of financial services. So entrepreneurship, supporting women entrepreneurs, both through financial services, access to credit, but also non-financial. How do you deal with your SME, your small business in the context of a wartime economy? There is a huge need for very targeted, very specific advice that we provide to women entrepreneurs across the country. But then it's also about some products, and here's just one example. We are working with Esper Bionics, and they actually provide and produce prosthetics that specifically focus on women, female amputees, because prosthetics that work for men don't necessarily work for women. And that has been a market that has been sort of very late in terms of actually integrating a focus on gender, but that is now happening. So these prosthetics need to be lighter, they need to be smaller, they need to be adapted differently, and Esper Bionics is leading in this sector, and we are supporting them very actively. So this is just to give you a bit of a flavor of how we engage with our clients. Of course, the infrastructure reconstruction to make sure that infrastructure is accessible, is inclusive, is safe, is something that is also very much at the heart of what we do. So maybe I leave it at that, but it's about not just the why, but it's also about the how. And I think there is increasingly quite a body of very, very strong approaches, partnership approaches, where we work also across different agencies to make that happen.
Дуже вам дякую, пані Барбаро. Я пропоную поаплодувати пані Барбарі, тому що насправді...
Thank you, Barbara. And I suggest that we applaud to Barbara because participation online under time pressure, this is a challenge. And thank you so much for that you have joined us despite the challenges of participating online. And this is, you're not the first speaker who has mentioned challenges and partnerships and solutions. And here I would like to pass the floor to Sabine Fraser. And first of all, could you please summarize everything that you have heard? Maybe you could share your reflections and say a couple of words about partnership, how you and women plan to work with partner organizations with the Ukrainian government to promote gender-sensitive recovery and to implement the tasks and objectives of the alliance.
It's a huge honor to be here today, and I realize that I only have 2 minutes to speak to all of you. So I'm going to try to...
Trade.
Oh, you're going to give me a few minutes? Okay. So I just want to say this has been such a powerful, powerful day. All of you here in this room are women leaders and are leading the resistance to the Russian aggression and leading the recovery. It's a huge job that you're all doing. The Russian aggression is a direct violation of women's rights. It is purposely trying to reduce you and trying to ensure that you cannot take this leadership. We see this pushback on gender equality and women's rights across the region. It's happening here in Ukraine because of the Russian aggression, but we're seeing similar trends and competition in Moldova, in Georgia, in other parts of this region. We're seeing that women's rights and gender equality is really being questioned. And so that's why everything that you are doing is so important, because what you're doing is really standing up for gender equality and women's empowerment, and really are at the forefront globally of this trend to push back on attacks against gender equality. So I want to say that it's been such a pleasure to be on this panel, because I think what this panel was aiming to do was also to show you that different parties, including international partners, are very much trying to support you as much as we can in your efforts to stand up for gender equality. So here maybe just a little bit of summary. I think having Ambassador Matveeva talk about how important it is for EU accession that gender equality continues, talking about all the change and progress that she has seen in this country over the past 10 years, is such a powerful message that the EU also recognizes the changes that are going on in this country. Dr. Levchenko's speech and also mention of how government is working closely together with civil society organizations, with women's rights organizations, how together you are making progress on changing laws and policies, and also how together you're holding international parties to account. So Dr. Levchenko mentioned the OECD gender marker. It's a very technical thing, but basically it's a way for the government of Ukraine to make sure that international donors, that international governments, international agencies are also ensuring funding for gender equality. From Marcus Cole, mention of the Alliance for Gender Responsive and Inclusive Recovery. This is, in many ways, the expression of the government of Ukraine and the government of Germany's commitment to continue to advance gender equality, but also 16 member states have signed on to this. So 16 governments have agreed that they will further advance gender equality in Ukraine. And the EBRD that Barbara Rambusek represents is one of the signatories. The World Bank is one of the signatories. So I think what we are trying to very much say is that hopefully you don't feel alone in this effort. Hopefully you also feel that not only civil society and government, but also that the international partners are also trying to support you. So just a couple words on UN Women. I know I've passed my 4 minutes. So I just want to say from UN Women's perspective, we are here with you in Ukraine. We are very much dedicated to the motto that you heard probably in the video earlier during the panel on women economic empowerment. We really believe, Звісно ж можеш, you can do it. And we mean this in all spheres. You can lead the recovery, you can lead the response to the Russian aggression, you can lead in economic life, and you can lead in political life. So this is what we very much want to support, and we really look forward to continuing to do this with you. Thank you.
Дуже дякую. Thank you so much. Дуже дякую. Хочу
Thank you very much. I want to thank once again all the panelists, because I believe that one takeaway, what we can take away with us, that conference usually lasts for 1 or 2 days, but in between conferences it's very important to work day to day for alliances to be real, for recovery to be gender sensitive. And for that, let's give a round of applause to all panelists and our moderator, Katerina Rябiko, Strategic Advisor, Civil Network of Pora, Head of Board, Agency for Legislative Initiatives, Katerina Maternova, Ambassador of European Union to Ukraine, Katerina Levchenko, Government Commissioner for Gender Equality Policy of Ukraine, Barbara Rambusek, who joined online, Director, Gender and Economic Inclusion, European Bank for Reconstruction and Development, Marcus Kuhn, Head of Cooperation, German Embassy in Ukraine, and Sabine Fraser-Ganesh, UN Women Representative in Ukraine. We have up to 15-minute break, 10-15-minute break, and we can continue with our next
Наша локація інтерв'ю продовжує свою роботу.
So we keep working, and my next speaker, my next guest, Marina Honda, she is a deputy head of the Kyiv city administration on implementation of self-governance authorities. The name is so long, yes, indeed. But I know you, Marina, as an exemplary person of leader of women leadership. In particular, you implement and you push Kyiv to make some important changes. What social services were first implemented during the full-scale invasion? Yeah, indeed, we did not stop, and our work is provided amidst so many different challenges, because services are provided on the level of community. We need to be flexible. We need to implement what has never been before. And I'm so happy that we have so different options in different areas. For example, the gender equality area has been reformatted so actively and in a systematic approach, because, for example, in the subway, in the metropolitan, in the Kyiv Teplоенерго, there have been established some new gender units, and our stress resilience center has been established also since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. We started to provide their services to our key frontline employees, such as teachers, such as doctors, our first responders, our subway employees. We have never done it before. We did it absolutely in being blind. Now we do it in another manner. It's a new experience for all over Ukraine. What we also do is that's a new experience in the sphere of the veterans policies. These are crisis and mobile teams which come with home visits to veterans. Those who provide psychological services and mental health to people who have lost their closed ones, and help to veterans. And generally, the social sphere and support to veterans requires so much funds. Not only funds, yes, not only funds, resources, including human resources and efforts. And maybe the biggest problem here is that women play a significant role and function of providers of social services, and it's definitely a deficit of them, because the number of people who should get such services is increasing in geometrical progression, but unfortunately the number of specialists is the same. And at the same time, we understand that this is not the sphere with the highest level of salaries. Salaries there is average across Kyiv, and at the same time the mental workload is so high. Yes, I know that the stress resilience center has been established in Kyiv for the first time. What do you think? How women could impact, and whether they impact on policies? I think that they not only can, but they all indeed impact on policies. So our work, we were focused on local self-governance authorities and women there. And during the full-scale invasion, we started to work with volunteering civic organizations and with women there. During the war, they became a very powerful force, and not because we just want to help. No, they're smart women who arrange, who bear some responsibility for their actions. But they missed some knowledge, some resources, and these were women who actually impact on local policies. This year, we have launched the academy specifically for these women, and it was so great to get some feedback. We received information which we didn't have, which we needed so much. Women not just impact, they not just want to make an impact. No, they make decisions, they propose, they do not just criticize. No, they give something which you can use further. So they do not just identify a problem, but they offer a solution at once. Yeah, because problems could be identified, and many problems could be identified, but how to solve them in qualitative manner, that's another issue. Thank you so much for our interview. Thanks so much for your time.
Поруч зі мною
Tatiana Volochay is the head of the Council of the Development of the Communities of the Foundation MHP Community. Hi, greetings. What possibilities do you see for development of women's leadership in the Ukrainian communities, and in particular, how the Foundation MHP Community supports women in their leadership in different communities? You know, challenges are as everywhere. That's lack of support and lack of equal rights and lack of support and education. Our charity foundation has been working for 10 years in different communities, and through calls for social initiatives and for women's businesses, we support women in different communities. Speaking about call for societal initiatives where within the competition they implement some important projects in different sectors such as culture, sport, tourism, and so on. 70% of those projects are initiated and implemented by women. This share has increased by 20% since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Speaking about development of businesses, the share of women entrepreneurs has increased since the beginning of the full-scale invasion. Now it's equivalent to 60%. That's what we can observe based on the competition. Do something of your own, and that's the statistics that we have. What do you think? How such trend and support for women entrepreneurs help communities to develop? You know, that's a huge number of women, active, proactive, and in communities, the biggest challenge right now is the war, conscription, and women who were more passive in the past because men were nearby to them. Now these women take businesses at their hands. Now these women go to volunteering hubs and work there. Now these women arrange different projects and veteran spaces. And it shows a huge strength of influence of women on the development of communities and on the comfort of communities. Thank you so much, Diana, for this interview and for support for women entrepreneurs. Thank you. My next guest is Zoya Gentz, the head of the PR team of the Metinvest Group. Hi, Zoya, greetings. So, Metinvest Group is actually the mining holding, and you know, it looks like it's men's sphere. Tell me, please, before the full-scale invasion, how many women had worked at your enterprise, and how the station has changed from the very beginning of the full-scale invasion? You know, yes, historically, this mining sphere is mainly of men dominance because it's hard physical work or work under dangerous and difficult conditions. But traditionally in our organization, many women also have been working. They work in generations, from one generation to another. giving their traditions and forwarding their traditions from one generation to another. Yes, indeed, our war has started in 2014, and our gender composition has been impacted so much by the war. And during these 10 years, almost 10,000 of men were conscripted to the armed forces of Ukraine. It's almost 17%. It's one of the highest shares among all holdings and big enterprises in Ukraine. We keep hiring women as usual on such to say traditional women professions such as different crane elevators and crane drivers and other professions, for example, such as locksmiths and other. But also now women work underground, and they're so proud of how they contribute to the economy of Ukraine. Well, actually, speaking about the economy, do you have a pay gap between salaries for men and women? On the level of the HR policies, we have documented that we stand for that our men and women are equal in terms of gender. When we hire our employees, when we appoint them for new positions, so everything is based exclusively on professional qualities and skills of a person. Even more to say, we have also a pool, human resources pool, and it means that each year our employees pass an assessment, and based on this assessment, our employees could have additional trainings and get additional development. We have very interesting example. The Zaporizhzhia case, a woman was hired as a rank-and-file employee, and she has been working there for 13 years, and now she already works as a brigadier, as a team lead, and her husband right now on the front line as a soldier, but she is doing very important job and fulfilling very professional role and supporting the economy of Ukraine. Thank you so much. Your example is so inspiring. You know, my granny was actually a welder, and for me, it was not always comfortable to share information about occupation of my granny, but just recently it was mentioned that more and more men occupations become professions of women, and now I could proudly say that my granny was a welder, and I think that also for women it's also so important and accessible profession, the same as it is for men. Yes, indeed, inspires so much. And you know, now we have a deficit of human resources. We need 4,000 more employees. Unfortunately, we can't cover this gap only with women, because sometimes this work is so exhausting and difficult, but I'm sure that women could support economy and contribute to economy the same as men, and the share of women in this heavy industry could increase. Thank you so much, Zoya, for this. I have Victor Lyacht here to me, the president of the Eastern Europe Fund. Greetings. Dear Victor, tell me please, how does your fund support women in Ukraine? You know, the question is so deep, and I would answer in the following way. By our own example, in the Eastern Europe Fund, out of 10 people, we have 2 men and all other women. So you have gender disbalance. Yeah, it is, but we create opportunities. So I'm proud that in our fund, We have innovative programs of electronic governance, demining programs, energy efficiency programs, and all other comprehensive projects which have a construction element, and in them are led by women. And maybe it's also about, realization of our DNA, that we say that it's a precondition, pretext for our approaches to be applied to our work. Also, one of the key priorities at our work is development of the civic society. Maybe you know that for now, there's a huge number of civic organizations and NGOs that have been created and launched by women. And our goal is not only to support them in their activities, but also to ensure their access to learning exercises and activities, to ensure that they can develop their services, develop their organizations, for us to foster institutional development of such organizations. And the third level, that's maybe our work itself, when we support different initiatives where key beneficiaries are women. These are programs on support of IDPs, their integration into new communities, and our trend actually is that we do not say that these are internally displaced persons. No, we call them new locals. Those people who think that these are communities which hosted them, and these communities are already a new home for them. And of course, we have a huge number of programs focused specifically on this element. And one more program, and one more program I would like to share with you, which is a bright example of showing that we work with women, creating best conditions for them. We understand that presence and availability of a shelter at a school is one of key crucial criteria for students to go offline for their studies. If there is no such bomb shelter at a school, our patterns of behavior are the following: that women would stay at home and would not lead active life in the community or family life. So we are so proud that we managed either to repair or refurbish 95 bomb shelters at schools, where 117,000 of children now keep studying. Thank you so much, Victor, for your support, including support for women and children who indeed they need to go for offline studies, because that's not only about studies and the learning process, but also about socialization. Thank you so much for this.
Drinking coffee and not coming back. We are starting the next panel, Social Change, Expectations versus Reality. And I really hope that we will catch up with the timing, because people are expecting the panel about NATO and security. No, we are not there yet. We still are talking about social change. We can continue now after a very short break. We are starting discussion platform, Social Change, Expectations versus Reality. We are talking about new social roles of women, demographic challenges, and how to overcome them. And I'm inviting the speakers. This is First Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine, Darina Marchak. Gender researcher, Doctor of Sociology Olena Strelnik, volunteer, medical blogger, the founder of Women's Club with Natalia Leluch, Chief Education, UNICEF Ukraine, Emmanuelle Abrieu, CEO of Tokary Foundation, Anastasia Dieva, Deputy Chair of the NGO Active Rehabilitation Group, Chair of the NGO League of the Strong, and the consultant at the Superhuman Center, and Uliana Pcholkina. She has a lot more titles. Principal of Support Lyceum of Zimne Volyn region, Yulia Stepanyuk. Head of the Novopokrovska Territorial Community in Dnipropetrovsk region, Public Administration, Людмила Murkovich, and founder of the brand Corley Farmer, blogger Katerina Olinek. Now I will leave you, and before we start, I would like to provide the floor for special remarks. President of East Europe Foundation, Viktor Lях, over to you. I'm very happy to address all of you today because I believe that Women's Congress is the very right platform to raise very difficult issues and to ask yourselves difficult questions. Today, Ms. Elena Kondratyuk said that the focus of the discussion on this Congress is new roles, new qualities, and new future. And I would like to share some reflections and ask all of us some questions that we need to find the answers to. If we talk about new roles, today we talk about women who work as sappers, financial inspectors, and this is a new reality we live in. We understand that women change their roles, but let's look forward. Men are also changing their roles. And I understand that at the previous panel we said that men need to take parental leave, and we need to have nappy changing stations at men's bathrooms, and we need to be ready for that. And also another discussion was whether we have window of opportunities to secure gender equality, or when the war is over, we will go back to business as usual. I believe that this is something that we need to ask each other and remember what we need to do so that the changes that we are talking so much about now, for them to be irreversible, so that we can talk about new opportunities for women, and for these opportunities could allow women not to choose between family and career. I really want for Ukrainian families to be natural to say, I want to be as brave as my mom. Or to tell your father, I want to be as sensitive as you. Let's move in that direction. New qualities. When we talk about changing roles, we understand that the new roles change through the new positions. Women will lead social transformation in the state. It's very natural, and we need to feel that we need to provide proper education, possibility for changing education, for getting education. And what my fund does, that's innovations. And I'm proud to share with you that the women of East Europe Foundation, they lead all projects around construction, innovations, demining. Out of 10 management positions, there are only 2 men, and we are proud of that. And today, people who work on our projects, Yulia and Ludmila, will share their achievements, and they will show on their own example how women can play a leadership role in the process of social transformation. In Innovation is our priority, and I would like to share a good example how Ukraine can, regardless the situation, can show the good example to all countries of the world. So once every 2 years, the UN has the index of digital governance, and Ukraine is 30th in the world, and we are 5th on digital services. And what do you think about electronic participation? We are number 1. Ukraine is became first during the war, when the situation in the country was the hardest. And we were on these extremes of democracy and war. And we jumped up 57 steps up to the first position during the war. And I'm proud that all innovations in the fund, electronic governance, or digital governance, that's the biggest program. And women created the platform IDEM, and we are very proud of this. So let's think, what's the place of women in innovations? How can we create permanent opportunities for training and retraining, regardless where they are, in which area they work? Access to education, getting certification, going through retraining programs, all of it should be accessible. How to give people opportunities to achieve everything they want through their talent and persistence. And the third, future. Today, Yevhen Lybovitsky talked about huge demographic holes. And I remember that after every hole, we saw growth, which means that no matter what, we demonstrate huge desire to live. Ministry of Social Policy, in their demographic strategies, they say in 2030, in the best case scenario, there will be 30 million of Ukrainians. And UNDP says that in 2100, there will be 15 million of us.
And according to our timing, we need to and now, so if it is going to be 15 million, we will need to provide for economic growth and flourishing development of Ukraine. And this is my main statement for you. Gender equality in Ukraine equals survival of our state. Thank you. Thank you, President of Eastern Europe Foundation, Viktor Lyakh. And you have mentioned presentation by Mr. Lybovitsky, and it was really quite eye-opening. It explains a lot of things. Darina, you were not then with us, and Mr. Lybovitsky showed us this age group tree, and the trunk is becoming ever thinner. I hear that we are in this demographic crisis, but now definitely we see that the number of people in Ukraine is reducing. And he mentioned the demographic strategy approved by the government. What's your vision? How can we resolve the demographic crisis if Russians are killing us every day, millions of Ukrainians abroad? Many have left their homes and they cannot plan their tomorrow development of their families. And men and women are separated by the war. So what's the way out? I believe Mr. Lybovitsky did the most challenging work for me, because that's a challenge. When I speak about demographics, I try not to sound too pessimistic. And the situation is really challenging. And unfortunately, only some of these issues are caused by the full-scale invasion. But there are a lot of issues about demographics, and they existed before the full-scale invasion. We give birth to very few babies. 1.2 per woman, while the reproduction norm it is 2.2, and now it is 0.9, so it is anti-record. Very early, our people die. We live 10 years less than in EU countries, so obviously that the invasion has made the situation worse. And finally, over the recent years or decades, we had negative external migration, so more people left than entered Ukraine. However, I will try to be more optimistic, because this is something that we have worked on for 18 months. We were looking for the solution, how to present this demographic crisis, and frankly speaking, we didn't find a magic pill there. There is no silver bullet, so like we will increase the payments after birth of a baby, and that will help us overcome all problems. Basically, demographics, that's a result of the overlap, intersection of a lot of factors. That's about quality of life, security, availability of sufficient infrastructure, job, own housing, the understanding that tomorrow you will live no worse than today, and also that's about a significant portion of social narratives. So I would then, in the next 2 minutes, I will speak about two aspects. First thing that we need to do from the point of view of general policy in the state, well, we focused on 6 goals, and 3 of them are sectorial. We need to make it so that Ukrainians more often delivered children, and we need to make sure that our people do not die so early for reasons that can be avoided. This is cardiovascular, this is traffic accidents. Surprisingly, we have very high indicator for suicides, even though we usually don't speak about that in the society. However, there are 3 more things that we often do not discuss in this society, but we believe that we should start discussing that. We need to start thinking seriously about aging of population. Recently, I attended a seminar of the World Bank, and they said something incredibly important, that aging of population is basically the reward. That is a very good sign of that people live longer. It means that we have better health care, better services and quality of life. Basically, that's a very good result. But the issue is that us as a society, we also need to respond to that in this situation. Aging of the nation may and should result in systemic changes in the structure of the economy around our habits, where each of us expects retirement. I deal with pensions, so that is very that resonates for me. Another important issue that we need to resolve, this is what's going on in the labor market. Currently, we speak about, on the one hand, high deficit in the labor market. According to the Ministry of Economy, this is 4.5 million. ILO says that we will lack 8.6 million people in the labor market. That's horrible. Now, insured people who pay contributions is 10.5 million. So basically, we will lack half of labor force in the labor market. At the same time, we understand that we have significant deficit of and that's the number of unemployed people. And that means that for us as a society, it's very important to start speaking about activation for the labor market. Our IDPs who have no jobs, that's potentially workforce. People aged 55 plus who cannot find a job now because 30-year-old HR specialists don't want to hire them. And the vacancies indicate that they expect people aged 30. We should understand that only 16% of people with disabilities worked before a full-scale invasion, which means that others did not work. They did not have their income, had no dignity, and they fully depended on the state, on the taxpayers on how each of us who's working can provide for the budget. We are going to speak about this threat, but maybe you could summarize now. Yeah, I believe that if we go back to optimism, I believe that key is that we basically can make it so that each of us wants to live in this country, bring up children here without thinking about emigration. We said that as our goal. We want to build a country where we want to live. And this is a multi-component objective, but that's also something that is accessible. Well, let me abstain from bureaucratic words, but it depends on each of us. So when we speak about the change in the social model, how we see this change is that every citizen will undertake responsibility for their lives in their hands, including every woman. But that they do that not only because they want to undertake this responsibility, they will do that for themselves, because for me, that's going to be my advantage, and it will give me much better quality of life. Thank you, Darina. And that's true that everyone should undertake responsibility, but when we speak about demographic challenges, we often hear calls on women to give birth to children. So, okay, now speaking to you as a sociologist, do you feel some reproductive pressure in this calls on women to give birth to give birth to babies, and what should we offer to women so that they respond to that? So if we consider data of surveys, men are not very much focused on having a lot of children. It's not only women who are responsible for that situation. And let me mention 4 basic statements. First, I agree that there is no magic bullet to increase the birth rate, and the strategy that was adopted recently, it is being criticized for its being too vague. However, there is no country in the world, no developed country, that would be able to significantly increase the birth rate in the face of the security threats. What would I add to that? And there is the risk that populists will make use of this situation, and they will call on introducing the tax on childless people, or prohibit abortions, which is really appalling. On the one hand, I'm optimistic. I believe that these initiatives will arise, and we had them previously, but we have very powerful women's movements to prevent these initiatives from turning into decisions. And this discourse of family values that is associated with the so-called Russian world, it will lose grounds in the Ukrainian society. In the demographics and sociology, it is indicated that the way to influence birth rate is to create conditions for families with children. And there, it is important to influence to enhance the opportunities of women in the society. So far, statistics regarding dads on paternity leave is very low, 4% only, and all over the world, women's duties is key factor for gender inequality. We know about pay gap. If we consider EU statistics, we will see that gender pay gap mostly appears due to at the expense of women with child duties. So the policy of going back to traditional family values, that's also about basically about opportunities for women to realize themselves, because women give birth in many countries, but somewhere having 3 children they work and continue being active, while in Ukraine most likely such a woman will have to quit the job because they don't want to hire her, or maybe the business hours are until 7 while the kindergarten is till 5. And the discourse of that children are our future, we need more women in the labor market, that's a good rationale for social changes in the infrastructure for families. And Ukraine is very far from what feminists refer to as a society of care. This is the society where care is considered to be collective responsibility, not private business of a family, like you gave birth for yourselves, right? So this is where society undertakes duty to take care of everyone who needs this care, and it is where it is distributed among the state and the labor market and NGOs. But let's pay attention to which arguments we use for our discussion, because frankly speaking, I don't really like this rhetorics that people are our resource, women are our resource, investment in human capital, because there are a lot of processes that need to be resolved, and that doesn't fit into this investment and efficiency approach. For me, gender equality is value as such, not just because it creates some added value. For example, aging of population, elderly people, how are we going to reflect that in this logic of efficiency and investment into human capital? 4, the less resources the state has to address social issues, the more burden on women. Nothing new. This is about paid and unpaid care labor. A lot of women feel this pressure. Wives of wounded soldiers, rehabilitation systems do not cope with the burden, and kindergartens are available in limited number, and we know what it results in when moms cannot send their schools to preschool. That affects economic activities. Separated families. So all in all, I'm quite pessimistic about whether the state will be able to bridge this pay gap in the next years. And my last statement today, the resilience of a society during the war is provided for not only at the front line, not only by businesses or organizations. Resilience of the society and the entire range of social and humanitarian issues is provided by 90% by specific individual women who work in the so-called paid care labor. This is about social field, and their contribution is invisible and invaluable. You will not hear about that from high scenes. Nurses, family doctors, kindergarten educators often work with a lot of workload, especially in the context of the war, and they receive minimum wages, and they have very few resources to advocate positive changes. Because there is this idea, this discourse that they are there following the call of their heart. And that's true, but it shouldn't be an obstacle to serious discussion of the circumstances and the scope of work of these women who provide for resilience of the Ukrainian society. There is the risk that after the war, social issues will not be relevant. The state has stated there will be limited support for women who depend on it. So we often do not have the opportunity to change our material reality, but in order to resolve a problem first, there is the need to voice that, and that's what we can do. We can speak about the society that we want to build.
Thank you so much, Ms. Olena. So the GDP measures everything except what make our life decent. So we cannot force women to become mothers, especially when we cannot provide them kindergartens, the society of care. This is just unfair. Especially, we need to give a round of applause to those women who take care of kids or have kids during the war. It's heroic. When I look at my friends who are in the basements, in the bathrooms with their newborn babies, It's so hard to see Natalia Lelyukh. You are a young mother. It's not your first child. You're a gynecologist. So you know this issue from all possible perspectives. So what do Ukrainian mothers face, like what challenges they face, and what we can give them as society so that they feel comfortable to stay humans, not just mothers. Thank you very much for this introduction. Thank you for being here. I hope that I will not talk too long. I want to share one personal story. I have a good friend of mine, a friend. She is a psychologist who works with future mothers, women who are afraid to have a child or who had miscarriages. And she has a lot of work. But every time when there is air raid, she sends a message, be safe. And I always say, stay safe as well. And we support each other this way. And then we just move forward. And once I didn't hear the air raid siren, my baby was sleeping, and I was so scared that I didn't text her back, and I didn't jinx her. She was fine. She was secure. But what I'm saying here, that as obstetrician gynecologist, and I work in quite successful reproductive clinic, where we have all kinds of stories. Probably I will not share them here, but how embryos can meet their mothers 3 or 4 years later, after the mother went to Poland, came back, and embryo waited for her in Ukraine, and then the baby was born. So there are many stories and many challenges. What I see, this is legal support of delayed motherhood and posthumous motherhood. So now we can preserve embryos, preserve reproductive material, but now we need to have legal support for women who want to have children from their partners who died at the front line. And for this child to have the status that this is a child of this father, they would have to go through a lot of course, and then the woman agrees to go through the whole process to recognize this child as the child of this father. And it's hard for a young mother. My baby is 9 months old. I know how difficult it is to live with a baby. And it sounds as something small, but for the state it's a big issue. And about security. Yes, we are an awesome clinic. We have better indicators than in some European clinics. Even Skabeva mentioned us that we create Bandera children in our incubators who have high level of Russophobia. But before I had my child, I covered 316 municipalities in Ukraine, newly deoccupied territories and communities near the front line, and I know for sure that we have so many challenges about the whole country, about accessibility of healthcare in the whole country. We have very few doctors. We have very few doctors who speak up. We have very few doctors who can answer difficult questions, because it matters who the woman comes. If the woman says that I'm ready to have a child, I'm ready to protect my child in the basement, but I need a doctor. Most women, they need a doctor, and they have no one to come to. They have no one to discuss options. So we need also to prepare and educate the whole new generation of doctors who are ready to work with these issues. Because nobody taught us at our medical universities how to work with women who, so on my woman 6th week of pregnancy, her husband died at the front line, and she cannot recover his body. Now she already has a child, but the wife still hasn't recovered the body of her husband, and it's very difficult to support a woman during this type of pregnancy. When we were taught, don't share your personal phone number, don't answer your patients outside working hours. But how can you not support this woman? She needs to come to someone with fears if something goes wrong with her pregnancy. And we were not taught how to deal with this. And if there are no teachers or there are no doctors, so what kind of demographic situation can we talk about? Thank you so much for your expertise, for your speech, and for your feat of like having a baby. You mentioned security so many times, and it's true, when the woman cares and worries about the child, how can we talk about developing potential? Ms. Emmanuel, I have a question to you as a representative of UNICEF. What policies can be effective in the state, in the conditions where we are, to support children? Because if the child is safe, then it means that mother feels safe too.
Thank you so much for inviting me. And it speaks to the passion of everybody in the room that at the end of a day, you still have so many people here and actively engaging in what I know was a really rich discussion. I want to pick up on a point maybe to start with that's come up through the previous speakers and in also the previous session. I think policies do not make a gender-responsive, family system. I think policies are part of it, but it's actually the implementation of the policies, it's the doing, as was said before, that leads us to kind of demonstrate change, not just for women, but for mothers and fathers, for men and women, and for boys and girls. So I think that's the first thing. I feel that the policy, a focus on policy, there are obviously, there's a lot of evidence, including in Ukraine, that when you spend money on cross-sectoral early childhood development policies, that it leads to better results, not just for the young children, but also for their mothers and for the fathers. So two things that I think are very close to UNICEF's heart in Ukraine. The first is on early childhood development and early childhood care. I heard the word care come up a lot in the conversation today in terms of care systems that work for young children and for mothers and for fathers. So that is a cornerstone of our work. I think one of the challenges I would highlight is that there can be excellent policies across the individual sectors. There's a preschool law, for example, under the Ministry of Education and Science. There is a better care reform effort with a number of different social sector ministries. There's a lot of very exciting work that happens, but how do those pieces speak together? If you're a mother and you have a 3-year-old child, what do all of those things mean in terms of access to the service? What is the continuity of service provision? So I think sometimes, making sure that we put mothers and children at the center of the policies and of the services is really critical, as opposed to generating new ideas constantly. How can we actually meet the commitments we have? I think a second point I would make is really in relation to a point highlighted around the competencies of some of the technical staff that we're working with. Teachers, you mentioned teachers, whether it's doctors, whether it's social workers, across that workforce, how able are we to reflect gender within those environments? Because I think there can be an excellent policy, but if as a young mother you are going into a health center or a kindergarten or a school and you're not seeing yourself being treated equitably in that, how does that reflect on the use of the services. So I think that's a second point. I think another key area that for us is very important really relates to this issue of perinatal health policies. And I really wanted to talk a little bit about the notion of safe pregnancies and the desire of all women and men to have safe pregnancies and newborn care, a high quality newborn care. And I think until we're able to say that that's available across locations in the country, it's very difficult to be aspiring to addressing some very difficult challenges. So I think that's something we have to get to grips with. And I heard a number of colleagues and the panelists talk about equitable access for men and for women, and I think that's really critical. And maybe I would just end with maybe a summary point. I agree with this notion that investing in childcare, in our instance, is important, but it's important not primarily or only because it allows women to work. And I think this was a key point raised by a colleague on the panel. Obviously, there's a right to employment and a woman's right to access employment opportunities, but it's also a child's right to access safe, quality early childhood services, regardless of whether the mother decides to work or not. And I think that's an important balance to keep in mind as we move forward. But thank you very much.
Дякую вам. Thank you so much. Ви почали говорити і про освіту, і про те, коли
You started talking about education and how women choose when to go back to workforce, when we have hundreds of thousands of children who still study online, when children cannot go to kindergartens in the regions which are too close for the front line. Quite often, women have no choice. They have to stay at home. They need to think how to feed the child when the child is at home. And I would like to continue the topic of education together with Yulia Stepanuk. You implement, as far as I know, digital tools in your lyceum. So how does it work for your community? You work in Volhynia. This is the region where children can study offline. It's not as tough as in Kharkiv or Zaporizhzhia. But what challenges did you face when you started to work on digitalization of education? Is it good for women? We work for high-quality educational services. And in 2020, it was not only our school, and in Volyn, it's quite safe. So in 2020, all schools had to be on quarantine because of COVID. And then there was a question how to teach the kids and what to do. As I'm IT teacher, all the time, I try to keep my colleagues up to date with all the new tools. We created online school in one day. So we got support from EGAP program, and then we organized training for other schools. We taught them how to organize distant learning, which tools to use. And I remember our first online meetings with more than 400 people, principals, vice principals, who were listening, watching recordings, and we could organize online education. Students learn how to do it, and then class register. So we could not work with paper class register because we needed to avoid people. Then we needed to work to visit school in turn, but then we need to change something, and in our school we decided that we are not going to use any paper document, any paper class registry. It worked. In 2020 we stopped using, so we moved completely to digital. And again, with the GAP program, we developed guidelines. We explained all laws and regulations because we understand that some people will want to do it, but they will hear that it's illegal. And we taught more than 600 Ukrainian schools to move to digital class register. And of course, full-scale invasion pushed many schools to to switch, and many schools disappeared physically. They were destroyed, and so and they needed to keep all the records, school records, and it's possible to use this digital tool. We still have all the guidelines, so if you're interested, you can follow them. And we started to work digitally, and then it got program. They offered another program, STEM classes, because STEM classes, that's what provided to many schools. A lot of equipment was bought for robotics, 3D modeling, for physics and chemistry equipment, and you can use this equipment for online and offline. If it's possible, you can show online different experiments, and this online class becomes more interesting in any way. And digital solutions for education is something that we need to use and implement, because it doesn't matter where our kids are now, abroad in Ukraine, on safer territories or near the front line. Every child should have access to high-quality education. Thank you so much. I believe that digital class registry definitely freed a lot of time of teachers who didn't need to carry all these papers. They can do with one click all the paperwork. And it's great that we started with the child being born and what happens to humanity all the time. And now we're talking about digital records and digitalization for education. So we have a huge issue with mental health. This is definitely not something that can support women in development or resolving demographic issues. You work with this topic of digitalization and mental health. So tell us what you do. Thank you very much. I think this is a unique symphony, because each speaker here today, we represent our unique role. And for me, as a person who works in technological philanthropy, and we create different opportunities for our population, from the youngest to the oldest, to have free, inclusive access to educational technologies and or health sector. I will give you very specific examples. So what we do, basically, we as philanthropists, we try to marry the best verified service providers who provide psychosocial rehabilitation, stabilization for our population, including vulnerable groups, with innovative technologies that we develop. I mean Ukrainians. And something magical happens, because many speakers today said that so there is like this symphony between the flows of the routine of referral routes for clients and patients. And also we have the challenge on how to increase the efficiency of providing services, because demand is too high. When we talk about challenges of mental health, especially among women, I can say now that based on the research of national research that we did, the preliminary conclusions, scientific conclusions, show that women in Ukrainian society, they are more prone to depressive disorder, anxiety. And philanthropists like ourselves, we can Masha Fund combine, and they provide in 3 weeks a high-quality stabilization intervention for women who are survivors of sexual violence, losses caused by war and deoccupation. And we combine them with technology and science. For example, tracking is a non-invasive screening which allows to state really clearly which state a woman is in.
And imagine that these two components, professional psychotherapists, psychologists, psychiatrists, and the technologists, that make it possible to release certain burden from them, to clearer show the how these patients who come to those centers know how critical the conditions are, who need priority care, and how to develop this algorithm, how to train people to take care of themselves. And there we're speaking about partners like the Ukrainian business startup Anima, which developed this screening instrument that makes it possible for each of us already observe and track how we are feeling. So when we bring together these two approaches, we really achieve the highest efficiency. Now it's no longer the aspect of good to have technologies, like it would be good to have these technologies, let's try. No, we don't have that luxury. As Ms. Sviridenko said, we need already yesterday, basically, to have technologies in our toolkit so that this routing of patients, students, doctors, so that it worked for our benefit and so that us as experts, because basically now all people here, I know many of you, and that's great honor for me to now turn to you, but you are experts and you know about this pain. And many of you would like really that at least part of your routine work could be that you could get rid of this duty so that some of the procedures of the functions could be automated. So us as technological philanthropy, we try to raise the bar, but we know that we bring together, we create synergies, we teach, we provide resources, and we are fighting for that. Each of us, every child had access to highly qualified education, because this is not about luxury, this is about survival, and also to how we could recover our mental health. Thank you. Thank you, Anastasia. Many of these messages sound as if it is about the future, but now it is the reality. And this is what is happily happening not only in Kyiv, Lviv, and large Ukrainian cities. Our communities use digital instruments and their impact, in particular, in the context of women's leadership. We are going to discuss all of that with Ms. Markovich. So you are head of Novopokrovska village community in Dnipropetrovsk region, and there you apply new solutions. So how does that impact the community? Hello, dear organizers. Well, that's true that every community has its customs, traditions, achievements, and some drawbacks, but most importantly, everyone wants to move on, head towards changes. In the period of digitalization, we use these digital tools to move on. Back in 2016, when the Centers for Social Services were established, there I was the leader of my community, and we decided to create such a center. And they said, how come in a village? That's nonsense. But we decided not only to establish the center, but also we decided to procure equipment to issue passports, and again, like, well, it's for Dnipro, for Kryvyi Rih, for larger cities, and you're a small community. But I saw this objective, and eventually we had that equipment, and we started providing those services. So we established the center, we started working, a lot of people started visiting us, but that's not about how many came to us. We provided quality services to our residents, and as they didn't have to go to the regional center, we had that portable equipment for provision of services. And then our community was amalgamated, and I became the leader of the amalgamated community. And then I implemented that in the 5 districts. We created remote work benches, and now even they not always need to come, the providers come to the services because they can provide to the community because they can provide the services remotely. Due to collaboration with Eastern Europe Foundation and GAP, we established the Center for Citizenship Activism. And when children were in quarantine after the start of the war, everybody stayed at home. And this activity center made it possible to engage to activities the population. It was possible to work on registries, look for interesting projects, and that made it possible to establish a resilience center and youth centers, veteran space. And this is about involvement of funds and the opportunity for people to receive services that are quality services within the community. And we can see that this is hard times and the war is ongoing. The resources that we use, the channels, web pages on Viber, on Facebook, for the community, for every district. From the beginning of the war, new projects were added. We created Viber groups for families of our defenders in memoriam of fallen soldiers, for IDPs and Gardens of Victory, because we won in that project, and we were able to develop a whole product line and consumer safety, and we understand that now we have this well-established processes. So most importantly, this project made it possible for us to update the material and technical base, and we engage international projects into these resources, interesting projects from our NGOs. We have the Svitachi NGO, which also attended a training by Eastern Europe Foundation. So we are we have a digital ambassador now, and we now teach our elderly citizens how to use cell phones, how to download some applications, how to use social media. So you're fighting ageism, but don't teach them to send GIF on Viber.
Але ж вона не одна, єдина залишилася. Той молодіжний рух, який...
But this is not the only one. The youth movement that started acting, the youth organization, they caught up and now they are helping organize that. But I wanted to focus on the aspect of helping our armed forces. Despite digitalization, we use all the resources and we streamline them to help the Ukrainian army. We are grateful to our defenders for that you are fighting for our land. My daughter is a volunteer and my son-in-law is in hotspots. Those people, more than 400 people who left our community, we are in touch with them all. I call them, I check with how they are. And the fact that we moved from the small initiatives to professional work, and we have 10,000 pickle products. We develop vegetable farms. We have huge yield of watermelons, and we send that to the army. Okay, we are going back from technologies to the cultivating land, to agriculture. And that's important because, of course, without the army, we can hardly speak about resolving demographic crisis, because the state of Ukraine would not exist without that. Yes, let me just summarize that due to our contribution, they are so grateful to us, and let me share some life story. Sorry, you are taking time from me and another speaker. Maybe during the break you could share the story. But yes, Uliana, I want to now pass the floor to you. Thank you so much. So we are speaking about technologies in addressing the demographic crisis and birth rate and bringing back people. But it seems that we are blind. We don't notice that potential that we have in the country. And Darina gave us statistical information. Only 16% of people with disabilities are employed. Obviously, not 100% can be employed because there may be different groups of disability, though we could see that in prosecutor's office of Khmelnytsky region, that is the most inclusive office, right? But I see you as a young woman who has some purchasing capacity. So what do you think should be done in order to release this potential of thousands of people with disability in Ukraine? Well, thank you. Thank you for referring to me as young in my 40s. So thank you for your question. I wanted to say something more positive, but today, when listening to panel discussions about very cool projects and products and digitalization, I watched that nice video with beautiful ladies. Sorry, I said that in a diminutive terms, but I didn't see a single woman with disability. You said nothing about services for people with disabilities. Well, in the public sector, we are persons. We are not men or women who have disabilities, and thus the needs, they are also not focused on specific consumer needs. Us, as the state, as the society, we are losing a huge economic potential. That's people with disabilities. 16%, that's lies, that's statistical lies. Because there are half of so-called dead souls. I mean, these are people who are just hired for statistical reasons, because there is this requirement. Because it is easier for the employer to pay me, conditionally speaking. I have a lot of offers like that. It's easier for them to pay a couple of thousand than that you will have to teach them, because people with disabilities don't have free access to education or to gaining the practical component. And today, dear employers, society, guests, dear family, let me tell you that unless we change our job offers, we will be losing these people, because the requirement that, people cannot stick with 20 requirements if they got the blast wound or if they lost the opportunity to sleep normally. And businesses that will not launch the very free environment strategy, and now I will not go into detail because there is no time for that, but please try and explore that. All of us need to change now, and the employers who will fail to start implementing these changes now, I keep repeating that. So those who don't change today will disappear tomorrow. Businesses will disappear, professions will disappear. Here, I hear statistics now that we hear that half of labor force will be in deficit in the labor market. But what about people with disabilities? What about your digital product? Do you take into account people with eyesight issues? Well, to some extent we need to use positive discrimination, and we need to say that here we are accessible for people with disabilities. Because I'm speaking about our community, but usually we don't really have this idea to apply for a job vacancy. If it is neutral, non-discriminatory, we teach HR people how to do that, not to ask about the status of disability, even if you see visually that there is disability. But they don't have soft skills. There are hard skills, being cool IT guys, but coming and saying, hello, I want to work with you. People don't know how to do that. There are now this neural kind of connections that would make it possible for us to think like, I can do that. Well, that's very hard. And speaking about digital solutions for people with disabilities, currently the only digital service that is available, this is application of Ukrainian railway station. Neither DIA nor bank applications, they are not accessible for people with eyesight issues, for elderly people. Even in a reserve system, not everybody could register. I check with my relatives in villages, and believe me, that's hard for them. We live in cities, and we may think that everybody has that situation. Thank you. There is another speaker. People with disabilities are unused economic potential of our state, and we need to focus on that. Though I know that Olena doesn't like speaking about economic potential, we have people who are ready to work for the benefits of the state. And now when we speak about our defenders who got injured at the front line and they need to come back, they need to work. So obviously we need to be ready there. That's about potential, about the demographic crisis. And to summarize, well, this is like a cherry on the cake, but actually this is a pepper on the cake. And this is Katerina Linek, founder of Kyiv brand, and you grow pepper, right? And you do not only farming but also blogging. So tell us a bit more about yourself. And so give us some, make it hot. Okay, you've raised the bar for me. Thank you for this opportunity to speak about my experience. I understand that my speech is going to be different from the general context of the conference. Sorry for that. We want to hear more about people, not only about strategies or some global things. So I am the founder of Kyiv Fermerka. This is a small farm. We only grow pepper, but all kinds of bell pepper and all kinds of fragrances. For example, this year we were growing jalapeno, super hot Mexican pepper, or Macedonian sort, or well, Ukrainian types and brands. Moreover, I believe that around this farm I will create a cluster system that would bring together other farmers and researchers, electioneers, and all of us together we could meet all the needs of our clients for pepper. Yeah, I do have feel the need for jalapeno. Okay, and 6 years ago I was a teacher at 2 municipal schools, and I was surrounded by gangs of great students. They started increasing salaries for teachers, and it seemed to me that my life was happy. However, I was not quite happy with that kind of life, because they said, you are sitting in the warm room, you are bringing up children, this is perfect for women. But unfortunately, when I would come to the city, I felt exhausted, so I always escaped to the forest, to the village, and then I even established a tourist group to do that officially. You have a lot of energy. I do. Okay, now I lost the train of thought. So you decided to go back to the village. Yeah, it was hard to dare and start implementing changes, but we went back to the village. It was a house more than 100 years old, leaking roof, and we had nothing, not a lot of resources. And frankly speaking, I never liked pepper, because why love pepper? I thought because it is bitter. Even after you've cooked it, you still sense it, so you'd better not eat it. But after we moved to the village, we decided to plant pepper to survive, to stick to this land, to this village, and to prove that you can be a success even in the village. And there was a reason why we decided on pepper, even though it was not obvious. We needed to survive and thus to convert our savings into profit. So we needed to grow something, that would quickly offer the yield, something quite expensive in the market, and for reasons not quite clear to me, people like pepper.
So I was thinking that it's about some victims. But you can ask me a question: when the pepper changed your life? So yeah, I'm asking you, when the pepper changed your life? It happened at that very first try. Let's turn the music on. Yes. And you know, that was a very hot day. And for 6 months, we went to those fields, we took care after that paper, and how it was. It was so sweet, so bright, no bitterness inside at all. You know, they say that it's impossible to fall in love from the first moment, but I tell you that it's possible if that's pepper from the curly farmer. So it appears that if you take quality seeds and stick to all our principles of organic cultivation, the pepper would be incredible. And yes, that's not only my opinion, it's opinion of all my team. Part of our products, of our peppers we sold on local markets, others go abroad, and others go all over Ukraine. First years were during COVID times when we needed to sell our products by mail, and now that's full-scale invasion. And just to survive, it's already a challenge. And I'm so happy that next season for my small farm is a small step forward. And also, I'm so happy right now that my farm provides jobs for 5 beautiful women who actually cultivate peppers and sell them. So, Katerina, your heart with peppers, yes. So I'm often asked whether Ukrainian village dies. So whether Ukrainian village dies. Thank you for this drama element. Actually, Ukrainian village wants to live so much. Here we have wonderful, strong, so goal-focused people. They are ready to adapt and to change the world according to their goals, and they are ready to stay in the village if the village can provide them with employment. And Polish president just recently mentioned such words when he shared about his worries of Ukraine accessing the European Union. He mentioned that the Ukrainian farm market is so powerful that it could become a real challenge, a real threat for the whole agricultural sector of the European Union. And that's actually agricultural world of a country which has been fighting for its survival for 10 years already. And major parts of those tractor drivers and combined drivers, now they're drivers of tanks and armored vehicles. In Ukrainian village right now is full of women, and their roles change all the time. It's so scary, it's so difficult, and we are so much in need of support. That's why I'm so happy that voices of a Ukrainian village are heard. I'm so happy to be here to discuss a role of a woman in future of Ukraine, and I hope that the curly farmer will be with you. Thank you. Please scan the QR code, visit the website. And you know, we are, as it say, we are from the Cossack family, and you can't get us out with just beating us. So let's finalize this discussion, because we are so limited in time. Let's continue this discussion for the next coffee break. We don't have coffee break. Okay, next coffee break, which will be afterwards, because now we have already next panelist here to come. Thank you. I think that Katerina will come over to you and you will make your additional comment. I would like to say thank you to our participants, Darina Marchak, First Deputy Minister of Social Policy of Ukraine, Dr. Elena Strelnik, gender researcher Natalia Leluk, gynecologist, volunteer, medical blogger, founder of the Women's Club with Natalia Leluk, Emmanuel Avrio, Chief Education, UNICEF Ukraine, Anastasia Dievase of Tokarev Foundation, Uliana Pcholkina. To this stage, Natalia Kalmykova, Minister for Veterans Affairs. Deputy Minister for Strategic Industries of Ukraine, Anna Gvozdyar. Commander of 6th Canadian Combat Support Brigade, Krista Buchert. Officer of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, participant in the Russian-Ukrainian War, Charlotta Khmelnytska. The Chief Master Sergeant of the Civil Protection Service, operator of the 6th State Fire and Rescue Unit of the main department of the State Emergency Service of Ukraine in Kyiv, Sofia Savchuk. Veteran, Development Manager of the NGO Ukrainian LGBTQ+ Military and Veterans for Equal Rights, Alina Sarnatska, and Combat Medical Evacuation Crew Commander and CC Instructor Tata Eichmann, and a moderator of this panel discussion will be Chief Editor for Offline Media Ukrainska Pravda Sevgil Musaeva. Sevgil, I also last but not least, Svetlana Gritsenko, head of the All Ukrainian Project Recovery. I'm just keeping the seat for you. Hi to everyone. Yana, thank you so much for this presentation. Before we start, I would like to give a floor to Svetlana Matvienko, Executive Director of the Legislative Initiatives Lab. Let's applause to Svetlana Matvienko. Thank you so much. Actually, given so dynamic story with the previous panel, I'm not going to take so much of your time. Actually, Agency for Legislative Initiatives and Pass Ukraine project, we are so happy to support this panel, and we are so happy to see here persons for whom actually we work. The Ukrainian School of Political Studies, and you definitely have heard so much about it, and you know so much about it, have implemented this year a very scaled-up program for military and veterans. I'm so happy to see some of graduates of this program among our panelists. And this wonderful decoration, which you can see right now here, you have seen it also on the First Lady, was produced in collaboration with Valeria Hozema for women from this program. So please, if you see this decoration, please know that these women support women in the defense sector. So, you know, we are so happy that Christy Borker managed to be here to present her Canadian experience, because the most important for women for whom we work to see perspectives, to see the examples. We always try to show the best examples, to be the best examples, and indeed to show and to tell stories about Ukrainian women for the whole globe. Thank you so much, Sevil. Thank you. Please enjoy this wonderful panel. So we start. There are so many of us here on this panel. I hope we will have a very dynamic and cool discussion. And before we start, you know, I thought, what actually such important panel is the last one in such important event, but it's also about inevitability of our path to the NATO. It's also the final goal for all of us, for Ukrainians, to feel the security, and it's the same for the Ukrainian movement. And gender issues is also a part of this path, because with gender balanced policy, our accession to the NATO will be quite a challenging one, quite a complicated one. And I would like to tell you that now in the defense forces of Ukraine we have 67,000 of women. It's indeed a huge, incredible figure. That's the highest figure among all countries which are members to the NATO. Krista, I think that you would agree with me, but at the same time, it's also absolutely obvious that women face so many challenges, so many problems, and here Adriana Orechta was mentioned as one of the veterans who started to be a volunteer back in 2014. And as she shared with us, there were no military positions for women in the army. And Adriana, together with her colleagues, fought for this right. And in the beginning, when she was actually a fighter, a military, her position, official position on paper, was a sewer. so many problems right now still exist. Natalia, I would like to start with you. In the past, you were a gender advisor in the land forces. You led Ukrainian veterans movement. Then you took care after social policies in the Ministry of Defense. Now you are the Minister for Veterans Affairs in Ukraine. And I would like to ask you, so what is the progress that you observe if we compare the year 2021 and now? What are the key problems of women in the defense sector? What do you think? So, your question is so good, because actually a woman in the defense sector, in forces, is even much more comprehensive and difficult than a woman in business, because a woman as a leader, as a director in business, a woman needs to overcome only one barrier. This means that women cannot manage, cannot lead. But in the defense sector, if a woman applies for a leadership position, they need to overcome two dimensions. That first, that a woman cannot fight, and second dimension, that a woman cannot manage or lead. And that's actually one of the reasons why those mechanisms that work at the civil life in terms of integration of women in at job and career development, they not always work in the defense sector. Sometimes they fail there. One colonel with whom actually I had a very hot discussion regarding this, he said that who was that stupid, who could be that stupid to allow to be managed, to be led, to be guided by, a non-stupid person. And I said that you are very creative, but anyway, the problem still exists. And even despite of the fact that we have so many officers who in the beginning, several years ago, were at the junior positions. Now they have some senior positions, but it only works for men. We don't have the same situation for women. It doesn't matter how active our women are, how actively they participate in the fighting, in the hostilities, how professional they are, but it doesn't happen. I think that it's not only about women, and the issue is much wider than we think. And when I worked at the Ministry of Defense, and now it's almost on the final stage. Now, when we work on the strategy on human capital, here we discuss how to appoint persons and how to ensure career development for our people. And it should not be done sporadically. It should not be done in a chaotic manner. It should be based specifically on professionalism. That's what a woman in the army should prove, not even on a daily basis, not even on hourly basis, but every minute. If before the full-scale invasion we had so much work, and in order to implement the resolution 1325 in terms of limitation of infrastructure. But anyway, we understand that's one issue to rebuild, to develop infrastructure where everything is stable, where everything is safe, and so on. And another story is when there is a front line, and that's where you need to develop that infrastructure, the very dynamic front line, when it's impossible to create so special conditions, even in spite of the fact that what we have observed before the full-scale invasion, it showed us a trend that all infrastructural changes which were called to ensure decent conditions for women, they also ensure decent conditions for men. So everything actually, it follows each other. Everything is interconnected. Women keep showing that they're capable on different platforms, different arenas. And just recently, I've called Adriana, telling her that, Adriana, I need female veterans at the ministry, because who else could work better at the Ministry of Veterans if not those people who know personally what the problems are? That's why a co-founder of the Ukrainian veterans movement, that's a friend of Adriana, Yulia Kurilova, she's also together with me in the ministry. And I like so much how she started working on the education and employment and business issues for veterans, both male and female. That's why definitely we have achieved the progress. And definitely we would like to have it more active, more intense. But indeed, there are subjective reasons which slow down such changes. And what are these reasons? First of all, hostilities, of course, because the hostilities themselves somehow make us to make a choice between the survival and development. And when there is the question of survival, that's a question on the table. Of course, the development issues should be on the table, that should be improved. But if we are in the survival mode, development goes aside, and it's not only about integration, inventory, and so on. That's the pain of us at large as a country. Unfortunately, for the last decades, we have never been at the status when there was no challenge at all for our country generally, when there was no threat for our statehood, when we can be in such a good situation of well-being, of development, of capacity building, of development of our creativity. We are constantly in this mode of survival. We are champions of survival. We can teach anyone how to survive. And here, actually, I see the biggest role of a woman, because our diversity, our feature that we have so many women in army and other structures, in other agencies, could become our strengths. And it's already our strengths, but it could become even our higher, bigger strengths. And because it helps us to make non-standard solutions and decisions. When we act and when we do something in a non-standard manner, it contributes to our victory. Thank you. Yes, indeed, the strengths in our creativity, in our flexibility. Anna, I would like to involve you in our discussion. Before you started working in the ministry, you also were a volunteer. You led a very big foundation. And actually, then you started to work at the civic service. And so what were challenges, what were concerns of the ministry? You know, last year I had a presentation also at the same stage, and at that time I had been working in the ministry only for 1.5 months. Now I can observe this path which I and the ministry have passed. I'm ready to share with you. So I not only started working at the ministry, but at the defense sector as a deputy minister. We don't have so many women there. Now we have even less women, and it's also a challenge.
The challenge of public service is constant resistance. And Natalka will agree with me. I constantly remind myself why I came here. And when they say public service breaks you, the system breaks you and makes you adjust to the system, it's hard. But if you remember why you came there, then it's just resistance. And this is something, if the person wants to achieve results, it's something that we face every day. But if you remember why I came, there is resistance in volunteering or in any other area, so we should not perceive public service as something that can break you. You need a good team and you need a big goal that you are moving towards. And I wish all of the people who now choose not to go to public service or not to go to military service because it's the system breaks you, the system does not allow you to do what you want, it's not true. I am witness of the situation that it's possible, to achieve what you want. It is a challenge to find allies, but there are more of us. So women's solidarity helps. I think it's women's solidarity and also solidarity based on values. Even you can actually energize these old people from the system. If you have the same values, because many people, even old people in the system, they want Ukraine to win. And we should not be afraid to take on responsibility, take on this challenge. And when I came, I understood that there were many beautiful women. There are a lot of beautiful women, and I miss that. I haven't been in the environment surrounded by beautiful women for a long time. and it inspires. I look at very beautiful women wearing a uniform. I see it is from the Embassy of Norway. You do so much together with us. Thank you so much. And, we face different situations. I had really good relations with the military. I love them. I learned to work with them. But if you think but there are situations when they don't say hi to me, like they just don't see me, or they just turn their backs to me as if I'm not in the room at all. Or they say hello, and it's like, oh, that's Deputy Minister. It's like, oh, nice to see you. It's like, oh, it wasn't nice to see me before you knew my position. What is the biggest stereotype that you faced over the past year? There are so many of them. It's hard to choose the most stupid one. I believe that we all need to work, regardless of the gender, but it is harder for women to work if you need to work with men. If they have nothing to say, they just say that you're emotional, unstable, and take a day off. But if you have a goal, you can overcome all stereotypes through hard, diligent work. And all this year, I have to prove every day that I deserve this place in public service. Nobody expected me there. Nobody wanted me there. And I received very little support from colleagues. But over the past year, I proved that I am a valuable player and I can generate something good for the country. So you need to, so the woman has to force others to value. So you can only do this by showing that you are effective. I want to give an example. It's a good friend of mine, Alexandra. She is a Marine and she has a black beret. And she was perceived by the guys and one of them, and she was supported. She proved with her actions that she is a combatant, not a woman. And so good men will support us. Not all men will support us, but they will support us and they see that you are a fighter. We also have some prejudice towards men, and we also have some stereotypes about sensitive men or how they for example, respond to certain situations. I spent 10 years with the military, and I know that the society expects too much from them, that they cannot be sad, they cannot give up, they cannot have any mood swings. But we need to remember that they experience all of this. So at war, we have the same gender, I believe. Okay, we heard about challenges if you work in defense sector. Now I would like to hear about NATO country, and I have a question to Kristen. Thank you so much for joining our discussion. So what political decisions were made or military decisions were made in your country to fight for rights of women, military women in Canada? And how many women serve in Armed Forces of Canada? And what is gender policy in Canadian Army?
Okay, just making sure this works. Fabulous. So good evening, I guess now. First, I wanted to say a huge thank you for the invitation to come here and be a part of this incredible Congress. I am humbled and absolutely inspired by the dialogue, the engagement, and the commitment of everybody who's here today to make changes across your entirety of society with respect to equality and improved access to opportunities for every individual here in Ukraine. I I want to say it's been a bit of an emotional day for me as a military officer, because when I joined about 27 years ago, so nearly 3 decades, there was not this level of engagement by men and women in Canada to support those of us who had made the decision to join. So to see this level of commitment by each and every one of you here today is truly, it well and truly is emotional for me. I'm going to talk a little bit about my experience to talk about the Canadian perspective. So I'm a colonel. I've served 27 years as an artillery officer, and I am currently the commander of the Canadian Combat Support Brigade, a position I just took over last summer. Just to talk a little bit about what I did prior to my brigade command, I was chief of artillery for the Canadian Army. I was in charge of operations around the globe for our joint operational headquarters. I've worked as the executive assistant to our Army commander. I've worked as a planner for our Special Operations Command, and I was Chief Joint Fires and Targeting for 1st Canadian Division. So quite an extensive resume. I'm not usually one to talk about my resume. I'm very uncomfortable about it. I think I'm very awkward about it. I am simply a soldier, and I love what I do. But I'm leading with this today because of the young platoon commander who was up here earlier today, who was in charge of UAVs. I don't believe she's here anymore. And she said this morning that can't is a word that she hears constantly. And this struck me deeply because this was my reality nearly 3 decades ago when I joined. From the minute I walked up to the recruiting table, I was told, maybe there's a better job for you. To the moment I showed up at our infantry school and they looked at me and they tried real hard to get rid of me. I think that my resume that I just spoke to talks about the fact that over time, and it will take time, should, can, and is will prevail over the can't as we start to see more and more women fighting, training, living shoulder to shoulder in non-traditional roles within your military. Whether I think you realize it or not, all of you that are here today, in your own ways, are pioneers and trailblazers across the whole of society here in Ukraine, and I think you should be very proud of that. Listening to your stories, your perspectives, your opinions, you're fiercely passionate about ensuring that competency prevails over traditional stereotypes, and I think that is just absolutely inspiring. We've talked a little bit about it today. 52% of Ukrainian society is comprised by women. And this demands that your country sets the conditions for all of those women to be successful in traditional and non-traditional fields. And I know that given the support that's here today, the resources and the command support to do so will be coming. Women's roles in the Canadian military were initially expanded in 1971 with all trades, including combat trades, opened in 1989. So that was 10 years before I joined the military. And what is remarkable, though, is, yeah, that was a really great thing, but nobody actually wanted us there. It was an old boys club, and we threatened operational effectiveness and what they saw as their firm territory to guard. When I joined in 1998, the combat trades looked very much like World War II. There was about 99% men, and out of 120 officer candidates when I went through training, 6 of us were women. 2 of us made it through training to the end of the summer before we went on to our respective trades, in my case, artillery. I think that that being said, through the course of training to the same standards as the men that we went to the field with, I've gained their trust, their camaraderie, and some of these men are my closest friends and fiercest supporters today. I expect that your front lines are exactly the same at this point and would offer similar stories. And so nearly 30 years later, when I was originally just one of one, alone, a singular artillery officer in any regiment that I served with, We boast nearly 17% women, both across the Canadian forces, so about 100,000 people, so about 17,000. And in the Army, we have about 17% women serving at this time. I will say in the combat arms, it is not that case. It is single digits, because frankly, that life is just not for everybody, regardless of gender. What I will say is we've made some incredible wins over the last few years that I just feel I want to share with you. We have our first Chief of Defense Staff. She is a combat engineer. We've had 2 female brigade commanders. We've both been artillery. We've had upwards of 20 women commanding engineer, light infantry, tank, and artillery battalions across our Army. And we have our first female brigade and battalion sergeant majors that just took their appointments this summer. And so I think that some of the significant challenges that we faced 25 to 30 years ago are changing. The landscape is different. I feel the Army I'm in today is different from the Army I joined 27 years ago. And I'm hoping that all of the work that we did has made things different for the next generation. In talking to a talented young infantry officer who's sitting in the back this afternoon, she believes this to be true, and that makes it 100% worth the effort. I think that equity, regardless of the environment that you work in, whether it's defense, whether it's in the finance sector, whether it's in human resources or IT. I think it's about providing women with the opportunity to pursue any career that they wish, whether it's traditional or non-traditional, if they meet the standards. And so I think that's really the key that you need to keep front and center as you navigate what will be challenging roads ahead. I think that it's critical to continue to identify barriers, whether those are institutional, societal, or in your mind, just things that we grew up on and will be tough to shake, to ensure that you're combat effective and find those mechanisms to break down these barriers for women that wish to pursue these careers.
Thank you so much, Krista. Я хочу запитати про досвід Шарлоти Хмельницької.
Now I would like to ask Charlotta Khmelnytskaya. She joined immediately after the full-scale invasion started. I would like to ask you, how has attitude to women changed since then? And how do women fight to change these outlooks in Ukrainian army? Good evening. Yes, on the 11th year of the war, women in the army is not unique phenomenon, but this is the necessity for the army to transform and for it to be better and to keep defense. Beginning of the war, that would be 2014, but I was in high school at that time. I joined military institute when I was 20, on the 3rd year of the war, and it was easier because this road had been paved for me as Adriana and other women from veteran movement, and it was easier for me because these roads were open to me. But still, in military institute, the attitude was that they would do paperwork in the future. I joined my first unit in 2022, and then we got male uniform. There was no female women's uniform, and we also got men's underwear. And then we actually had a fundraiser selling this underwear, and we raised some good donations. And on the one hand, we don't notice this change, and we believe that army is a very archaic structure that never changes. But it's not true. We notice the changes over the 2.5 years. The state has best developed for women, and we get uniform for women. I can alter my uniform, but it's about respect and visibility of women in the army. I usually disagree with Natalia, but now I agree that the woman has to prove not only that they can have a leadership position, but that they can be competent and to have competent position. You have no right for mistake. You have no credit of trust that men have. You start from zero, and the moment you make mistake, immediately you get feedback that she made a mistake because she's a woman. But I have a favorite phrase that army has no men and women. There are soldiers, sergeant, and officers. These are three genders of the army. And I want in the future to our professionalism and competence to be noticed, not what gender you are. And I believe for everyone who is in this room, it's not surprising that this war is for a long time, probably for our whole life. And I believe that each and every one of us, men and women, need to be able to have some basic skills, basic knowledge of medical. So who can put on tourniquet in this room? It's a great result. If you don't know how to do it, please correct that, because men and women, you need to have basic pre-medical assistance, some basic skills of how to operate weapons, because enemy will never leave us alone. Even after negotiations, we always need to prepare for everything and to improve our army all the time. Only then we can prevail. I was asked to come up with some 3 steps that can be some tool for army to be ready to see women in competent position. First, this is military education, but it's not just about gender. That's that we need to really educate a real officer who will bring not old Soviet values, but who will teach us in a good values of independent country and who would respect women and treat them as equals. Second, this is demand of society for women to have leadership position. Let's look at the commander-in-chief. There are only men in the team, not even one woman. So right now there is no woman. As soon as the women are in high position in defense, in UAF, it will be a signal that women can take these positions. And third thing, that what I would like to ask you, this is women's solidarity. Dear women, I want us to learn from men about solidarity. Look how they protect each other, even if they are wrong. And this great, and I want to have this. I was very lucky with my sister in arms in my first unit. We supported and protected each other, and it helped us survive in the hardest moments. Even though there were bets on when the cat fight is going to happen, but it never happened, and it helped us a lot. I believe the woman doesn't need the army, but we live at this time when we have to defend our country. And I believe that the army needs women, for army to transform, to become better and to go to the next level. Thank you so much.
So thank you so much. So military education, women in the military positions, and solidarity. We have the address from Lisa Franchetti, from the Admiral of the American Navy.
Lisa Franchetti here, the United States Navy Chief of Naval Operations. I'm thrilled to speak to all of you at the 8th Ukrainian Women's Congress to highlight the importance of women in all facets of government, political, economic, and, as you were discussing in this panel, the military. You know, when I first joined the American Navy 39 years ago, there were many things women could not do based on the laws at the time. We could not serve on warships, we could not fly combat aircraft, and we could not take command. But thanks to the hard work of many male and female leaders and women pioneers along the way, we have made the changes in law, policy, and culture over time that enabled me and women across all branches of the American military to now be able to serve in any capacity. And because of these changes, our women service members get the wide range of experiences they need to serve in all specialties and ranks in our enlisted force and to command ships, submarines, aviation squadrons, strike groups, fleets, and even lead our Navy at the very top. I've been fortunate to have this front row seat to history in my country. And while there will always be more work to do to unlock the full potential of our teams, I am glad that women serving at all levels of our military, active, reserve, and civilian, are no longer a novelty or even an interesting milestone, but just an everyday part of our military DNA. With every single door open to women, it's no longer about what can I do, it's about what do I want to do. That includes women participating and leading in all aspects of military operational, strategic, and exercise planning, to include active participation and leadership in national security decision-making. And that includes developing strategies and implementing programs that ensure all veterans, men and women, receive the specialized care and support they need when they need it. My experience here in the United States has shown me that talent comes in many shapes and sizes and from all across the rich fabric of our countries. And if we want to have the best, most effective military force, we need to go out, cast a wide net, recruit from our entire population, and then empower that talent so all of our people have the confidence and inspiration to bring their best every day. Throughout my career, I have visited and worked with allies and partners all around the world, including Ukraine and the Ukrainian Navy. And over the years, I have seen that same recognition taking root, that leaders are learning to invest in that talent and invest the time it takes to grow that talent. Because as you've seen since 2014 in fighting for your own country, we all know that creating opportunities across our entire population and building the best warfighters and warfighting teams will protect our countries and our citizens in peacetime and in war. So thank you again for the opportunity to speak with you today. I wish you all a productive and positive series of discussions this week.
Thank you so much. And Sophia, now I invite you to join the discussion. Sophia is 22 now, and she is the first operator of fire extinguishing drones of the emergency service. So let's applaud to Sophia. And my question to you is this: what would you change so that there were more women in the Ukrainian army? So that we had more women, and also in politics as well. Maybe we could speak about stereotypes and the issues that you came across at your responsible position. Hello, and I believe that you all know what the State Emergency Service is, where this is first responders taking risks for the benefit of other people. They are the first ones to come to the scene to address consequences of the emergencies. And due to our experience and professionalism, and they have a high level of trust among the population, and I'm so proud that I can work with them. In times of the war, we didn't stop working, and we have new equipment, vehicles, and that helps to increase productivity of this work. We also continue learning from our international colleagues. They're impressed with our potential, knowledge, and experience. And regarding my path to the service, it was quite challenging. I faced the lack of openness of my family, of my parents to my profession. They said, "You won't cope, this is too hard, this is not for women." But despite that, I decided to choose that path, and I have some achievements there. Of course, now they tell me you're good, we are proud of you. Another challenge was that when I was referred to work, I had no experience, or I lacked knowledge, because there were experienced first responders, and I thought that they would not be open to me because I'm young, but they supported me. They were ready to share their experience, even though, well, there was some criticism. And but despite of that, I have these achievements. I am the first woman in Ukraine who manages fighting robots and drones. And I believe that robotics is something that saves lives of first responders, and this is what improves productivity of their work. I'm the youngest instructor of web rescue special training. This is where we train our first responders to act in situations of traffic accidents. And I'm grateful to my colleagues for the experience, for guidance. And this is when working with them that I can achieve most. In our so we work with a lot of strong women who are underwater divers, they're psychologists, they're heads of and the convoys, and they master even more professions. And I would like more women to join us, especially in leadership positions. As of now, since the beginning of the full-scale invasion, the number of women in Kyiv, we see that there are 44 women in managerial positions, and that's 15% of the total number. All in all, it is 477 women who work in our institution. And of course, well, we could speak about the uniform. It would be so good if it were in line with our needs and sizes, because women first responders need to feel comfortable when coming on duty. This is like second skin, and you need to feel confident no matter what. Let me also say that I'm happy to participate in this event. I'm very grateful for this invitation. We will do our best to bring our victory closer. I'm grateful to the Ukrainian army, to our defenders, that for that I'm here, and glory to Ukraine.
Тато, хочу до вас звернутися.
Now that I pass over to you, before the panel discussion, we watched your interview with Anna, so if you want to find out more, please watch this interview. You are incredible, sensitive, and open. So, Tata, same question to you. How would it be, what should we do so that women were more visible, noticed in the army, so that they were in managerial positions? Because we speak about short-term and long-term changes, right? So what could be changed right now to improve position and situation of women? Please do not applaud when I speak. I had 3 blast wounds, so it's hard for me to hear applauding. And there is this good practice among American colleagues that when there is the veteran, they use this other sound, they do not applaud. Maybe one day it could be helpful here. So answering your question, thank you for mentioning my interview with Hanna. Hanna is my ICUV manager. This is International Center for Victory of Ukraine. So I have these 2 hats. I'm in the war, and I advocate interests of Ukraine abroad, advocacy trips, more weapons and support for Ukraine. And answering your question, let me very briefly say something Do you know the difference between nationalists from Donetsk and Lviv regions? Maybe you can feel that. My path of accepting myself as a woman was around that, because I am from a strict family where usually women didn't discuss politics or drive cars or say hello to men, while I am here wearing military uniform and I'm doing something that is considered to be male business. And how come? I always resisted. I tried to prove that I deserve that. And when I came to Kyiv after the beginning of the war in 2014, despite the that now we say that the war started in 2022. So there I felt what the true freedom was, to be and celebrate your femininity and being a woman. So it's quite a paradox, but I discovered my feminine part in the war, in this quite rough environment where you deal with death, with men around. I could feel how valuable it was to be a woman. And here I refer to Charlotte, my great sister, who was speaking about solidarity. I would like to use the word sisterhood. I was in special troops, so I didn't have that experience of my sisters in infantry, for example. But when I was dealing with that category of the unit, so I believe that we need to make the military service attractive for everyone, including women. For sexism, this is another topic in the context of making the military service attractive. My comrade was wounded and I came to the hospital. I was in civilian clothes and there was another woman in the kitchen, volunteer, bringing food to the soldiers, and she looked at me and she said, maybe you are his wife, so you are a volunteer. I said, no, I come to a comrade. Are you a military officer? I say, yes. And you participated in combat? And I said, oh, yes. I mean, she looked very skeptically at me, and she said, well, maybe you worked in the headquarters, so why not just ask what I was doing? That was the first case where people kind of undervalued who I was, and that was another woman, a civilian woman. I felt this discrimination not so much from my comrades in the war, but rather from civilians and from women mostly. So solidarity and sisterhood, that's quite painful and pressing issues for me. As soon as we make the army attractive for women, as soon as they, when they are ready to defend each other, then we will have more women in the army. How can we make it more attractive? Well, we should treat men and women in the same way. For example, in the U.S., they attend the same boot camps and same trainings as men, same weight that they carry, and there should be this culture where you aspire to higher standard, no matter what your motivation is to come to the army. Everyone is supposed to undergo this basic training. Then there should be some privileges and services. What I mean, if you come to the army, you understand that the state takes care of you, that the duty to further on take care of you if you are wounded or if you can no longer perform your duties, that it will not be the duty of your family, it will be duty of the state. There should be gender equality in the system of the Ministry of Defense. There should be various training courses for captains, for women, in Israel, they are so strong because women understand the planning, logistic processes. They are actively involved. But there are, of course, women in combat, and that's about 3,000 women out of 62,000 that we mentioned about. That's the number who are in combat positions, but it may be sound as a lot, but it's not. Often it's not about their will. Often women are not allowed to be in combat, and Adriana, they did a lot of work to make it possible. But when we speak about very conservative, old, archaic units and brigades, it is still impossible. They still perceive you as second sword. They like go and hide and somewhere in headquarters. So it is important to make sure that women realize that they can go to the army, that they are helpful here and there, and the army should be ready to accept and recognize how helpful they are. Comment from the minister. Yeah, I would like to reflect on that. When we conducted the survey on leadership of women in defense forces, and we had that discussion with American veterans, we were speaking there, and they say, but we are worried for women if they are in the front line. And then I said, then promote women. The higher position they take, the farther from the front line. And that was quite shocking. Now, Alina, the question goes to you. I would ask you about your achievements that we got from the onset of the war and after full-scale invasion, because a lot of things have changed. So what still needs to be changed if we speak about women in the Ukrainian army? Hello, I'm going to say something horrible today about LGBT, but that will come at the end. So I joined the army on the 5th of September 2022 because before that they told me that they would not admit me. So I was assigned with a ladies' position. I was senior medical expert of the company. But 10 years ago, Adriana received the possession of a sewer. So that's a significant progress, right? And recently, a woman I know she was appointed to the drone operator. That's about some progress, but it's not happening by itself. And it happened not because in the army men won't change. Now, I believe that that's happening because women have been fighting via Adriana, via other people who have been changing the army since 2014. And it's important to speak not only about those who served in the army, but also those who were in public positions in politics, because those who will be in the army in a year, soldiers, so these three genders, as Charlotte mentioned, well, they will come to the army a year after with their vision and with their way of thinking. They will come together with all those stereotypes about women. Once a colonel explained to me why there is this attitude to women, why they are not allowed to go in combat. Well, I don't want to see a woman dying or whatever, but he said there was another important reason. Like, go to the Alley of Heroes and there are 100% portraits of men, so not enough women have fallen, have died for me to respect women in the army. Well, for me it is, well, enough women have died to respect them in the army. Even one woman, some women were of quality that just one woman would be enough. So we see this disrespect and refusal to promote in the service, and now women are not admitted to the army, and not everybody knows about that, but on social media every week I receive information from women who are not allowed to join the army, maximum to work with documents, because And men believe that having breasts means that you love working with paper. But no, that's not true. Not all women are ready to work with documents, and I was not ready for that. And happily, I was assigned to another position, though healthcare, medicine, it's not everybody's dream either. And I know women who would like to be in assault teams.
But they are not taken and not assigned for these positions. And I would like to move to the topic LGBTQ, because I think that this topic among our veterans and in our army is our poison. Why it's so important to speak about LGBTQI plus in the army, and you want to support these people because you don't want to be part of Russia. I'm sure that all of you don't want to be part of Russia. If we do not change our mindset, there is a chance that we will stay as an element of Russian cultural space, because there are non-perception and acceptance of LGBTQI plus people, that they are part of their cultural space. I would like to tell you a story. In 2022, one of our partners, one of girls, so she joined the army, and they had a child. The biological mom of the child actually started to serve in the army, and unfortunately she died. According to documents, they were not an official arranged union, and that's actually this child, because of the death of your biological mom, was given to faraway relatives, because there is no law which envisages that this child should stay with another mom. It doesn't matter how what is your attitude towards this fact as it is, but we need to adopt this law because this law dedicated to people who fight for us on the front line, because we can, with such law, we can protect their life in the rear, there are so many LGBTQ plus people fighting for us on the front line. And regarding the sword assault brigade, they say that they don't know about any such people among their fighters, but believe me, our NGO, so NGO LGBTQ plus people knows that such people are among the sword assault brigade. And now a partner, a civil partner who is LGBTQI plus can't attend, for example, can't visit her partner in the hospital, can't get any information. And it's so hard not to be able to know information, to find out information about your partner who defends Ukraine right now. So we shall improve situation with families of such defenders. Thank you. That's all. Svetlana, now it's your turn. Svetlana, so she is the head of the recovery project. She works on the recovery of our veterans, and for me it's also curious how actually it happens for our military women, and what do we miss, what should be added in order to help with the rehabilitation for our military women. Thank you so much for your question. Hi to everyone. Maybe I would start with the following, that the issue of equality for women has not been for me from the very childhood. I'm from the military family, and back in 1993, my dad was sent to the USA for learning, for studying, and I spent 1 year there in the USA. I lived there with him in the military base. I have seen so many women in military uniform, and that's why I didn't understand that back at the time why in Kyiv, when I come to my dad's work at Kyiv, I don't see women in military uniform. I see only men, and I understood that this is the path we need to go through. And it was strange for me, to hear some phrases, some wordings of some people who tried to say, "Oh, come on, shut up, you girl, your day is only the 8th of March," or "What else should you do?" and so on. So, and when I was at Maidan, someone tried to tell me that, "Girl, only men could be here." At that time, I recalled in my memories that my voice is so strong that I know how to do taekwondo things and so on. So I was vocal at the Maidan. But now, seeing this with rehabilitation of our military. At our recovery centers, we have had so many different our women fighters who saved the lives of their bodies, who received injuries and traumas, the hostilities. Anyway, we have been hearing all the time all the challenges they face during the service. I can't say that there is no such challenge. No, they are. I also hear about the psychological bullying, and that career development is much harder, and you need to make so much more efforts. But in the same time, when I hear what those girls, what those women do, at the same time understand that they could be very successful, very effective at the army, and they already are effective and successful. I already can write a book about them. Very often, you know, when I hear a case about a woman in an army, the first thought that she's a medic. No, it's not true. I know so many women who are not medics there. They do absolutely other tasks, and they do it in so cool manner. Also, speaking about rehabilitation process, the system is not ideal at all. Our women have some physiological peculiarities which should be taken into account when you rehabilitate them. But anyway, the progress has been made so significant. It was already mentioned that our women could bring some innovative ideas for the army work, but that's true also for rehabilitation. When you enter into the, physical rehabilitation room with some men, and our female defender, injury defender, actually enters into the room, he's there, so the behavior changes, everything changes. So of those people, the footstep changes, and they already don't need the crutches. So we have this power of spiritual influence. Some of those women play important roles in the army, others in the international arena, others at behind the curtains of the parliament. So all of them play different roles in different dimensions. But women have also this strength of the energy, which helps our men also to withstand. And it's also important. Sorry, dear men who are present here in the room, but indeed it helps. So when I heard that who actually gave you those rights, I understand that we have done already a lot if we are asked with such question. Thank you so much. Actually, only 3 minutes left for our panel, and I have idea of a small provocation, sorry for it. And so we have discussed so many things about women taking senior positions, and I would like to ask you, all of you, a very simple question. Please make your forecast in how many years a woman in Ukraine could become a Minister of Defense. Let's start with you, Tata. Then we will note down all the comments, and then we'll check what will be true or not. Frankly speaking, I would like to hear all forecasts, all ideas, and then to have my final word. But actually, in Ukraine, I think that women have even higher impact and force and strength in society than in my ethnical Caucasus nation. And I hope that, a woman as a Minister of Defense would be appointed in the nearest time. And so what is your forecast in how many months or years? Okay, Charlotte. So now I'm responsible for forecasts today. I hope that as a result of this Congress, we will get a new Minister of Defense, a woman, and you will report then that it would happen thanks to this Congress. And Andriana Sosak has already been mentioned so many times. She's the leader of the Ukrainian women's veterans movement, and her story is that in 2022, in December, she actually she met with the mines, the anti-tank mine, and she has seven plates in her back, and again in 7 months she returned to the front line. So she, in spite of the fact that it's so hard for her to wear the flag vests, but she's a hero, and heroes are among us. And thanks to such people, Ukraine withstands. So what is your forecast? So the next minister will be a woman. That's my forecast. Natalia. Actually, there are so many different factors here which could play a role. It could be from 2 to 5 years. I think that's the period which we need for this maturity to achieve. Since when the 10th Congress will come, Sophia, I think that here several factors will play a role. So the wish of a woman, first of all, that's her wish to be it, to do it. Because if I want it, I do it. And already being here, you know, you can't even imagine how I'm so fond of this energy. You're so cool, and I think that in this time it's possible. In 8 years, 8 is my favorite figure. Alina? I think that we are speaking about so many years for Ukraine. It's already an optimistic prognosis forecast. I hope for Ukraine to be even in many years ahead. Speaking about the Minister of Defense as a woman, I hope that it would be Madam Kalmykova, but now she's a leader of another ministry. I don't know who could lead the Minister of Defense among women right now. Maybe such woman already exists. Maybe it will happen very soon. And I think it would be a very effective change. Maybe any change would be effective right now. The only thing I would like to say is that our task right now, not to forget about the most important thing, for Ukraine to be at all. Thank you, Svetlana. Maybe I will say after the victory. I think it will happen after the victory. When the victory comes, maybe, Sevgil, you know when the victory comes. Unfortunately, yeah, after the victory. Krista, so what do you think? As a person who represents the NATO country,
grossly underqualified to answer this question, not being from Ukraine. But if I were to make a judgment based on what I've seen today and what we're seeing in the field on the front lines with all who serve as defenders, and the energy and the motivation that everybody has towards equality, I would hope that within the next 5 to 8 years you would see this sort of evolution.
Дякую, Севгіль. Дуже дякую за цю панель.
Sevgili, thank you so much for this panel. Let's stand up and do like this sound. With this, we will welcome our panelists. Thank you so much, Tata, that you showed to us this sound. Let's share this sound with other friends, participants. And now we have our military, our defenders everywhere. It's about respect. It's about to be nearby. Till the end of this day, we do this sound, definitely. Thank you so much to Sevgil Musaeva, the moderator, for Natalia Kalmykova, Minister for Veterans Affairs, Anna Gvozdyareva, Minister for Strategic Industry of Ukraine, who has already left us, but definitely she's with us, Krista Bukert, Commander of the 6th Canadian Combat Support Brigade, Charlotte Khmelnytska, Officer of the Armed Forces of Ukraine, a participant in the Russian-Ukrainian War. Let's practice the sound. And the gesture, Svetlana Uritsenko, head of the All-Ukrainian Project Recovery, Sofia Savchuk, Chief Master Sergeant of the Civil Protection Service, operator of the State Emergency Service of Ukraine, Alina Saranska, Veteran Development Manager of the NGO, Ukrainian LGBTQ Plus Military and Veterans for Equal Rights, and Tata Aikman, Combat Medic, Medical Evacuation Crew Commander.
будемо говорити про культуру, і це геть не
We will keep speaking about the culture, and actually, it's not by chance, and this part goes immediately after the security topic, because the culture is an element of security. And quoting Oksana Zabushka, people protect what they know about. When there is the well-known cathedral is under fire, people try to extinguish the fire, but so the culture is also about what we know about this world. And if within this culture product, we can see women only on the second roles, who are interested only in finding a husband for them, who are never leaders or heroes. It's also about how we perceive the world. Luckily, such things are changed. Now, I would like to invite Irma Vitovska, the actress of theater and movie and the public activist, and Yevgeny Nishuk, General Director of National Theatre, named after Ivan Franko, national actor. Please, over to you. Thank you so much for staying with us. The culture is the last one, but now about the most important. I'm so happy to be here together with Yevgen, and finally we can give a floor to a man who is going to speak the first. It's incredible, indeed. In our situation, it's logical, actually, Zhenya. Thank you, Irma. Thank you, Machkov. Thank you to everyone in advance who has this power, will, and this resilience to be here till the very end of this intensive day. Actually, this day was so meaningful. Just before us, a colleague has mentioned that she feels this incredible vibe and gets this energy, gets this, this power from the energy of the audience. And from the men's perspective, I could say that I'm even more overwhelmed with this drive. It followed me all my life, starting with my from my kid teacher at school to a leader of the extracurriculum group, who told me, please don't play football, go to the theater group and do your work there. Even let alone my mom and all those other women, those symbols which follow us along our lives. But somehow it happens that, and also another colleague mentioned that for me, it's not that I made a decision. No, that decision was already imprinted into my nature of how I live, and I'm so lucky that such how we live. It covers and umbrellas so many men around us. When it goes not like some touches your shoulder and says, "Okay, it's mom, the person who cares, who preserves, it's your sister." No, we are above it. No, I mean that it's natural, it's clear. We are speaking about other substances.
We're now on the level of culture, and culture is not something tangible. It's air. If the air is clean, it's wonderful, we don't notice it. But the moment when we smell something unpleasant, we immediately start to ask, where is clean air? Where is this culture of attitude, of treating people properly? And Yana has just said that Syrian culture is changing. It's true. For quite a while, it was hard to have enough theater directors or film directors. Now it has changed. And Irma, as she's an actor, but we didn't have enough directors. And if you talk about culture, about management, then there are many women We talked about Revolution of Dignity. There was the realization that it's not your place because it's dangerous. Yes, that's true. In this room, there are Olena and Svetlana and Maria and Alessia, who I believe are those who moved me during both revolutions. And I couldn't tell them, you need to leave because it's dangerous. Also, until March, I was in Armed Forces of Ukraine, and I saw my sisters in arms. And they were coming much closer from the evacuation point, and they came to pick us up when there was no mobile connection. And I saw their bravery and their passion, and they proved that they can do it again and again. But if you talk about culture, these barriers have been broken. And we talk about professionalism and competence and talent. And now we have this season. We have 3 new theater directors, and they will put their like 3 new plays. And now I start to think about our recent plays. So The Witch of Konotop, or The Witch's Revenge. So that's the legendary play. We have Aeneid, we have Mary Stuart. This is a new place. And maybe it happens even subconsciously, because on the one hand, on the 9th of November, we celebrate the Day of People Who Work in Culture. And usually, people in culture, these are 80% of women. But at the same time, when we go to the top management, then the numbers are completely different. Now it's still moving towards women, because many men, they leave their skills in art and they go to defend the country. But again, women do that too, so we shouldn't separate. But in 2014, I became the minister, and all deputies were women. I worked with Olesya Ostrovka, who then became the head of Art Arsenal. Now, in the theater, I have 3 deputies, women, and 1 man. And I feel their professionalism, their creativity, how they can implement my vision, or how can I rely on my colleagues, that we don't even have this traditional relationship of boss and subordinate. It's very important for me to communicate openly. I can apologize if I'm wrong. I can listen. I can make a decision based on the professionalism of my team. That's when we talk about management. I don't want to take too much time. I want to share space, because we were given 30 minutes. But our task is to lead you to a glass of wine. So I'm giving the floor to my wonderful colleague, who represents all the qualities that I describe: this passion, bravery, creative drive. When she came from the from the west of Ukraine to tried to capture the capital. And what's important here, what's wonderful, that Irma was a great star in the capital. And then she said the capital is not that important, and she moved to Ivano-Frankivsk. This is also a good example, so Irma Witovska. Thank you. I am everywhere, I believe. That's if we talk about decentralization, when you don't want the capital to monopolize culture, and you want every city to get culture. I remember the times we talk about culture, that it is a wider issue. So we probably should talk not only about theater, but literature and film. And these directions, there probably is the most prominent marker about where you can feel unity, visual art, music, yes, but if you have words, then that would separate these parts of culture. And stable societies, they usually try to research diversity. It's probably a normal part of society where you want to explore diversity. In authoritarian regimes, they destroy diversity. This is the law of a colonizer. They want to destroy other cultures. And especially when it lasts for many generations. So the culture and the fact that the culture is fighting. We are fighting for our past and we are fighting for our future. We are also attacked by the aggressor. I can say that over the past few days, I was very impressed by Жанна Осірна, and she shows the world of occupation. It's a terrifying story, stories of women. I am impressed with the work of Oksana Dmitrieva, Tamara Tronova, and Natalia Semenenko, who just takes the breath out of you by their work. Because it's important, because we need to destroy aggressors' myth. Oksana Karpovich, the voices of peaceful people. These are women who are a threat to the aggressor. And they are in danger because they create important product which tells Europe more than if we just tell them. Through art, they show the essence of our enemy. Because I believe that we need to talk about culture, we need to talk about the war and survival. Culture is connected to language. It's not just theater, literature, film. This cuisine, day-to-day life, fashion, media platforms, aesthetic, how we treat animals, how we treat men and women. There's tolerance, but the language plays a fundamental aspect, and it is still a problem that concerns me. The acceleration of our society into Ukrainian space, because the language can make you different. So when you cross the border between Russia and Ukraine, that's like, and you didn't feel that you crossed the border, it became the problem to the population of Russia, because this fairy tale that we are the same, it worked for the population, and then it became dangerous for us. This is not the main criteria, they don't think that these territories are not theirs, because for many years they felt that we are the same. So if they don't see the difference, only 3 people out of 10 will say that no, other countries are different. And it's very big task for us to create content and to pull the society into the language and to make the language into your daily habit. And they will feel the culture different, they will feel territory different, because language unites. Language is the matter of security, and it's very important verbal marker of culture. If that we have some gender issues, I remember the time, and I'm talking about the 90s and beginning of 2000s, when an actor or any woman in art, when they offered a man who had some higher position, if she offered some solution or some decision, it was not perceived well, and it was perceived as degrading to the man, so that a woman offers some solution that the team accepts, and it was not this man's solution. And I had gone through that. I don't feel it anymore, but it makes your skin thick. And I believe that I built my personality in this male-dominating world, where a woman had the right to exist because you needed to prove it. And it's not what women talked about situation in the army. That's not, the problems are like this in many places. And we still need to reach some level of maturity of this terrible conservatism and inability or unwillingness to leave these old frameworks. But our task, and the most important, look at some society that they want to separate themselves, who want to separate themselves from this Soviet layer of Bulgakov, Dostoevsky, and all of these, and see people come to watch the Ukrainian classics. And Ukrainian classics, they were, and we used to show Ukrainian classic Ron, and we made them like these characters as if they were made out of cardboard. And it was imposed that we could show Ukrainian classics only this way, very stereotypical way. But now we can show Ukrainian classic with these free theater directors who grew up in free country, who developed after Revolution of Dignity. And we have the Kaidash family, and the audience, they were shocked how we saw this story, because Nechuy Levitsky took into account all the culture and the trauma of Ukrainians of that generation. So young directors, they interpret Ukrainian classics, classic Ukrainian literature in a new way. And this is the time to move into this identity, because people want to separate themselves from what was dominating in their day-to-day life. this layer of common culture, common literature, common city tradition, because if we talk about Russian culture is about city. And now Ukrainians are ready to learn something about themselves. And now is the high time for learn to learn what Ukraine is, who we are, what it means, who I am, what I am for. And we need to use this momentum. It's very important to work on material for teenagers and kids. Culture demands education. We discussed it with Yevhen. What can help for society to integrate? We don't have time. Children are growing up. There, they have children too, and they live in different reality. It's danger for our children. And these children are not the children who saw some Europe and they have some doubts. This is a new, polished Russian generation. So what it means for us in integration of our kids need to feel different. We need that the kids to have this feeling that we are different. We are not in common space, cultural space, common language space, because this language space is in our heads. And it's very important to address people who work in education, if they're still in the room. We need to recognize that any lesson or any educational space, this is a space. And we need for kids to be in this space, because it's not okay if we work in one way during lessons and then communicate differently during breaks. We need to create this space. And they need to follow the language rules that exist in this space. And then in their yard, or they also live in the same language space. It's very important to develop our young generation. The language is our security, our survival, culture. The language of the culture is important, and I have to say about Daria Onyshenko with Malevich film. We bring back people from Ukrainian culture to Ukrainian culture, and it's very important. Alla Horska, Olena Deliga, they exist today. They exist in our culture. All the threats that I keep receiving since 2014, I never thought that you can read things like this. But when they occupy territories, they destroy teachers, people of culture, people who develop this language.
And of course, that's the first thing that they do. And I believe that their culture, it is not just about arts. Culture, this is about who I am. That's how it is for me. And Irma, we don't have that much time left. Well, that's it from me. And again, I pass the floor to the greatest one. Well, let's leave about 2 minutes to sum up. Maybe we'll have some ideas from there, some inspiration. But this is the only panel discussion where there is no moderator. Yeah. You should have invited Podorevyansky to moderate this discussion. And I basically have this idea because maybe we're speaking about our reflections, and here our audience, they are with us, and maybe they expect that they hear from us something inspiring or just ask questions. So maybe you can ask us questions. No taboos. Oh, I mentioned that women in culture, they're very strong. And basically, today, there have been several There we have touched upon very important themes. In particular, sometimes I listened in, and the first story was about the research that was presented by Mr. Glebovitsky, and that's a very sensitive thing. That's basically about our future, about our demographic risks. And it's interesting that further on they started saying that, well, really, we need to avoid this standard situation where we say that women need to give birth to babies and do nothing more. So recently I had that situation. And secondly, I was kind of, when Olesya Zhulinska said that there is an important age-related issue, and that relates to women as well, because recently there was this situation where at a job interview, I am going to hire a head of the economic section, and basically a woman comes and she is perfect, she meets all the criteria, she suggests some new approaches and ideas in the field that we're discussing. And I say to the HR, well, cool, let's have her. And then the HR person says, well, bring us this and that, the documents that I needed. And then she approached me separately and she said, Evgen Mykolaievich, I feel very awkward, but maybe you don't know how old I am. And I say, oh, what do you mean? She said, well, I'm 60 and you are hiring me to that position, so maybe you shouldn't let me. Well, I said, well, that's nonsense. And that was just recently. That happened recently, and that may happen at different levels. Another situation, this is where I see a lot of colleagues, and they say, we want to watch Konotopska, Witch and Kadasheva family, but they say, we don't have the babysitter, so no acquaintances, no one can stay with the child. So if I had some help, I could have more time for communication. And I now have this idea that in the theater, I want to organize a child's room, so our staff, our company basically could be both animators and teach the acting. So in this way, kids could stay there for 2 hours. And I need to look for partners now. And during the panel discussion, I've seen a lot of potential partners from DTAC, from Privat Bank, from other CEOs. But I mean, us, on their path of cultural space, we encounter a lot of sensitive aspects that, among other things, relate to these limits that for a long period of time the society has been forcing on us, in particular what Irma has mentioned, and she recently starred in the Bozhevilny, in the Mad Ones movie, and that was incredible. So a guy wanted to listen to some music like Black Sabbath or Led Zeppelin, and that's why he was considered to be mad. So the marker of culture, that's so important. Why we have this discussion? Well, this is also shameful that we are discussing about a conservatoire that is still named after Tchaikovsky. I say, don't speak about his origins. Speak about that the large concert hall in Moscow, China, and Minsk are named after Tchaikovsky. In every post-Soviet republic, you always said that, and so they should we have that in Kyiv? That's a marker of an empire. That's the story, and it needs to be eliminated, because this is the marker that prevents us from speaking about ourselves, about our culture. Now, as once cautious choir, we are traveling around, we are debunking the myth about the about the theater, because they always said that, well, opera and ballet, they can travel. But now we visit 25 countries of Europe with Konotovsk, Witch, and Caligula. And the tickets have been sold out for Berlin, London, Paris, Geneva, and 75% are non-Ukrainians who are buying the tickets. That's so important. So we are working for the new audience. Us, we use the language of theater, music, with ethnic fashion, clothes. We help them discover us. So culture is now the ambassador of our authority and of our women in particular. Yes, this is really very efficient when in the West, apart from our cinema festivals, we work a lot with Germans or French people who start understanding that we are different, that there is clash of mindsets and existential conflict. And there may be questions about your project that you present in the West, be it a movie or you meet the media. And there may be a lot of questions relating to history, because in their mind it is so confused. So we need to see what's in the textbooks about Ukraine. It's important to win in that field, because it's important for them in the West. That's a question to our researchers, what they know about Ukraine. And this is really a lot of work that we need to do. So this kind of fight for the past, that's very important, to form this foundation to fight back for what was falsified by the aggressor in order to undermine this fake story. Yeah, now I'm there looking strictly. Irma mentioned limits, and to eliminate these limits, let's take 2 more minutes, 30 seconds, because we are not yet going to drink wine. It's not yet, we are not yet there. Well, I'm bringing us there. So where is the limit? Where is the limit for each of us? Maybe sometimes we confuse where is that line of dignity, of principles that you must never cross, and the line that we aspire to. Well, maybe we will take risks, but this is something that we need to aspire for. In our life, we no longer make steps towards each other, towards our happiness and freedom that we've been speaking about, and just to meet our love. And maybe this line is somewhere here, maybe far away, or maybe it is. And maybe there is this Russian bastard waiting to bring death. I approached the lady and I said, go ahead, don't stop when there are shouts or shots. I threw myself ahead, and then there was the bright light, and I could see the some paths in the forest. There were shots and bushes and wither and wind and some powerful flow that was flowing there, and behind us the wall of forest was stepping back, our horror, our nightmare, our death. The lady looked at me. The thunderstorm was over, and sweet and calm was the cherry tree and the raw soil. Let me kiss your breast, that with the fragrance of tenderness. Open your lips. The thunderstorm is behind us. The birds are singing, the horses, we can hear horses far away, and there is a happiness all over. The flute, the pan plays the flute. Dionysus has raised his cup. Only love, blessed love, can rescue our life. Glory to women, glory to Ukraine. If I may still add a couple of words, just 2 seconds. I'm so impressed with what one one person in the captivity said, because he said, we will kill all of your women, because usually they say, like, we will rape all the women and they will deliver our babies. But now they say, we will kill your women. They are afraid, that everything that is born here will be about this mindset, about non-acceptance of them. They are afraid of us, of women, because we are carriers of the code, and they understand that. And they should be afraid. Irma Witkowska, the actress and civil society activist, and Mr. Nishuk, the leader of National Drama Theatre, named after Ivan Franko. So thank you so much. And we are approaching the finish line now, not yet. Let me complete my mission. So we are doing that in a decent way. And now this is a video address from the President of National Democratic Institute, Tamara Hoffman-Wittes.
Dear friends, I'm so pleased to be with you virtually at the 8th Ukrainian Women's Congress. I wish I could be with you in Kyiv to connect with you in person, to be inspired by the stimulating discussions, and to share this wonderful moment of solidarity with you. When I was in Kyiv just in September, I witnessed firsthand the amazing work that all of you do every day to support a free and democratic Ukraine. The meetings I had with government representatives, civil society, and political party leaders gave me a very solid look into Ukraine's dynamic political scene. That visit also gave me the opportunity to meet with some amazing women leaders and discuss with them the work they do and the challenges they face. Ukrainian women have been demonstrating leadership, resilience, strength, and bravery since the very start of the full-scale invasion. And it's crucial for us to help you stay visible, to promote your achievements, and to ensure that women are fully fledged participants in any decision-making, whether at the local or national levels. It's important that Ukraine continues to prioritize women's representation in Ukraine's recovery processes. And it's also important for future elections to comply with the gender quotas in election legislation. Right now, I'm particularly focused on Resolution 69, which limits the ability of women who are local councilors to travel abroad, including for volunteer purposes. We have been told about multiple cases of women councilors stepping down from office lately for this reason, and that's a worrying trend. I hope that we can see quick action from the government, parliamentary leaders, politicians at all levels, and also from the Ukrainian Women's Congress, the Equal Opportunities Caucus, and civil society to ensure that women's representation in local government councils remains strong. Only by strengthening democracy and democratic processes will Ukraine be able to successfully resist the enemy and ultimately win the future. And the full involvement of women in all spheres of society, including the political sphere and decision-making processes, is an integral part of the critical infrastructure of democracy. Thank you all for coming together today, and Slava Ukraini.
Героям слава! До заключного слова.
Glory to heroes. And to summarize today's, now let us not summarize, let me just invite you for a round of applause for Yana. It's incredible. She moderated throughout the day, and it was so inspiring. And of course, we are grateful to Katerina. And we could see that she accompanied us to Yuri Billy for the incredible design and rebranding. Larisa Kabylянska, Alona Hrom, and names of the colleagues listed.
Олександрі Альошині, Світлані Яремчук, Катерині Шиденко, Аліні М'якенькій, Наталі Шевченко, Анні Марії Скрипник, Насті Христуковій і нашій директорці Олені Олійник.
And our director, Olena Olinik. Dear friends, I don't know, maybe I've forgotten someone and you can blame me. Yeah, I have a long list. You will follow your list. That's a long list, but with Maria Ionova and Svetlana Wojciechowska, me, Olena Kondratyuk, we have done our best in order that this Congress were memorable for all. I don't know if we will have enough energy for the next year, but let's work in synergy. Come up with your suggestions, your inspiration, because energy, this is what all of us need. And now let's close the Congress. Thank you, Olena, and thanks to everyone due to whom this became possible, above all the Ukrainian Army. 8th Ukrainian Women's Congress, Women's Potential, New Roles and New Quality, organized by NGO Ukrainian Women's Congress. It is supported by UN Women in Ukraine, funded by governments of Norway, Sweden and Denmark, and the NDI. USAID, EGAP program implemented by Eastern Europe Foundation, supported by Switzerland and Böll Stiftung. Women's Fund, Peace and Humanitarian Support of the UN Action Against Conflict-Related Sexual Violence, UNDP with the support of Sweden, Parliamentary Accountability in the Security Sector project implemented by Parliamentary Sector and Agency for Legislative Initiatives with the support of Ministry of Interior, Foreign Affairs of Canada and UNESCO. IFAS, funded by USAID and with the support of UK. And we also have support from Ashad Bank, Kyivstar, Metinvest, Privatbank, Tokarev Foundation, MHP Громаді, Starlit Media, Media Partners, Premay, Fifth Channel, Ukrainska Pravda, Telegraph UA, and RTM Ukraine Group, Outdoor Advertising, more than 20 years of experience in the market. These are views of the authors and not necessarily we reflect views of partners and donors, and definitely we have this one vision of Ukraine as strong, independent, in synergy and in joint work of men and women and Ukrainians. All Ukrainians, thank you for being with us, and have a calm and good evening today, and see you again.